I'm Becky, I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE. We are here at Insomnia this weekend running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals. That's 8 weeks of competitive play leading up to this moment, and it's just great to get all the teams here in person playing their finals live here at Insomnia.
I'm Kenny, I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. It's just so cool to see how much things evolve and how amazing everyone has gotten at playing the games we know and love.
I think just seeing people come together, getting Monster, trying out Pringles, getting really stuck in everything we have to offer here, it's great to see it, honestly. So on the main stage, we're super lucky to have the Intel NUCs, which have Intel graphics cards in there. They're so small and compact. This morning we had our Valorant Women and Non-Binary Finals, and it's awesome to get women and non-binary members of our community up on the main stage.
When the players get loud, it's just amazing. And the fact that they get to come and show up in the finals, it's just so much fun.
That's the longest series I've ever played in, to be honest with you. We just knew we had the mental fortitude to keep going when we went into the final overtime. I'm just so happy with all the boys, man. I'm really happy.
Big thank you to all of our partners, Intel, who is our main headline sponsor, and then also Monster Energy, Pringles, Special Effect, and also BUEC.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mesh to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Let's go!
Monster Black.
Monster Play! Let's go! Nice.
Monster Play!
Monster Black.
That right there, Monster Plays of the Week.
Okay.
Monster Energy is doing a Monster Site giveaway.
NSE stay-at-home series
Supported by Monster Energy.
Today we're at Durham University, where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel support events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they've no noise, and they all run very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Here today we have multiple tournaments running. We're going to have 430 gamers and up to 600 spectators. Almost 1,000 devices using the internet and the whole network. Before we had the Draytech solution in, we were having issues with reliability. We know that when we deploy the Draytech solution, we're going to get what's on the tin. It works. Our customers are actually experiencing almost 3 times the speed that they've had in the last event that they came.
Every gamer knows who Draytech is. It's the very backbone of this epic LAN event.
So I would recommend Draytech. Overall, just a really good company, really good product.
Hello and welcome back everybody to the NSC British University Esports Championship Spring 2024 Finals with Intel, coming to you live from I-72 and of course the wonderful Birmingham NEC. Now, we have already had an amazing weekend of events as well. We had Valorant and Rocket League on day number 1. Yesterday, if you were tuning in, we had that incredibly long League of Legends series, followed by what was a pretty dominant stomp on Overwatch 2, and only 2 games remain. We are down to the final 2. Now we have CS2 to open up the day, and then Rainbow Six Siege later on. If you've got that energy still, if you've been sticking with us through all of this. But of course, we could not do this without our wonderful sponsors. Monster Energy, Pringles, Iyama, Draytech, Scan, and Unidays. Thank you very much to them. Without them, we would not be able to put on such an incredible show. We have an amazing stage. We've got our amazing production backstage as well. We've also got some wonderful casters to be ready and waiting. But before we say hi to them, we need to have a look at the teams that we will be seeing today. Now, anyone that is familiar with the UK CS scene will probably have heard of either a lot of these players or maybe even these teams as well. Representing the University of Southampton, we have the Podbots. They are the favorite to win here. They have 3 NSE titles under their belt. Spring 2022, Spring 2023 and Winter 2023, our most recent event just gone as well. 3-time champion, current reigning champion, looking to make it 3 in a row today. Now, they are the favorite to win, as I said, the UK scene. I asked around a couple of big names, a couple of people, you know, the likes of people like Grimmy Rana, who said Podbots. That's who I'd be putting my money on. That's who I'm confident in as well. But both of these teams are playing with stand-ins, of course. Now, it's a little bit of a last dance for Podbots. Most of them are graduating this year, except for Wolks, who unfortunately is not going to be gracing us with their presence at LAN today. But this will be the last time we see the Podbots roster in this shape at NSE. Now, on the other side of things, we have the half natty head tappers. Number 6 representing University of Lancaster. You can see the 6 at the end there. This has been the name team of the university for years and years and years. And there's a lot of names that you might recognize on that roster. Now, he's a little bit of a land dodger is what I've been told by the team, but Gizmy, the Monty player himself, was on this lineup and actually has been playing with this lineup recently. And he's not here. Leaf, however, Gamer Legion Academy player, is one of the big names that we're expected to see lighting up the server today. Now, both of these teams have played each other recently. It was a win to the half natty head tappers in UKIC Varsity only last week. 13-8, I believe the scoreline was. So do we see a little bit of a rematch? Because actually, last final was these two teams as well, and it went 0-2 to the Podbots. So really, it's anybody's game here. And I couldn't be more happy to have two incredible casters that are going to be the ones to help us decide who comes out on top. Can I bring in our wonderful casters? Hello, both of you. How are you doing today?
We're doing amazing, Affinity. It's lovely to be here with you, and I'm joined by the mighty Sloth, bringing you the upcoming Best of 3 Grand Final. I'm very excited. Max, how do you feel?
I'm feeling pretty good. I woke up today just super hyped to be here. I'm lucky to be here, obviously remote casting as well. So it's just a nice feeling to, you know, have the pleasure of casting some CS2.
Now, out of these two teams, there's a lot of big recognizable names. Podbots, definitely looking like the favorites to win on paper, but some really strong individual firepower from the side of the head tappers. What are your predictions for this?
Ooh, I mean, I always like myself an upset, as you guys know. So I'm gonna go for the underdog on this one. Hopefully, in a long 2-1 series, maybe we even get a few overtimes in there.
Would be nice. Would be nice. What about yourself, Mighty Sloth?
I don't know. I'm kind of a statistics guy. So as you said, Podbots are the favorites coming into this. So, I mean, I want to see some chaos. I want to see some complete, just insane plays in terms of people just showing up and their skills just showing completely. So depending on who can, you know, get out the gate running, I feel as if that's who's going to win the series.
Now, I said that these two teams played each other last week and the map was actually Overpass. Do you think maybe we could see that coming out as a decider again, or do you think that maybe both of these teams going to plan to avoid that one?
I mean, I'm looking at actually the journeys that the teams have had to get to this point, and I think, I mean, we were talking just before going live, we would love to see Overpass, but I think because it's been such a recent game, you might want to ban it because the opponents already had all those chances to see what your playstyle is, how you approach the map, and maybe just removing it completely, not wanting to take the risk to get anti-stratted in the grand final might be the better approach.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
Now, is there anything that you guys in particular want to see coming out from either teams or any players in particular as well? Because as you can see the stats here, it's been pretty clean from Podbots. Only one series dropped, and that was to the Surrey Stags. So what do you guys want to see coming out here?
I mean, I just want to see some clean action. I feel as if both these teams, they can perform at the highest level in terms of when they're playing on stage. So I feel as if I don't want the pressure to get to any of these players. Obviously, they know what they're doing. You can look at their statistics from their placement history. They're all top-ranking teams. So I feel as if, as long as they have the confidence coming into this environment, I feel like both teams are going to show their best.
Now, we said that Gizmy is not here and that they're playing with a substitute. We also said that on the side of Podbots as well, they're also with a substitute. How do you see this playing out? Because, of course, Gizmy, big loss to take here. The Monty player themselves. Do you think that this is going to have much of an impact, or do you think Leaf can step up and fill that role a little bit?
I think it's often we see stand-ins show up most when the teams really need them to, but it's going to be a big question mark because, like the Mighty Slot just said, it is a grand final, it is LAN. The pressure could be way too much, and not for the stand-in player, but for the rest of the four players. Obviously, you have a new piece to your puzzle. How can you enable him without completely ruining everything that you've practiced so far for?
Now, I don't want to keep you guys waiting any longer because an absolutely stellar game is ahead of us. So, would you guys do me the honors and take it away?
Thank you very much, Affinity. Well, that is an amazing introduction to both teams, Mighty Sloth, and I'm really excited to see the veto for this upcoming best of three. Oh, hello, Affinity. She just came in to say goodbye, but yeah, she told us about Overpass, and we were talking about Overpass, Mighty Sloths, and let's take it from Overpass, right? Podbots, the team favored, they won that matchup a previous week ago, but it was a best of one, and I said I do believe they should take out Overpass completely, but what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I feel as if both teams being confident on Overpass is kind of one of these games where you're probably going to have it as a decider if it goes the full mile.
Yep.
Obviously, other comfort picks on types of maps. We're looking at the likes of Ancient, Anubis, maybe in a sprinkle of Mirage. I feel as if these are the maps that these teams are going to default to. I wouldn't mind seeing both these teams run Overpass, but I feel as if, as you said, most likely going to be taken away due to the fact of how high pressuring and how confident this large scale map is for both these teams.
Yeah, and then we're taking a look at the rosters. Obviously, we have the half-nutty head tappers with Zero Stack, May Leaf, the stand-in, Tom GX, and Liga NFS, and Podbots.
Yeah, we got Tingson, we got Frosty, Skep, Kezam, and Hannux. I feel as if both these teams, I don't know. I feel like once they're on stage and once they get warmed up, maybe give them a few rounds, I feel like as if that's when we're going to see all the clean plays and all the nutty angles we can actually hope for.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very important moment for the careers of these players, especially maybe for the side of the hit tappers, because like Affinity said, the Podbots have slightly more experience, they're slightly more known, they are playing in a way more tournaments currently, so it is going to be up to the hit tappers to make a name for themselves by taking down the favorite in this grand final, because when you play a team that kind of everybody at this tier level knows about already, you make a name for yourself, and then you start getting into contention to play qualifiers or maybe even get invited to some of these tier 3 tournaments.
No, 100% agree. And you look at definitely what Affinity said. The likes of Podbots, 4 of their players, this is their final chance to really show themselves on a LAN environment.
Yeah.
So I feel as if that's obviously what's going to be in the back of their minds. We need to show up. We need to win as much as we can, and almost sow the seeds of a dynasty that they've brought themselves to be, because Podbot's obviously the favorite going into this, and 4 players leaving, the graduating and just leaving walks behind. I feel as if that's going to drive them forward a bit more, maybe give them that competitive and standard edge that you might not see, from the likes of the half-natty head tappers, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I also have to mention one important aspect. Podbots right now will be playing this grand final, but then have another upcoming best of 3 lower bracket series later on today, also played on LAN. And if they win that one, then they'll have another game. So I'm really wondering, where do they put their eggs? I know it's Easter for a lot of people at home. So speaking of Easter, what basket are you going to choose to put your eggs in? Because maybe their focus isn't on this grand final. Maybe it's too early in the day. Maybe they're a bit concerned with what's going to happen later on. Do you think, if you're the coach or the captain of the Podbots, how are you treating this? Are you going to play this upcoming best of 3 series as a warm-up, or are you going to be fully dedicated to doing your best and actually start the day on a high roll?
I feel as if for your Podbots, you put the eggs in. I don't know. I feel as if they can put their main eggs in all the areas they want to do. They're a seasoned veteran when it comes to LAN environments and playing this competitive CS game. I feel as if it doesn't matter where they put their eggs, they're going to come and perform the best they can. So I wouldn't be too worried about how they're competing. Obviously, fatigue and stress and, playing long hours, that's going to come into the factor of their performance. But I feel as if they've played CS so much, you've got to realize that these players won't be affected at all.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but not too long, because we now have the veto, if I believe. And if we don't have the veto, maybe I'm just mishearing him, but we do have it. And wow, it's almost what we wanted, Mighty Sloth, because we did get Mirage first pick. yeah, you wanted to see Mirage, and that's what we're going to be going on. And followed by Vertigo, second map, very unexpected, especially as Vertigo seems to be pretty CT-sided. And if you're down one map when you're going into your map pick and you start losing some of those rounds on the T side, if you don't convert the pistols, you can get punished. But Dead Decider, as you predicted, a very good analysis, my friend, it might be Overpass.
Yeah, this is kind of what I thought. But as both teams are so confident in Overpass, you've kind of got to expect it. Is if it goes the whole length of the best of three, Overpass is going to be where it's decided. And I said about Mirage as well. It's kind of the staple map. Everyone's going to pick it. Everyone knows. Everyone loves it. Well, I'd say everyone loves it, but I know certain people that don't. But Vertigo does confuse me a little as a second pick option. But I mean, it could work. Maybe they've got some, spice cooking behind the scenes of how they're practicing Vertigo, because it's not a favorable map for some teams.
Yeah, people is me, I am people. And honestly, I think it's actually much more balanced to start on Mirage, a map that everybody has played so often. The map hasn't changed in, I don't know, 10 years, 11 years at this point. It's definitely a long time. So everybody should be pretty much comfortable, especially high-level players that play in the grand final. You play that on FPL, you play that on Faceit, you play that on matchmaking with your friends. So I don't expect any of the teams to come in with any surprises. But I really want to see how they're going to be tackling the new smoke Molotov combos, because as we've seen even in tier 1 as recently as last night, the Molotov lineups have become more and more oppressive, especially when trying to either take over a site or stop a plant. And I don't know if you are familiar with this mighty slot, but obviously smokes turn down the fire from the molly, but because the way CS2 interactions work, sometimes there can be a gap in a Molotov and you drop the smoke in that gap, although it seems to be in the middle of the fire, and the smoke and the fire doesn't turn off, and then you keep burning. So first of all, do you think that's something that should be in the game, or if you throw it towards the direction of the fire, it should just stop?
I mean, as coming from CS:GO, I've kind of always been in the shift of, oh yeah, I throw a smoke on a Molotov, it goes out. But with, as you said, this interaction, it kind of maybe puts players in a different position in terms of what they want to implement as a strategy. If it gets removed from the game, obviously players aren't going to focus on it, but maybe it could be a pivotal point in terms of people's game plan. Obviously, if you're wanting to lock out sites and just kind of confuse plant situation with this kind of strategy, I feel as if it could work really well. But if players can implement it only just finding it out, I'm not sure if they will go to it, and maybe they might default to what they already know.
Yeah, of course. And it will be something probably way more prevalent as we move on to Vertigo and then later on Overpass. As like we said, Mirage is a map that everybody has played plenty of times and knows kind of how to dodge these certain situations. But yeah, Affinity asked us for predictions. I said I'm going for the underdogs in a 2-1. So head-to-head tappers, can they do it? But yeah, you're taking the pod bots here. Score predictions?
I feel as if it's going to go, obviously with people like Overpass being the final map, it's going to go all 3 games. Like, it's kind of written in the script. People are like, oh yeah, Overpass, we love Overpass, this giant map. It's kind of an all-out warfare. And you kind of look at it and you're like, as a deciding map, it's a beautiful ending to it. But I feel as if maybe Vertigo might be the one where we're the most surprised at. I feel as if it's a map that, as a lot of people, dislike it, and it's a map maybe some insane strategies can come out of, and obviously being picked as well as second map. I feel as if that's the map we're going to be the most pivotal point, especially whoever's taking Mirage.
No, I actually have to agree with you here. And I'm really curious to see if the teams have actually been cooking on Vertigo, because it's one of these maps that, if you're not really practiced on it, you can get punished very easily. And now with the MR12, you don't have the luxury of, wasting a few rounds in the middle after the pistols. You really got to turn it on. You got to switch it on, and you got to do it quick, because otherwise you're down 9-1, you lose one more round, and then 10 rounds for one side, and you're completely out of the map, which also makes the pistols ever so crucial. Before, pistols were important, but not as much as they are in an MR12 system. And I know we've been playing MR12 for over half a year now, but it's still so hard for teams that have experience with playing MR15 for, again, 10, 15 years.
Yeah, I feel as if it obviously changes the pace of the game you want to play. With pistol rounds being that much more crucial, I feel as if that just adds to the chaotic nature of it. Because in a lot of FPS games, pistol rounds are always where it kicks off in terms of who are the forerunners in terms of getting that economy going, who's the forerunners in terms of kills. So I feel as if that aspect of having it more feel like a faster paced game, you know, having an MR12, you kind of just feel as if maybe certain teams have implemented a strategy from previous where it was different in terms of the pace of the game, and now they're having to play a quicker style of CS. I feel like that's a lot nicer for the game itself.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how we're gonna approach it. Let's already talk about Mirage. What do you want to see from the pistol round on the attack side of Mirage, and actually defender CT sided as well? Because we do have this approach of people going for the dualies. Are we gonna see a lot of dual Berettas, or maybe just one off for the CTs?
I feel as if dual Berettas have always been a weird staple in CS. I don't understand why people run it, but it just seems to work. And especially on a map like Mirage, where you've got those like really close angles you want to play off, maybe a dual Beretta spam is what you need for that team. It just confuses me. I feel as if maybe for these two teams, as a starting map of Mirage, they might go to maybe just defaulting to say the standard, you're just running standard utilities and you just run with it and see how it goes. But if something crazy comes out like, oh, let's run 5 dual Beretta, I can see something crazy like that happen, that having maybe a clippable moment right out the gates.
Yeah, I mean, I hope not a 5 Julie Berettas, but I hope at least 1 or 2, because 5 would be absolutely bonkers. And I think USPs are actually very strong for the CT side as well. Last night, I believe we even saw Monacy running a USP without the silencer, which is absolutely unheard of, something that hasn't happened in a game of Counter-Strike since before, I don't know, 3-4 iterations of the game's Valley. Yeah, I'm curious. We can take a look at the players right now. They seem quite confident. They've got a Pikachu helping them, encouraging them, which is great. I'm a Pikachu lover myself, so I think they just became my favorite team right there. And then Mighty Sloth.
I mean, yeah, team mascots have always got to be, or maybe some desk accessories, you know, personalize your setup, kind of brings to that charm of a LAN environment where you're actually getting to see these players instead of behind, you know, the internet. So it's quite nice to see, like, players seem casual, seem confident, but I think as soon as you get to a couple of rounds of Mirage, they're going to be in that hard LAN environment where they're shouting, they're having those crazy moments, hyping each other up, and that's, I think, what you want to be. This is the calm before the storm, almost.
Absolutely, and it will be interesting to see how the nerves might get to some of these teams, because obviously playing the grand finals, that means they haven't really met adversity to get to this point. And if you start maybe dropping the first map in the entirety of the tournament, you might be like, oh, wow, maybe we're not as good as we thought we were. And how do you bounce back from that? And that's something that we both talk about quite often when we're on broadcast together. The mental that you need to have in high pressure situations, especially when you're playing with the backs turned towards your wall, is what makes the difference between good players and great players.
Oh, I 100% agree. Like, good players could be the ones that, you know, consistently perform, but great players are going to be those leader roles. Obviously, looking at the IGLs to lead their team in a LAN environment, confidence and mental wise. Because if it goes to all 3 games, that's when the fatigue starts hitting in. Because you've been playing these people, like the same players for 2 rounds completely. And when you look at obviously their previous maps, they both lost the Surrey Stags. And you got to realize, what was that hurdle that both of them overcome, obviously, to beat the Surrey Stags, to get to the finals? What was Surrey Stags doing that they had to develop maybe like as individuals? So I feel as if that hurdle they both climbed to get to the finals, and maybe that's what they're implementing to their game plan today.
I hope you're right. I really hope you're right. And everything that they've learned in this journey to get to this point will be put on display, because we want to put on the best show that we can for everybody, obviously, in the audience in Birmingham, and for everybody at home watching this right now. I love the signs. I can see some of them are actually, memeing each other. We also have a few jokes coming in from the players, which is great to see. It's great to see that the vibes are quite high. Oh! I think I just saw someone yawning over there, Mighty Sloth. You need to go to the bathroom,
ready.
splash some water on your face. You can't get bored.
You need to be game ready. You know, you're going into the grand finals. Maybe the yawning's a scare tactic. Maybe they're bored. They want to get into the action and they're just waiting for it to kick off. But we'll just have to see. And obviously, looking at some of these players warm up, I feel as if the concentration, like is going to be completely solid and rock solid. I don't feel as if any of these teams are going to be phased as soon as you get into a LAN environment, because obviously they've been here before, they've played LAN, they've been to multiple tournaments together. Obviously, with some standing players, it alters that dynamic that you've already built with your team. But I feel as if these two teams are not going to be affected by that at all.
No, I don't think so. But I gotta ask you, Mighty Sloth, as a gamer, an almost professional gamer yourself as well, my friend.
No, we're not calling it that. We're never calling professional gamer.
What is your monitor setup? Like, how close to the monitor are you? Because, I mean, we've seen players that essentially touch the monitor with their nose, but I think we might be just jumping straight into game. I think we are in freeze time right now. Are we gonna see something right about? Yeah, knives maybe.
I'm not sure what we'll see, but monitor setup, as you said,
Yes.
I don't understand how you can have the monitor that close to your face. I've never, obviously, I get the get why you do it, but I've never understood how you can have it that close to your face. But we are getting into game here.
Pod bots. Yeah, head tappers, Waxen, Mighty Sloth, and it's gonna be Mirage, map 1 of the grand finals, and it's a fast B.
It's instantly a fast B, and already shots go out. Hanno finding Ligan. You kind of got to think, how do CTs react to this fast, aggressive play? And that pop-ups are already out the gates running, exactly as I said.
We see Kezam right now. Can he get the duel? But no, Tom GX gets one, gets traded instantly by Skep. It's down to a 2 versus 3 for the pod bots. May looking at flank, but he's now alone in the world of hurt. 1 versus 3 gets a headshot, but cannot take the opponent down quickly enough. Hanno is only 1 HP. Needs to buy some time. Cannot get the isolated duel, although that was a great reposition from May. It's going to be the first round on the board for the head tappers.
Yeah, that's the aggression I was expecting from pod bots, but completely well answered from the head tappers. You're kind of in a position where, on CT, on Mirage, retakes are what's going to be crucial for your game plan. And the fact that you're not faltering, you're not wavering in terms of decision making, out the gates round 1 of the grand finals, it's lovely to see.
Yeah, no, it's a great start to this grand final, and I have to say, a B rush is not the way I was anticipating these pistols to go. But hey, if it works, just keep doing it. I assume as we're now going to round number 2, but the head tappers planted the bomb, and obviously they will reinvest. We have a couple of Galils, actually 5 Galils for the T side.
And that's what's standard to see. Once you get those Galils on board, you kind of want to take mid control, and that forces the CTs to kind of play reactive, which maybe on Mirage you don't want to do, especially when 5 members have that utility and have that, more positive economy, as we're seeing 5 members just trying to get as much mid control and make that snappy decisions. Maybe from the side of pod bots, that's where the reactive play comes into it, because look at Ting now. Making first contact with Leaf, it would seem. They're just dancing around each other here. No one's making the first move. Everyone's scared to make the first move, and he finds onto Leaf, and Leaf takes first blood.
Hanno though playing patiently behind the smoke, but this is about to dissipate in just under 5 seconds or so. Oh, Hanno would have been so close, but no, it's going to be Kazam getting the kill onto Leaf and back to a 4 versus 4. And now they're going to push through the smoke. This is not going to be looking good. He has MP9, only 1 kill, but Tom gets very low HP. And now Frosty should have easy pickings, gets 1. Can he get any more? Playing very passive and will allow Ligan to get very close and headshot him off.
And then you just see the retake come in. It's a 1v2 yet again in Mai. Trying to take out Kezem and Skep. And the M4 for Skep kind of sprays through. It's just easy picking for podbots. And you kind of got to look at it. And you got to feel as if maybe... I don't know, the slow play and trying to get that burst straight onto B, I feel as if it was way too rushed. They weren't clearing where they needed to clear, and obviously the push through smoke was punished onto 1 member. So I feel as if maybe that decision-making, it can falter, but I feel as if both teams, they're not going to stumble by this at all.
Very interesting. Yeah, we actually thought the head tappers got the first round, but no, after a quick reset in the lobby, we actually have seen that it's the podbots leading 2-0. The head tappers actually lost the pistols because they are the ones on T side. But after that planted bomb, they will reinvest, and this time it looks even better. 3 Galils and 2 AKs. Let's see if they can put them to work.
I mean, putting them to work is what the main thing you want to do, but I feel as if they're still going to struggle. They're still opting for this mid control, but as you said, those smokes are so crucial, Mirage, and a lovely headshot by Hanno onto Tom. What can Kezam find? There's 3 members lurking underneath, going through smoke, and they surely...
wow.
The timing. Am I going to creep up through smoke? But it dissipates, and they still don't know Kezam's behind. They've obviously got to check it, and Mai finds a quick kill.
Speaking of timing, yeah, I wanted to pull out, I believe, a smoke to re-smoke himself. But now a self-jump is going to be spotted by Ting as Leaf gets another kill. Still a 3 versus 3. This could be doable for the head tappers. They don't have any other smokes, though. They somehow make their way into side, but look at Tommy in spawn. Woohoo! Hano gets wallbanged out of the server. Leaf gets the kill on the back of Ligan's beautiful molly place, and now it's Frosty 1 versus 3.
And we've seen so many clips from Jungle where you take the retake by Storm, you get 1 versus 3. And if it's got to be anyone, it's got to be Frosty. But I love that engagement from Mai and Leaf just to kind of catch the CTs off by Storm. They kind of fake the defuse and instantly Mai shuts someone down. Leaf backing up from Jungle. But right now, what do you do if you're the likes of Frosty? You best probably just give up the site.
I think Frosty should probably consider maybe taking... It definitely wants to get a kill to damage some of the head tappers' economy. I think it might have its chance now. I believe Mai is just going to stay in CT spawn, and Frosty will get away with their gun. 3 rifles for the side of the head tappers, and you kind of doubted them, Mighty Sloth, but they managed to convert it, and 2-1. Haven't had to eco at all this Saf, planted the bomb every single round. The head tappers are looking pretty solid on the T side.
Yeah, it's something that I wasn't really expecting. Once you got the pod bots, they come into it, they win the first 2 rounds. It's got to kind of damage your confidence, but they just seem unfazed. And it's what you kind of want to see on the T side, because once CT start getting so many rounds on Mirage, it kind of does feel a little bad if you're playing the T side. But their economy's been fine. They've always been able to play with rifles, and I feel as if that's where the confidence picks up. They're obviously still going for this aggressive mid push. That's what you have to do, Mirage. Mid control is so crucial. And, with the utility that they have, obviously optimizing as much molly and smoke as you get is Ting. Just find a nice little shot onto Ligan. But Hano again. Hano's this player where they're just lurking on every corner. You don't expect them. And they could find a miracle play here with a deagle in hand. But, no, as you said, with the rifle buys, it's so important for podbots to only be running deagles and 1 M4. You kind of got to feel as if maybe podbots might lose out on this round just due to the fact that 5 AKs coming down through mid. It's going to be what's aggressive.
Yeah, but it is a full investment from the podbots. They have bought their deagles and the big armor. So it's going to be very good as Hano does manage to get that tight angle kill from short. And now player advantage, Tom GX and Ligan down to 56, 57 HP respectively. They need to clear short, but Frosty is baiting them. And Tom will get the kill on Hano. They managed to clear short, and now Frosty loses the duel versus Mai. Very unconventional angle. Ting cannot get another tap in through the smoke, but will try to push through, reloading, and has to reposition behind Bin.
And this is interesting. I love the pounce play that they try to do. Is Ting gets caught out by Shiro. You kind of got to feel as if Kezam and Skep, they're just going to try and look for as many picks as they can from as much cheeky angles. But I'm loving the 4-man stack half 90 head tappers has as Tom finds one to Skep, and it's just that push. Kezam finds one with a headshot. Tom GX taking down that kill, but it was close in terms of damage-wise. All the health bars of the head tappers, they were below half, so it's not looking awful from both teams. I feel like this is the warm-up stage they need, especially when they're trying to get in each other's heads. And, we're seeing what already they want to implement in terms of retakes and pushing onto sites, head tappers kind of optimizing the 5-man and 4-man pushes from different angles. So it's nice to see that, although, that 2-0 half start, I feel as if maybe the half-man head tappers might have an advantage coming into this. Is a very fast push onto A is really good.
Yeah, I mean, they know they have the gun advantage, and they will just completely annihilate this eco stack attempt. It's going to be Frosty alone with a deagle, and yeah, I mean, Frosty can't do much. Maybe hoping to get 1 tap kill later on. I could get away with his shield only buying the big one afterwards, but yeah, great round from the head tappers. Leaf is definitely going to go chase with this MAC-10, trying to get the final kill and the extra $600 boost in the bank for the next round. And podbots will actually be down 2-3 on their CT side of Mirage. I got to ask you, Mighty Sloth, what side of Mirage do you prefer? Do you think is better?
I feel as if I'm like, I mean, I'm always preferring CT in CS2 as Frosty here, finding one, trying to find another one onto Mai. Will he find any more? Finds another. Oh, just to find another. I feel as if that was going to be a clean headshot, but taking 2 members with you, that's not awful. I feel as if that's kind of the play you wanted to see from Frosty. Just take it as many picks as you can. But coming back to what you asked me, I feel as if I'm always going to be CT favored, especially on a map like Mirage. But Nutty, like the head tappers, they kind of just are putting, you know, Podbots in a position where they don't want to. It's kind of an uncomfortable position where they're not playing their standardized play. And obviously, due to the economy, the past 2 rounds not being in their favor, I feel as if now here's where everything's going to kick off.
Yeah, still no ops in play. 4 M4A1s for the CT side, and Frosty the only one opting to go for the A4. We see Hano aggressive down mid, not managed to win the duel. It's going to be Ting actually from balcony getting one, but still 4 versus 4, and that's going to be an advantage for the T side. And Leaf gets a clean, free headshot in the back of Kezam's head.
Yeah, and Leaf just kind of snuck up through Palace there, and you kind of got to feel as if, like, how are they able to just go uncontested as Tom finds one onto Skep? And now how do you push onto site? Ting down in CT, finds one, finds a lovely spray onto 2, just needs to back off there, and Ting, you've done really well there. How do you re-engage? And if you're the likes of the Podbots, Wexen, what are you trying to opt for in terms of a CT side?
Well, I love that they're playing together because the bomb's not being planted, and they might be aware. I believe the bomb is with in A.
The bomb's still on A.
Yeah, the bomb's in A.
I feel as if that fear tactic of having someone in CT's put Mai in a position where you've just got to wait for backup. And it's going to be, you know, the 2v2 you always want to see in Mirage where so many close quarter angles you've got to be watching. And once the bomb goes down, I feel as if the sides of half Netty head tappers, they might have an advantage as Ting finds actually onto Mai from a dirty angle through mid.
Misses the jump. We'll take a little bit.
Bait them out though. I feel as if they expect the jump and maybe, you know, Ting coming from this different angles. The bomb does go down to Shiro. Lovely headshot onto Ting. Goes for the re-peek. And Frosty cleans up. And Podbots showing confidence again. Picks up the AK, Frosty does. And now you're in a 3-3.
Yeah, I love the Podbots repositioning. They were like, okay, let's gather ourselves. Let's move from CT to B. Maybe they're going to rotate. If not, we'll just pick them off. And they did those so successfully, and that is also because the head tappers ran out of utility. No smokes for connector. Obviously, that was the first free kill that they gave to the CT, and back to 3-3. And this is going to be the second full purchase from both sides. I'm curious to see if either one of them will opt to go for the op, because I really think the AWP can be very oppressive on Mirage. But wow. Podbots, despite winning that with a single player, the economy, because of it, doesn't look great. And that's why we have the first tactical timeout. The head tappers will have full 5 AKs with utility. And yeah, you won a round if you're CT, but your economy is in complete shambles.
Yeah, and I feel as if we're going to see the exact same thing we saw 2 rounds ago, where the nutty head tappers, they're just going to push straight onto A, or maybe we see an aggressive B push like we saw in the first round. But when you've got the wallet to slap down onto Podbots with, you've kind of got to use it as, you know, the rifle buys do come in for Podbots. So they're picking up a bit more of those, you know. It's an alternating strategy. It has a FAMAS, it has an M9, and you've kind of got to feel as if Podbots are working with what they've got. They're just slowing down the push with these, you know, aggressive nades. Like you said, like most players want to opt for these, you know, heavy Molotov uses on Mirage. Is Leaf finds first contact on the Skep and actually takes him down, and now you're in a 5 versus 4 already. It's because that finds one and Ting finds another. And I was completely contradicting. They've just cast a curse, but you know, besides the Podbots, they know what they're doing, and this aggressive, you know, defensive angle that they're holding.
Kobe!
One, and Kobe, mine finds onto Exam, and now you're in a 2 versus 3.
Okay, this time, if you're the head tappers, you don't want to repeat what happened in the previous round. You got to gather yourself. You have to play your advantage. Ting is down to below 50 HP. You have to trade for each other. There's one more smoke. Ligan has a smoke, but no. Oh, will get spotted. HE is going to connect perfectly, but not dealing too much damage as the Molotov from May is going to slow down the retake from the CTs.
Yeah, that's all you've got to do as soon as you get the plant down on A's. Where can you throw your Molotovs and smokes just to disrupt the push? And I'm not sure if you've noticed, but like Shuro is kind of floating around where they kind of expect CTs to default to once the plant goes down. So maybe they're just looking for a cheeky pick. But another round taken from half Netty head tappers, and you've kind of got to feel as if coming into this series, they're going blow for blow.
Yeah, this is very back and forth, and Okay, the save attempt from Ting will not be successful. Frosty now is getting not sandwiched in, only someone pushing from kitchen. Frosty will stay alive yet again, feeling this is the second time Frosty managed to save a rifle for his team. But like we said, the economy wasn't good enough in the previous round. The FAMAS and the MP9 could not prevail in the duels versus the AK-47s, and that's going to have to be, hopefully this time, an eco for the pod bots. They did force buy, I believe, after they lost the bonus round. So yeah, they will full eco this time. Only a 5-7 and a deagle for Keza.
Yeah, and it's kind of in half Natty's court right now. You know, you've gone 3 to 4 in terms of the rounds, like wins to losses. So you've got the economy, you've just got to work with it, find as many advantages, because once you go to switch sides, I feel as if that's where podbots are really going to pop off. You're seeing Shuro loves just to sneak around the map and not go with the team, and it's not what they've seen from, like, you know, the first go rounds. They kind of like to 4-stack and 5-stack, but Shuro likes to play this lurk really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, if it has so much success, but it doesn't even matter at this point. This bomb will get planted, and let's see. Are we gonna go and give them our lives while we attempted maybe take down some of their armors, maybe try to take some of their AKs out? But Cyril, we'll start with the first one, but I want to look at Hano. Hano already in B apps, and that might be the key player on the flank as Skep also gets taken out. Hano will be waiting patiently, but sadly, nobody will be hitting their way. Kazam will face his death in just about a second. After gets the first kill, Leaf will just kind of bait Ligan first before shooting Kazam in the back. But it's Frosty with the AK trying to stay alive. One player just behind him. Can Frosty find the right angle to hide? Spots an opponent connector. Gets one kill. Can he get the one in sandwich? He cannot. And it's going to be Hano trying to die, but yeah. Only 2 kills, but they lost an AK in the process, Mighty Sloth.
Yeah, I feel as if maybe Frosty's decision-making... Obviously, the first kill was really good and you want to peek onto Puzzle, but I feel as if maybe the save would have been more optimal. I know they can buy, but maybe keeping that AK would have just, you know, rounded out the economy a little bit better for their team. And, you know, half Natty Head Tappers, it's as we said, they've got the money, they've got the AKs, they've got the confidence to push, but it's not really been Podbot's, like, you know, game. They've kind of been playing, like... They've kind of been playing at the tempo that the Head Tappers have kind of been playing, as we see a spray battle go on through mid. Is Skep taking on so low, the utility all being thrown in this mid. It's a 4 versus 5 duel.
Spray control
finds first into Hano, and now Legan. What can you find through smoke? And the Leaf actually burns Skep to death as Zero finds another one to Kazam, and it's all down to Ting and Frosty in a 2 versus 4.
Okay, stop going one by one. Hello, you had a 5 versus 2, down to a 2 versus 3, and all of your players are below 40 HP. This is now somewhat doable. Can Ting get one more? No, Tom Jips with an off angle, and now they spotted Frosty. Frosty, do you know how low your opponents are? Do you want to contest this? I believe you have the tools for it, but now the smoke is going to slow them down. Frosty's going to smoke himself off as well.
I feel as if Frosty's always in these positions where they've got to try and clutch out or save, and it's that decision-making which is so crucial, especially when your whole team has died. And it's another round for half Natty Head Tappers, which is likely to win, is, you know, Frosty's disappeared to the other side of the map, doesn't want to lose that rifle they're holding on to. And let's just talk about, you know, how the half's going so far. You feel as if going into this, Podbots would have the advantage on CT side, but half Natty Head Tappers, they've surprised us, should we say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is great. I actually forgot which team chose this map, but it definitely... I mean, with a Head Tapper starting on attack, I feel like this must be their map pick, but I might be wrong. Currently, they're playing some very beautiful Counter-Strike, and yet again, they have to eco. The pod... Yeah. Okay,
So-
they did pick it, yeah. But they have to eco again for the pod bots, so... Mighty Sloth, I really think they need to change it up after they will save once again.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Podbots, they're kind of very optimistic in terms of, you know, we buy the rifles, we're going to win out this round, and then they don't, and they're just losing as much. They're throwing money out the bit, like into the bin, basically.
Yeah.
And with the likes of Half Natty, they're now in a position where they're not concerned for money. Is Skep here getting a bit too aggressive? Is Shuri actually kills them blind, which is really well played. Leaf here, another angle where you just love to see them sneaking on, but Frosty finds one in a second, finds it in third, and Mai's the one to shut them down. And it's always Frosty that seems to be the one playing over Podbots. They've kind of put them in a position where Mai and Shuro, again, left alone as this duo, and they have to fall back all the way to T.
This was a great usage of Save Them 4 coming in from the pod bots, but now Ting and Hano are trying to find some of the AKs on the ground to pick them up. The head tappers must be aware of this. Oh, spots one. That is Ting, I believe, with a deagle.
Yeah, it's just the taps coming through. And I feel as if this is where you test the waters. Obviously, with the likes of Mirage, you're kind of in a position where there's so many angles you have to watch and where people could be lurking that it has to be decisive. You know, it has to be some decisive counter strike. You've got to block off these angles, which is beautifully like seen from Half Night head tappers. It kind of just blocks off sight, and it's an easy plant for them.
Yeah, great choice from the head tappers to go back to A. You don't want to let the pod bots get on site and pick up this fallen AKs. You should know that you still have the gun advantage, so you're going to be playing long distance fights. One in Palace, one in Ramp, but Hano is getting closer and closer. Gonna clear Sandwich, gonna clear left, and gonna get headshotted by Mai with a nice spray down. Ting, oh my goodness! The Deagle Bullet is not aware. 180 tries to clear the corner. Zero stack play that very easily, but gives half a chance. Wide peak, headshot, 7-3 for the head tappers. Those are some very nice heads being tapped right there, my friend.
Yeah, I feel as if I wasn't expecting the head to just be taken clean off from the side of Podbots, but you know that's their confidence in their aim and their mechanical skill that they're showing. But Podbots, they can still controlling the place. They've obviously won 7 rounds now, and you've got to feel as if in this half, Podbots need to show up because right now, you know, the first 1 to 5 rounds, they were playing really, really well and really like, I don't know, concise and together. And I feel as if with Half Natty's chaotic playstyle, I feel as if they've kind of thrown a spanner in the works.
Okay, but they do have an op this time around. Ting decided to pick it up for his side and has been doing lots of good work with 9 kills, topping the scoreboards for the CTs. But look at the aggressiveness. Tom GX already so close in connector. Kezam will be playing in stairs. Who's going to come out on top? This could be opening up the map for the T's. But Tom GX gets the timing, spots the opponent, gets the spray down. Yes, he can. And he's got to spot the op. And Hano, though. Oh, they have a double op set up for Podbots. I didn't even spot the second one.
I mean, that's the money play you want to see, and it's, you know, I feel as if that timing that Kazam found was just really, really unlucky. I feel as if Tom just found a really crisp angle as Leaf here finds these unconventional angles that kind of just force Podbots into comfortable situations. Yeah. As Leaf does it again off the back of the van. And now you're in a 2 versus 4. What can Skep and Hano do? I mean, not much as Skep is executing the back of Kitchen. And you just want to save the AWP if you're Hano, don't you?
Playing a double op could be amazing if you manage to get the opening kills on the CT side, but if you're losing the bomb plant, you can't take it back. Obviously, using either op to retake a site is very difficult, especially if you have to, but the economy will crumble yet again, and it's going to be 5-round difference for the head tappers. With only 1 more round to go, the Podbots will have to play a single op and force into the last round of this half. And they are playing some, well, like, this is what we talked about. Mighty Slaughter, nice flick. Oh, I went away with the life. But I'm just saying, we predicted kind of a potential danger for the Podbots. They've been playing lots of Counter-Strike over the last couple of days, and it might just be getting to them because they're not playing like we've come to expect from their side.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I feel as if maybe Mirage, it's kind of just forced them into a position where they play a lot of CS, they get feeling weary, they know the day ahead of them that they have, and it's maybe causing the decision-making to feel, you know, it looks pressured, it looks kind of shaky, but I feel as if maybe warming up to maybe go on the T side, they might have a better chance. Because we have seen some beautiful play from the likes of Frosty and Hano, and even Kazam with some of those Deagle plays, so I feel as if maybe how rushed Half Natty head tappers have forced Podbots to play, I feel as if that's what's done them in a bit, as Kazam does take 1 down onto Mai. And this is the kind of first time advantage we've seen for Podbots where they've not been in a position where they've been rushed. Seeing a nice engage from Half Natty head tappers, but the Molotov just blocked them off. And here's the push from Ligan. Actually finds one onto Skep through the wall. And now you've got to look at the AWP from Hano and how useful is it actually going to be?
Hano gets jumped in from top sandwich. The AWP will not get anything. A flash will completely blind Kazam, but now the teammate will help him. Kazam will manage to finish this one off. But it's going to be Frosty playing yet again alone. And 1v3. It feels like this has been the story of the entire half, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, It's been Frosty lurking on a different side and then kind of a nice spray onto Tom. I feel as if Frosty's just one of these players where they're always in these clutch positions by how they play and their play style. And you've kind of just got to go for it. Try and look for any picks that you can. It won't really shake up Half Nighty's economy, but just have that pressure as Frosty doesn't find this shot onto Shiro. And now you're in a position where a 9-3 Half Nighty head tappers have hit the gate running.
9-3. Pistols will be so important, but looking at the score, wow, Zero Stack with 16. I didn't even pay attention to that. It just feels like Zero Stack, a reliable lurk, always making everything they need to be doing down mid, coming through connector, coming through short, coming through balcony. 16 and 6, looking absolutely amazing, and it will be tactical timeout to start off the second half. Maybe you just want to calm down, you want to reset after that pressure that's been applied onto you, but if you're the Podbots and you cannot convert this pistol into a victory, we might be looking at the end of the game.
I mean, it's kind of, I don't want to sow the seeds of defeat already, but Podbots, they kind of have to show how dominant their T side can be. Because, you know, with the likes of the Half Nighty head tappers, they've kind of just put T in a position where it looks so strong and so decisive. And if Podbots can implement that into their game plan, I feel as if maybe that might work a little better. But we'll just see how both teams operate on, you know, a side switch. Because right now they're just going to run at each other. We are seeing the 5 men through apps straight onto this B site.
It's the same tactic. It's the same tactic we saw. But no. Oh, they don't want to be heard from short. They might just catch Ligan by surprise. Ligan does not have armor. A diffuse kit and the short. Yes, that's why you are getting punished by Skep with a wallbang with the Glock. The smokes will come in time. Zero cannot do anything from this short position as the smoke will expand. There is this tiny gap, but it will not be proving helpful for him as he gets sprayed down with a Glock through the smoke by Ting. Leaf, can you get anything back for your side? But no, it's Skep with yet another 2 versus 4. Tom with the first on the board down to 17 HP.
Oh, Kazam, what are you about to do? If Kazam just swings, his feeling is good, but Tom maybe just feels forced to jump out of window there. And now it's all down to Leaf. The replacement play, what can you do? Finds a headshot, lovely onto Skep, but taken down, and that's maybe the T side we need to see from Podbots.
Yeah, interesting change to the B take approach. Not the full rush classic one, but yeah, I think if you're aligned in that position and you know you're not playing with shields, you obviously had a smoke you wanted to use to slow them down after spotting the opponents, but you got to go for the jump spot, not for the barrel hold, because that's what happens. The Glocks are so strong in CS2 compared to CSGO, and yeah, that's why Ligan got punished. 2 and 7, very quiet game for him, and the head tappers will probably be saving, but Ligan does have his use. I just want to mention that if we see anything crazy happening.
When will we predict the Zeus kill? Because if it does come out, I feel as if Podbots are going to be kicking themselves. You see Zero get on the aggressive, but it's just the difference in guns right there. Frosty, quick, easy kill. And maybe Half Natty, they've just got to take away some of the Galils. I know it won't affect the economy of Podbots too much, but for Half Natty head tappers to close up this game, you've got to be concise. You've got to be decisive in terms of who you're killing. Is Ligan here? Oh my word, with the Zeus, doesn't actually find it. It's Ting. Takes down Ligan, a bit of a comedic moment right there. I'm not sure why the Zeus was pulled out, but hey, it was fired at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big investment. It's a strong gun. Maybe Mirage a bit harder to find those close quarter angles, unlike a map like Nuke, which we won't be seeing today. But yeah, this should be easy pickings. Hano or Kezam actually will be going for the Mac 10 kills. Beautiful pop flash, swinging in kitchen, getting the kill, and it's going to be Leaf and Mai holding a crossfire angle in the balcony. This could be good. It doesn't matter. It's going to be the Mac 10 player hitting you. Even if you do get the kill, you don't want to take the Mac 10 into the next round.
No, you don't want to be taking it to the next round, especially when you know you're going to be able to buy it up. I feel as if you're Leaf and Mai here, you're just looking for exits, but with the guns you have now, I feel like this is where Skep wants to perform. Leaf smells out a plan, though. Ting does find it onto Mai. And now you're a 1 versus 5, trying to close out as many kills as you can to try and get anything. As Ting swings around, takes Leaf's head off. And Podbots, they're warming up. This is the engine you kind of see. It's kind of warming up. They're kind of putting themselves in a driving seat position. But, you know, it's still 9-5. They've got a mountain to climb. And if they can do it, you know, it'd be respectable. But Podbots, they've got a long way to go yet.
Yeah, they needed the pistol. And they probably need this round as well. If not the next one, they still have 2 Mac 10s from the previous. So they will be going for a full A split, and they're not actually slow at all. They're just popping flashes, throwing the smokes in already. It's gonna be 3 through Palace coming in, but it's gonna be okay. Only a single kill will get traded by Hano with the Mac 10, but finally taken out. The smokes have not landed just yet though, and that's why you're losing these duels.
Yeah, and this is where the aggressive mollies come down onto jungle, trying to close off mid, but Leaf here going to find another angle. I feel as if they won't get spotted. Scarepig might be the recipient of some damage from Leaf, but grenades come through. Clears the smoke beautifully. Leaf finding one, Ligan finding another. Ting spraying through smoke, and Ting, 1 versus 3, some chaos, and Leaf. I love that play. Threw a grenade to clear out smoke, and Leaf with a concise, snappy headshot. That's kind of unexpected, especially for a round where, you've come into it, you've got the M4 A1S, and you've just cleared sight really easily. That aggressive punish, it's just so nice to see.
Not entirely sure why the approach was to just fully rush. You still had 3 AKs. The people just jumped outside of Palace without waiting for the smokes to land, and that's why they got punished. Maybe trying to catch the head tappers by surprise, but obviously that wasn't going to be the case. And you kind of threw a round away if you're the pod bots there. Let's see if this time around, being slightly slower is going to be successful.
Yeah, I feel as if the slow playstyle of just figuring out where the gaps in the armor of half natty head tappers are, I feel like that's what pod bots are really good at doing. I think this Skep already finding one onto my actually, just catching out an easy pick as Tom finally back onto Skep, and it's kind of the style I think podbots want to adapt to. They want to play this slow style where they can find gaps where they want to push, whereas half natty head tab is the kind of the party hard. They want to rush in, they want to cause some chaos, they want to just be that aggressive force to be reckoned with, and I don't think they've smelt out the play. Podbots causing a little bit of confusion as 4 members kind of opting to hover around mid for half natty head tappers. Flashes do come out onto site. Smoke's also coming down with the Molotovs, and this is where Podbots get on the aggressive. Frosty taking out Tom G. Spray comes through from Zero, and now they've gone onto site. How a half natty head tap is going to retake this?
Look at Leaf positioning. Frosty's aware though. Leaf cannot come on top of the duel. Very nice uphill battle, and yeah, it's gonna have to be a save. 2 M4s will get taken to the next round. The economy is not looking too great for the head tapper, so they need to re-opt for this. Okay, Ligan, stop playing around just to follow your teammate into kitchen. Podbots, I don't think you want to chase for the kill here either. You just got to take all the 4 AKs into the next round. And it's getting closer. The round deficit is certainly narrowing down, especially as the CTs won't have money to fully buy into the next. So we might be looking at even a 10-8 scoreline.
Yeah, I feel as if 10-8's the optimal for podbots to kind of have the comeback realised. I feel as if maybe if you're the half natty head tappers, you might want to take a timeout soonish just to reset the tempo. I know on CT side they're not going to be able to play as aggressive as they specifically want to. Gizmy. I mean, Lena talked about it. The sign spells it out, but I don't feel as if it'll affect their team much, even though Gizmy did dodge.
I mean, they're doing quite well even without Gizmy thus far. So yeah, maybe it's best to not think about the player you're missing. You've been Hanoed. I mean, Hano's had a good performance this far. Yeah, that's fair.
I feel as if Hano's been a surprising player. They've kind of been in angles you don't expect and gotten kills they maybe shouldn't have gotten. I know they've also been the recipient of getting killed, maybe in angles which are unfortunate. But I feel as if a lot of these teams, the pressure that they're feeling right now coming into this, second half, I feel as if it might rise a little. They've still got another games to go. So I think Vertigo is going to be a very different map to how we're seeing Mirage going.
Well, I'd hope so, because Vertigo is definitely a way more imbalanced map, if you ask me personally, although we have seen in recent times people find a lot of success on the T side as well. But yeah, speaking of this Mirage, we only had 2 rounds when someone went for an op. Obviously, one of those 2 rounds was a round where we had a double op setup, so I guess that kind of doubles the amount of rounds. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Let's go with that. Let's run with that for now. I'm just really wanting to see how this game closes out. If I'm all honest, especially with the gap being closed in terms of round, like the round difference. I don't feel as if either team's really bothered by it. I look at some of the players right now, just casually rocking on their chair, waiting to see what's going on. They don't seem phased at all. If I was in this position in a grand finals, I would be stressing and sweating and just freezing. I'm telling you that now.
No, if I was in the grand finals, I would be ice cold. Nobody would see any stress from me. Yeah. No, I'm joking. Obviously, there's a big reason why all of the talented players here are playing this grand finals, and we're not. We are only talking about them.
I could never be on that stage. I feel as if maybe if I was in their position, obviously with CS being such a competitive and a staple within especially British esports, I feel as if the pressure would just rise throughout the day, and especially if you're like some pod bots, if you're looking at the throughout the whole day and you got to play multiple BO3s. I think that's what's daunting, because you're in a grand final, you want to obviously show your stuff and win it all. And then you've just got to look at the end of the day. It's like, oh, we can't celebrate or go hard too early because we've got more games.
Yeah, but pressure makes diamonds, right? Isn't that what
Oh,
everybody
yeah. I mean,
says?
that's what they say.
Well, let's see. Well, I think you are a diamond, Mighty Sloth. I really.
Oh, thank you very much.
But let's see which diamond will shine brighter in this upcoming round, as we have an aggressive push down short. We have 4 players attacking it, and it's going to be Leaf, the stand-in, getting the kill onto Frosty. But now the reveal through the smoke. Great positioning. Zero Stack going to catch Hano by surprise. Leaf with the second from short. And Kezam, the sole survivor of these 4 people down short, and will not be for long. Ting, the only one not to join the squad down short. Double FAMAS tap from B. And wow, that tech pause really benefited the head tappers.
Yeah, I know I talked about a tempo reset in terms of a technical, like a timeout, but that kind of just put them in a position where they're like, I feel as if they changed their playstyle completely. Although Leaf still playing on a knife's edge, to re-peak that on such low HP to find a second kill, that's just what Leaf does, though. I just finds unconventional angles time and time again, loves to aggressively swing when maybe players don't expect, and it's another situation where pod bots, you kind of got to look on the horizons. Are half 90 head tappers going to take this?
This could be the last round. Well, no, that's not actually. Yes, this could be the last round actually for the pod bots with full purchase. So they really need to not just plant the bomb, but also convert into a victory. 11-7 would be much better for their side than 12-6 with no money in the bank. Skep already only a Tech 9 in hand.
It's not the position you want to be in. I know both teams are just trying to force it out to try and close out this game. Is Hano not finding the shot into window here? They're just trying to completely seal it off. They don't want to get peeked onto mid. This is where the aggressive A comes into. And Mai smelled it out. Well, they finally picks AK sprays come through as Frosty takes down Mai, but takes Hano with him. And Zero spraying down onto Frosty and Kazama. Tom doesn't get checked here. The spray throughs in the Tech 9 and AKs. Ting gets swinged on. And Zero with a 4K in that round. Insane clutches out. I'm kind of lost for words how Zero found some of those angles, you know. I understand the peeking with Mai went so well on that first peek straight through mid, and then just to close out another 2 kills. It's kind of what Zero's been doing this whole game, though. That aggressive playstyle. Kill leader with 22 kills. I don't know how you feel about that, Waxon, but I'd say you're impressed. We are seeing an aggressive 4-man push straight onto Apps here, trying to smell out anything they can. Half that head tappers, you know, playing reactive. And the tech 9s and Deagles coming through. It's not what you want to see as Mai finds contact onto Ting. Can't find anything though. Just running away. They know they have the gun advantage. They don't need to force these unconventional fights. The Skep gets taken down by Leaf. And half Nazi head tappers might just close this out right now. Seeing Legion here sneak up on, but they're opting to go through Apps here. You kind of got to think, how do they want to push? They've not got the gun advantage as Legion doesn't find any shots onto anyone. And Hano taking on Legion, and that just might be the AK pickup, but I wouldn't count out Zero right now. Hano finding another. And you're looking at Zero, Mai, and Tom G. Nice. Oh, the sprays don't come through. It's just the closeout from pod bots right now. And man. This is what you want to see. I know it's match point right now. From the likes of Zero. I feel as if that round was rushed and forced, especially with the Tech 9 push, but I feel as if maybe Half Know Your Head Toppers could have played a bit more cleanly in terms of the fights they want to take.
I mean, they won with pistols. I mean, they had the backs towards the wall, and they managed to convert into the victory. So that was a great attempt, great usage of the Tech 9s. Now, let's see if they can replicate and have the same success with the big guns, because I feel like they've won more rounds without playing with rifles, right? Whenever we see them having AKs or even M4s when they were CTs, they didn't have as much success as they have had with the MAC-10s and the Tech 9s.
Yeah, I feel as if maybe when podbots are put in unconventional circumstances where they don't obviously have the wallet to play around with AKs, I feel as if that doesn't affect them, though. They still play this aggressive style that they want to maybe implement to their game plan. Obviously, we talked about earlier, they love to play this slow methodological pushing, checking angles, and I feel as if when they rush themselves, they play a lot worse. I feel as if maybe they're just trying to change their game plan in a sense of they want to play at Nutty Head Tappers kind of tempo, and they're kind of finding it in the closing stages of this game.
No, that does make sense. That does make sense, and hopefully we will see a bit more of this before we go over the finish line on this map number 1, because carrying momentum going into map 2, yes, even if they will lose Mirage, it will be good for them to start more confident on their map pick of Vertigo. But yeah, we currently have a bit of a tech issue. I don't know what's just happening right there. I see one of our admins playing with tape and
Yeah, I mean, obviously tech issues are a part of events, and obviously the amazing team, they're going to handle it. They always do, and they're always so great on stage, especially in high pressure land situations. So respect to them, and obviously us casting remotely, we've got a spectacle of a game on our hands, because right now I'm looking at Vertigo and I'm looking at if Half Know Your Head Tappers can actually close this game, and Vertigo is the map they've got to kind of prove themselves on. I feel as if that's maybe an interesting situation to be in. I don't know your thoughts on it, because obviously we talked about it beforehand. Vertigo isn't our favorite maps, but maybe for some of these players it's one of the ones they perform best on.
5 rounds, not the biggest mountain to climb, and we've seen bigger comebacks from either of these teams, but yeah, the confidence doesn't really seem to be there. And obviously the tech pause, the previous tech pause definitely did not help the podbots, because we saw the head tappers coming and just, tapping the heads of everybody around them. So maybe the podbots can maybe take some of that and apply it to their own next round, because they will now have a full 5 set of AKs, full smokes, flashes, and HEs. I think actually even some mollies to maybe clear some of those areas in the A bomb side. But I gotta ask you, do you believe in the comeback, Mighty Sloth?
I mean, I'm always a lover of comeback stories. It kind of just fits into a lot of esports, like competitive series. Like comebacks are things that you look at, you're like, oh, they look so clean, and it's so heartbreaking for the team that gets, like, obviously snuck up on in terms of rounds. I feel as if maybe, because obviously, the Nutty Head Tappers, they only need one more round to close up this game, and the way they've been playing right now, that aggressive playstyle, even when on CT, it kind of just suits them closing out this game. I feel as if, though, the comeback could be alive. I don't know, I feel like when you're especially on the T side, they've definitely warmed up. So I'm not sure where the angle of this game can go. If it's a comeback angle, it just makes the day longer for them. And if it's not, and they just want to go to Vertigo, I can see that also happening.
Yeah. No, I think this is a very fair analysis, my friend. What do you think about this approach of not running off? Because I really believe the AWP is such a strong map or such a strong gun on Mirage. I'm actually quite confused.
Yeah.
Quite confused about the lack of AWP thus far.
Yeah, I feel as if we'll see it more implemented into the other two maps. I'm not sure for now. I feel as if AWPs could be the way to go for the likes of Nutty Head Tappers to close out this game. I feel as if maybe as a staple gun, it's not going to be used in terms of these close angle fights, but that's just my opinion on it.
Well, as we await for the tech issue to be resolved, we will be sending to a quick break, but when we're back, it will be still Mirage Map 1 between the Head Tappers and the Podbots. Stay tuned.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mass to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Let's go! Monster Black. Monster Black. Let's go! Nice. Monster Black. Monster Black.
That right there, Monster Plays of the Week.
Okay.
Monster Energy is doing a Monster Site giveaway.
NSC Stay at Home series
supported by Monster Energy.
Here today we have multiple tournaments running. We're going to have 430 gamers and up to 600 spectators. Almost 1,000 devices using the internet and the whole network. Before we had the Draytech solution in, we were having issues with reliability. We know that when we deploy the Draytech solution, we're going to get what's on the tin. It works. Our customers are actually experiencing almost 3 times the speed that they've had in the last event that they came.
Every gamer knows who Draytech is. It's the very backbone of this epic LAN event.
So I would recommend Draytech. Overall, just a really good company, really good product.
And we are back with potentially the last round of the first map, as we had one of the players actually giving us a bombastic side eye to the camera right there, Mighty Sloth. I don't know if you
I
caught
feel
it.
as if that's I did catch it. I feel as if that's some charisma coming out. I feel as if both these teams. Obviously we were talking before the pause. We were talking about comeback angles, and we're talking about AWPs in League in here. Obviously, picking up the AWP, and is that something you love to see?
I mean, Ligon, they're winning 12-7, so I'm not going to complain about him being 4-10. But maybe that's why he's been quiet, because he's an AWP player. He unfortunately will be pushed back by the smoke and the molly, so we'll not be able to see it for a few seconds. But look at Hano, very aggressive, already rotating around. Meanwhile, Tom does get the kill, and there's no smoke in CT. There's no smoke in CT. There's a missed smoke, and Zero has got to line them up. 1, 2. Can they get more? No. Finally, actually got the third in the process. It's Kezam. 1v3. Can they get one? Not enough bullets, and it's gonna be 13 on the board. First map of the grand finals. Go for the head tappers.
That's just Zero being Zero. Like, the whole game, they've been this player where they aggressively swing, they peek into unconventional angles, and they just find kills on kills every single round. Pulling out above 20 kills where most players don't even reach it. So that's kind of the game plan that I feel as if, half nutty head tappers they've adapted to. This aggressive playstyle on the backs of Zero, it seems to work really well.
I mean, it was successful, and I can definitely see why this was the map pick of the head tappers. Sadly, the pod bots weren't actually feeling it on Mirage, and I think even the last round that we saw is actually proof of of the fact that they were not comfortable in Mirage. They hit the A site and they lined up the smokes for the entire. They created a wall of smokes on the complete right side, covering arch, covering connector, balcony, and sandwich. But there was no smoke CT. That is a crucial mistake when you take over a site. And we talked about this Mighty Slot even before we went live. I said that's one of the reasons I don't like Mirage when I play in my Gold Nova brackets, because nobody knows how to throw the smokes. So to see it at this level happening, maybe the pressure. There was a smoke in the middle of the site. Someone missed it. Someone didn't jump properly. But yeah, such mistakes are going to be punished, especially by players like Zero. And that is the story of Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, we came into this expecting pods to kind of show themselves on this map, and obviously crucial mistakes do play into the defeat, but I feel as if maybe it's the daunting factor of playing the whole game, like the whole day, going to grand finals, all that pressure's riding them, so mistakes will be made, but I feel as if going into Vertigo, it's going to be a lot more of a comfort feeling for them.
Well, I cannot wait to see what both Leaf as the stand-in, second top on the leaderboard chart, and obviously Zero himself can bring onto Vertigo, or if the pod bots can actually show us why they made it to grand finals. But we're going to find that out after a quick break, so stay tuned for the second map of the CS2 grand finals. Welcome back to NSC British Esports Championship Spring 2024 CS2 Grand Final. It's map 2. I'm Wax and joined by the Mighty Sloth, bringing you all of the action between the Podbots and the Head Tappers. Mighty Sloth, the Podbots are trying to go for the reverse sweep right now. They were the favorites coming into this Grand Final, but after that performance on Mirage, do you still think they have what it takes?
I feel so. I mean, with Vertigo coming up next, and it's kind of more of a map maybe they might be more confident on, and looking in the horizon have Overpass, I feel as if that's what they're hoping for. Because right now, I feel as if they kind of got forced in a position where the Head Tappers forced them out of Mirage completely, taking a dominant victory there. So maybe it's a tempo reset, it's a mental reset for the Podbots, but we'll just have to see, because Vertigo is one of those maps where it's kind of unexpected of which way it's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, we've recently seen teams have consistently more success on the T side of Vertigo, although traditionally it is a very CT-sided map. So I'm gonna be keeping my eyes onto that one, because we will have the Head Tappers be CT, but then the Podbots, they chose this map, and they knew most probably that they will have to start on attack. And yeah, let's see how their T-side approach is going to change, because their Mirage T-side definitely didn't impress me, but hopefully now on their map pick, they will have what it takes to at least rack up a few early rounds at the beginning and get the momentum on their side.
Yeah, and keep your eyes on, obviously, Zero and Leaf. They've been the leaders in kills for the previous game. We're already seeing some first combats as Leaf going for this aggressive CT push, and they already know where everyone is. They know where they're pushing. Ligan again has a quiet game one and pops off. He finds another. And the Head Tappers, they just close out 5 kills on a flawless round.
Wow. I mean, that's all I can say. I think Ligan finished the last game, despite winning 13-7, finished with a total of 5 kills, already almost halfway there with 2 beautiful entries to stop this B takeover. And the Head Tappers, yeah, I mean, Mighty Sloth, we talk about momentum, and they're carrying it into this Pistols. Let's see.
Yeah.
We shouldn't see a force buy from the T side. They didn't plant the bomb, no. It's full eco, 5 Glocks.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, one Deagle, sorry.
Yeah. I feel as if Podbots were not expecting that. They have this aggressive push, and Ligan just shoots 2 people, 1 through smoke, completely blind. And Zero, again, in these really unexpected off angles, are trying to boost up onto box here. Do they know where they are? Frosty finds 1, and this is where the engage comes down. Zero finds 2 with it. Leaf finding 1 on the back end of that. And Podbots' offensive pressure just gets stopped as Mai finds another. And there's obviously Frosty all alone. Mai takes him down, and half natty Head Tappers. That's ridiculous. It's for CT side on Vertigo to have 2 rounds out the blast. Like, I'm impressed.
I loved the attempt at a boost in mid, maybe to catch the M4 player by surprise, but in the end it was Zero with some very nice spray readjustment, and only 1 MP9 for Tom GX on the side of the Head Tappers. Now let's see if the Podbots can find Tom and win an early gun advantage duel, but the Mollies will slow down any potential fast attempts, but the Podbots are playing this as a default, which is probably the correct approach.
Yeah, it's probably the correct approach, just to reset themselves and not have as many mistakes, because mistakes are where people lose it, especially when half natty head tappers, they kind of, oh, what is this from Mike? Is this conventional, do you think, to hide here?
I think, yes, in that position, I think Mai's purpose probably might surprise someone and get a kill, but definitely will bait the opponents towards that side and allow Leaf to actually get some work down from the catwalk onto the side. But let's see, Skep aware, very slow pace, and Leaf is actually going to peek first.
The timing on that's ridiculous, and I think they're expecting Skep. And I don't think Skep's expecting 3 members to descend on them as my jiggling this angle here jumps. Skep still doesn't know where the players are. And this is what Podbots want to do. They want to play some low, they want to play methodological, and it makes sense for their play style. Whereas the likes of Half Natty, they've got to go on the offensive always, and here we see the engage for Podbots, where it's all going to kick off.
No, Tom does get one with the MP9. Kezam unfortunately forced, but look at Zero playing behind the smoke. He's going to get one easy spray down. Can he get more? No. Skep with a great readjustment as well, but it's going to be Ligon pushing through the smoke. Getting one is down to a double kill for Ligon. Leaf with the third, and the gun round is done. You had a case. You didn't get the kills. This is looking very, very scary for the Podbots here, Mighty Slot. I mean, to the point of I might even consider a tactical timeout right now.
Yeah, I'd say maybe if you lose the next round, definitely go for a tactical time, because right now, the mental of some of these players, especially with the daunting prospect of having, to play more CS throughout the whole entire day, it's affecting their game plan. And from the likes of Hano and Skep, they've just got to perform a little bit better on these entries. But, if you're half natty head tappers right now, you've got big smiles on your face. You're 3-0 already up in Vertigo. And you're on the prospects of, winning a grand finals as Leaf tears up onto Ting, and Mai finds another Kazam. Kazam obviously taking on Legan, and Skep taking on Leaf. And all the action's kicking off on all different parts of the map. And how do you feel as if Podbots can come back into this push?
I think it's going to have to be Hano being very patient in this angle and play as a lurk, allow his teams to make the noise, force Zero Stack to rotate and help down B, and then Hano maybe catching by surprise. This should be the correct approach, but they will be gathering up, actually. They want to play this together. They know one of their players is low HP, so they will try to go for trades, but it's Zero Stack. First headshot, another spray down, and the third! Whoa! Whoa! That was nasty.
Zero's doing Zero things again, transferring it from Mirage to Vertigo. It doesn't matter where Zero plays. They just find so many kills. I was kind of gobsmacked, I'm lost for words of the fact that they can easily just find 3 kills without even the blink of an eye.
Truly, this is what I was afraid of originally when I first saw the veto. I told you, playing Vertigo, if you lose the opponent's map pick and you're 1 map down, you're playing T-side is not great. Oh my goodness, so much damage coming in from the utilities. Molly's HE is getting down to below half HP, but now Ligon does get taken out by the Glock of Hano. Getting onto the side, the spray down from Leaf doesn't really connect to anybody. Waiting for Mai, will boost on top of each other. He's gonna spot one to the left. Can they get more? Spraying down, the Molly still pushing the Tias away, cannot plant the bomb.
Yeah, and it's utility usage from half natty head tappers. It was kind of not so clean last game. But this time it's so clean with the setups and mollies as Leaf finds one through smoke. You gotta feel as if half natty head tappers will close up this round. It's only Glocks in hand, the Tech 9 for Frosty. And another head taken off by Mai, and Leaf finds another. And it's another round where only 1 member falls, and half natty head tappers in the driving seat for Vertigo.
Good plant coming in from the Podbots though, but this round felt like head tappers were just playing deathmatch.
That's exactly what it felt like. They kind of just ran in, found kills. That nade onto 2 members, taken onto half HP, made it so the fight was not in the side of Podbots' favour. And it's as you said, you're a man who likes utility. How do you feel as if, you can climb back into Vertigo? Because utility and smoke placements on this map is so crucial.
Finally, but though, Hano picking up the AWP. We missed it a lot on Mirage, but now starting with it on the T side of Vertigo, not the easiest to make it work, but it doesn't need to as Skep gets the first headshot, and now the HT will slow down Mai and get it down to 40 HP. Great beginning for the Podbots. You have to be patient. 90 seconds on the clock, but look at Ting and look at Zero. Zero made his way so up close and personal. He's gonna reposition. Ting is not expecting this. The smoke will dissipate, but no! Okay.
Oh, the timing.
The sixth sense.
Yeah, this is what this game does to people. Like, as we can see through walls and no one plays so close, it's unbelievable what you can actually find in terms of how you missed a player. We're seeing Podbots wanting to opt for more nade usage. It's been quite clean this round, but how do they convert it into a round win? Because they need one right now.
How did he make his way here? It just had the perfect timing after Ting left, sorry. Look at Zero Stack about to get a whole squad in front of him.
Zero, you can't do this. Zero, no. They
Players.
don't expect it at all. Zero.
It's one.
Finds one.
Flash from the teammate, but cannot get more than two. Okay, but now Ting will get the kill with the Molly, and it's still player advantage for Podbot. Somehow, this is still doable. Frosty with a headshot. It's gonna be my half HP headshot from Frosty to put an end to this attempt.
I feel as if Zero got so unlucky there. They creeped up, and I feel as if they should have played it a little bit. They should have sprayed not upwards, but down into the massive bodies that were down, not on the ramp yet. So I feel as if Zero, obviously, the decision-making was great to push that aggressively, but I don't feel as if, they could convert as well as they did. And obviously, with the rest of their team on such low health from the frag grenades, it kind of just seemed like Podbots were put in a position where they could actually convert, quick, snappy kills into a round win. And, it's 5-1. It's still daunting that early on, but hey, it's one on the board. It's, you've got to win 12 more.
I mean, if that round if Zero would have managed to convert that round, it would have been completely disastrous for the Podbots. I'm not entirely sure if they managed to save the AWP, but I think they should have, because everybody died pretty much in the same place. But I gotta commend Frosty, man. We talked about Frosty at the beginning of Mirage was the sole survivor every single round for the side of the Podbots, and yet again prevailing in the last couple of duels to convert the first round on the board for his side. So I gotta ask you here, Mikey Slot, if you're Frosty, how do you rally your team behind you? Because it's clearly you are the only one that has showed up to play in this grand final thus far.
I feel as if, obviously, performing is the first step to it. And leading on to a fact that you've got to motivate your team to try and, play alongside the way that you're playing this aggressive play style, being the one to clutch out rounds. I feel as if Frosty's got to put them on their back for a little bit until they can get themselves running. It's almost like looking after a baby. You got to wait, you got to look after them, and you got to watch them run and grow up. I feel as if that's what he's got to do right now.
Hopefully. And honestly, attack side, Vertigo on the T is not bad. If you can get 3, even 4 rounds, 4 rounds I think is more than enough on the T side of Vertigo. And if you can convert the next one after you had the first, you might put your opponents back with the backs towards the wall when it comes to the economy, because they might be up 5-1, but looking at the dollars in the bank for the head tappers, if they lose this one, they will have to eco.
Yeah, and I feel as if with how Head Tap has been performing, I don't think they're necessarily worried about losing this round. I feel as if they know they can still win it, and it's likely that, with the money that they have, it could go either way. It's almost on a coin flip. And especially when you've got someone like Zero, who can play so aggressively and get in these really odd angles that you never expect to see a Spur to be able to do, it kind of just works out for them. And, with the backups of Mai and Legan and Leaf, because Legan stepped up this game from last time, and it's one of the players you're probably going to look out for, maybe Vertigo being more of their map. But I am dangerously worried about Hano with the AWP. I feel as if that could maybe make or break a team right now.
There's a lot of action coming in from the CTs, spamming a lot through the smokes with the M4A1s, and you don't have that many bullets in the max as we used to. So, okay, it will be yet another smoke being redeployed. Very beautiful lineup, landing just in time as the other one dissipates. And if you notice, that is a one-way. That is a one-way dissipate smoke, but because obviously of the new CS2 smoke dynamics, it spreads up all the way left, right, center, and above. So it's a very beautiful lineup. Some of the most recent tech being used right here by the head tappers.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see that they can adapt quickly as Leaf adapts the kill on Hano. Taking on the AWP, obviously probably going to be picked up from their teammate as Mai takes down Kazam, and it's his 3 members pouncing down and below this ramp. Leaf finds another, and Mai cleans up house. Head tappers, exactly as I said, they're not bothered by 1 round loss. They take it to 7-1.
I want to go back to that smoke. On Mirage, the oldest map in the book currently, without any changes, we've seen a few mistakes from both sides, but mostly from the pod bots missing a few smokes. And now on your opponent's map pick, the head tappers show us that they do know, like I said, the latest tech. So it might not be their map pick, but they know the ins and outs of this. And now they did manage to win the second gun round. Pod bots will have to... Oh.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Observer. That was actually hilarious. I loved seeing that. But Zero Stack will get 1, 2, yet again, going to feed him more kills.
And it's just Legan here to clean up, especially alongside Leaf. This dynamic duo in Scat. Just take down onto Mai, gets cleaned up again. And it's again on Frosty. It's the person that always gets left alone. And you've got to feel bad for them in these clutching moments as Tom shuts them down. And head tappers, they're wanting to close out this grand finals as fast as possible.
Yeah, this is looking very, very tragic. It was an eco, so I wouldn't read too much into it, and they should have plenty of money to buy now. But you're already down 7-1 as we take a quick look around Birmingham, and this is some very, very phenomenal cosplay. I really think we should get some more Counter-Strike cosplays when it comes to British events. What do you think?
I mean, I'm always a fan for cosplay. It's kind of an art form in its own. So I think I agree with you there. It would be nice to see. Obviously, CS is a game where it would be quite hard to cosplay in terms of like dynamic characters. But hey, a 5-stacking cosplay might be cool.
Oh wow, yeah, I'd love to see that. But I also love seeing Leaf being so aggressive in stairs, taking control of this, playing behind the smoke. We have his teammate Tom just baiting for him, but Frosty doesn't want to have any part of that. Frosty realized, you know what? I don't want to check the corner. Let me join my team where Chasm just died.
Yeah, I feel as if Frosty does have this supernatural sense where they know where players are going to be and have that game knowledge to obviously figure out a way to be alive for a lot longer than his teammates. But unfortunately, when you're in a 7-1 deficit, you've got to try anything. And Hano on the AWP again. Another grenade takes members quite low.
Look at the mollies come through. There's no smokes! You can't take a side when there's no smokes. Mike can just kill you all. What is happening right now? 2 versus 4. Hano still holding the flank, but... That's it. That's the end of the round. Only 1 flash. Okay,
finds Frosty. I'm as baffled as you are at what the utility usage for the likes of Podbots are. Because usually you watch this team and they're so concise and so like coordinate in terms of their utility placement. And it's exactly as you exclaimed, like, where were the smokes?
Maybe not enough money to buy there, but in that moment you maybe don't have Hano purchase the AWP and you just ask him to buy smoke. But Hano had a smoke, he's just busy holding the flank. Everybody else died by the time he could deploy it. 8-1, it was going to be an eco, potentially a 9-1. Hopefully this is a tactical timeout because they need to find their way back into this game. They need to find their way mentally back into this game because I have to be honest with you, Mighty Sloth, they are far from a team that we were hoping to see today in the grand finals.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. When you look at the statistics and look how they've run in previous NSEs, you kind of got to look at, like, you know, Podbots. They're kind of the team to look out for. And as, you know, you just look at it. I don't know. It feels like Podbots are more worried about the end of the day. It's exactly as you said. That mental drain of knowing you have to play a lot of CS today, maybe it's affected their final performance, but hey, a comeback can be realised as Ting does find one onto Tom, and that's the start of it all.
Good kill to open up the round. Ting doing something for his team. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Leaf, the stand-in with 14 and Zero Stack with 11. Both of them have been putting in the bigger... Well, they've been lifting the weight for head tappers on both maps thus far, but now, 70 seconds on the clock. Finally, a slower approach with the player advantage for Podbots. Can they trade for each other?
I feel as if Leaf's the man to watch here. I feel as if Leaf's got an aggressive swing with Legan, it's going to happen very, very soon. And Podbots might not expect it. And if Podbots still take their time with their decision-making and their utility placement, I feel it's going to be a detriment to them because I think like half Nazi head taps are expecting it as Mai finds a headshot onto Skep. Leaf finds one onto Ting, and now the push is completely cancelled. Leaf swing a link. gets headshot to the box.
The smokes are not here either yet. This is a CT smoke. Ligan is going to get headshotted through by Kezam, but Leaf is still alive in the backside. Gets one, gets two, nice spray down, and it's going to be handled down to 5 HP, 1 versus 2. Can he isolate the duels? Zero though. Nice strafe, going to jump in, but will not manage to come on top. That was a beautiful attempt that in the end gets shut down. And yet again, they had 3 smokes. They threw one. They didn't wait for it to land. They were so patient. They played that so beautifully up until the moment when they had to wait just a few more seconds and then explode into side. I want to know why Mighty Sloth.
I'm not sure myself. Obviously, smoke placement is so crucial, and when it's not placed, it causes those angles to not get watched. And Leaf, again, it's exactly as I said, is unwatched. They're able to peak, find 3 kills in that round, and you've kind of got to look, you're like, why is this happening from the side of Podbots? They're usually so, like, I don't know, so much more well-rounded in terms of the utility placement pushing, and it just isn't there right now. And I feel as if half nutty head tappers, they're just bringing the game to them. They're not, you know, they're not dancing at the rhythm that Podbots are saying. They're playing their own game, and it's what's winning for them.
I think actually Leaf had also the entry that round, so I think that might have been a semi-ace coming in from the stand-in. Because I was just saying here, we had 14. So yeah, this is not looking great. You can there's still a chance here. 3 rounds T side. If you win the pistols, I can see the comeback happening. This is Podbots' map pick, so I'm sure they have a strong CT side, but they need to survive until that point.
Yeah, I think surviving is the main thing you'll worry about. Stand-in Leaf leading the kills in terms of 18 kills. I know we talked about it with Lena, how stand-ins could affect the team, but it's not affected them at all. It feels like half Natty head tappers are just used to this kind of play style, and Leaf's dancing at that rhythm, as I said earlier. But Podbots, you've got to close out this half at least with the other, like, you know, with 2 more rounds. Otherwise, you know, realistically, half Natty head tappers could take this 11-1.
Okay, mollies are coming in, flash is coming in, and that's going to make Tom G not be able to see the opponent. Will get killed. Zero, though, will manage to get 1 back.
Isn't this the first bomb plant I think we've seen?
Might be, but look at Leaf trying to get his angle. Mike gonna spray down through the smoke. Kezam gets taken out. 4 versus 3 player advantage for the CTs, and it's gonna be 2 as Mike gets the second. It's gonna be the 3rd for Leaf, and it's gonna be down to Skep. Galil in hand, and not a chance in hell to convert this victory.
Yeah, I mean, the retake was clean from Mike. At least they got, yeah, exactly. You got to look at it with some positivity. They got onto site. They managed to get the plant down, which is probably, I think, the first plant they've actually managed to get. So it is improving. Maybe just a tad bit too late, though. Is that Mr. Pringle?
Wait, did Pikachu just evolve?
Yeah, look at him. Mr. P.
Mr. P. We had Mr. in my life. P can help the Podbots themselves into this final round of the first half. As I said, Ligan gets a spray down through the smoke. 2 players, 3 players, 4 players below half HP, but Skeplin managed to trade one. Flash, Ligan, he can get spotted. Yes, he can, but it's Leaf with another double kill. Leaf pushing through the smoke. Behind, they inverted the roles. Leaf is now attacking. He's a terrorist, and he's gonna get the 3rd. And the 4th, no. Ting. The last survivor for the teams.
I think Mr. P just caused some chaos on stage because Podbots seemed like a completely different team with this aggressive push as Ting finds Tom. And now you're in a position where Podbots could at least win the final round and a half.
1 versus 1, but it's gonna have to be a mountain to climb as Zero Stack is the sole survivor for the CTs. The bomb trying to reveal the opponent position, but do not want to commit just yet. 1 minute on the clock and will get planted right now.
I mean, if it's got to be anyone to clutch out, it's got to be Zero. Last game, they were so, you know, confident and competent, especially when in clutches. And Ting, what can you do? You're looking the wrong way, but it's every angle you've got to check. You're in 10-1, and you've got to close out this half. And do they find it? Zero finds the spray, where Ting takes them down. And signs of life from the likes of Podbots.
Better late than never. Ting managing to clutch that 1 versus 3. To get his team the 2nd on the T side, but now they're switching. And this is the moment when I believe the Podbots might just start to show us what they have in store for us. This is their map pick. This is the favorite side of Vertigo. they got to convert the pistols. If they get the pistols in the first gun round, I'm going to start believing in the reverse sweep. Otherwise, this might be one of the shortest grand finals in a while.
Yeah, and you don't want to be on the receiving end of that, especially if Podbots have got to play a lot more like Counter-Strike, as you said earlier. But, you know, having 10-2, well, I mean, we've seen comebacks from any angle of a game, like, especially in, like, lower levels, like, collegiate levels, and pro level. Like, you've just got to look at, you got to be like, comebacks are a reality that can happen. They are one of the tallest mountains you have to climb, especially in a tactical FPS. So if Podbots can make this happen on them, map pick, if we go past right now, it's then a coin flip angle where both teams have their respectable. I don't want to say methodology comes out on top, but that's kind of what it feels like. But yeah, I don't know what you want to comment on the game, because right now you've got to climb a mountain. Podbots have got to climb a mountain, and that mountain is, you know, the round deficit that the nutty head tappers have created. And I don't know if you want to make comments on it, because right now it does seem quite, you know, I don't want to say the word daunting, but that's what it definitely feels like, especially from a caster's point of view.
I hope, I mean, I hope we can see more of this, because nobody likes to see a stomped grand finals. And yeah, it was a 13-7 on Mirage, and it felt very one-sided thus far. And I really believe the Podbots have more in store that they can show us. And it will have to be with these pistols, Mighty Slot. And let's go back to the question that we had on Mirage. Any dualies we're going to see? Because we had a pair of Dual Berettas on Mirage, and they didn't look too hot.
No, it didn't look too hot, and it's maybe what I talked about. They kind of just default to playing a standardized style in terms of pistol rounds. They are a bit more chaotic than, you know, standard rounds. You're obviously looking at more aggressive playstyles from the T side, but I hope Dual Berettas come out, because they're a funny gun to look at, and they do work out from time to time. But if they do get pulled out, I'll be surprised. But I feel as if, you know, it's maybe not favorable, especially when I'm at like Vertigo, where some of these longer angles you need that USPS just to fight with, and Glock's obviously being better in this, you know, in CS2. I kind of feel as if maybe Dual Berettas might not fit into this grand finals, but I could be wrong, definitely.
Yeah, well, hopefully they have a game plan to somehow stop this momentous momentum. It feels like they're facing a meteorite coming in from the side of the head tappers, who they've kind of stuck true to their name this far. Let's be honest, only headshots I feel like I see every time I look at the kill feed.
Yeah, I mean, that headshot ratio is probably really, really high, and especially with rifles. I feel as if a lot of these players, they know spray pans, they know obviously what they're doing in terms of aim. Like, I would not doubt their aim for, like, the slightest. My aim is terrible in shooters, so watching these players be able to perform a high pressure and still aim really crisp and cleanly, it's nice to see that the mechanical skill is always going to be there. I could never have it, so, you know, hats off to the players.
Wow. Come on, Slot. You don't have to be so harsh on yourself.
I'm not being harsh. I'm being realistic, okay? You know, it's commendable. Like, all these players that reach the finals,
Absolutely.
even if, you know, a deficit right now, like, you've got to give yourself a pat on the back to reaching a grand final, especially when you know that CS2 is such a competitive game in the British esports scene.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are looking at no Dually Berettas. We will be at P2000 for Frosty. Players have kind of been dabbing in and out of using the USP, and I'm curious to see if the P2000 will have any success. But I believe, is that a 5-7 we have on Hano? Anyway, doesn't matter. Leaf takes contact already, spots the opponent, and gets kept down to 74 HP.
I just realized Leaf has 22 kills in 12 rounds. And that's crazy.
Standing numbers, am I right?
Oh yeah, standing numbers, because Zam finds first onto 0. And the smokes you said that needs to be on the T side are coming out for the likes of Half Netty Head Tappers, but the slow's been definitely pushed down. And the Dual Berettas!
Oh, wow. Not in action just yet, but it's going to be Kazam and Skep with 1 kill of the USB of their own. My will plant the bomb and Hannah with the Dual Berettas, and now my only one Glock kill in the Podbots. Score the first round on their CT side of Vertigo. This is their map pick. This is gonna be their half, and they started off right.
It's the dualies buff, I'm telling you, obviously on the overlay. It didn't look like they had dualies like we commented, but they came out, Hannah started firing, and it worked out for them. Taking one round is better than none. And right now, they've just got to have this comeback set in place. Maybe CT's decide to do it. You said and you commented about maybe CT's where they want to play and where they want to be at in terms of a second half finish. But, you know, if you've got that mountain to climb, how do you feel as if they can get back into this game on CT? What's the game plan you need to implement?
You got to really cycle through your utility, but before we get to that point, you really have to survive this first buy, and that's a beautiful grenade 3-pointer right there coming in from Ting, or Kezam, I believe, sorry, and getting Ligan down to half HP and a 0 stack below 84 in a headshot range for the M4. But no, Kezam is going to get caught off guard, still gets a spray from long distance with the MP9.
Yeah, it's nice to see the fact that, you know, with an awkward buy, podbots are not going to really be affected. Obviously, the AKs and the Galil's favorable in terms of every T attack and half. But right now, you know, podbots, they kind of got to work with what they got. And the underhanded frag grenade, another frag grenade coming out, does tag a little bit on Talif. So the utility uses that we maybe were missing on the T side for podbots is definitely being used on the CT side.
Tom GX gets a kill. And that's going to force a rotate and look at Skep. Tom versus Skep. And Skep does get that. And I think that's the bomb. The bomb dropped. And now, Mai, okay, playing 1 versus 1. And that's going to be a beautiful molly. Going to hear the Mai tap. And it's going to be another kill for Skep, who's putting in a lot of good work this round. It's going to be Mai with a Galil 1 versus 3. But 2 of the players are low. And that HE is absolutely perfect. And no! Bounces off the edge. Doesn't quite land on Skep, who would have definitely died at 9 HP. Mai gives away their position with a spray down, 25 seconds on the clock, and I think they might be looking at just picking up an AK and saving.
I mean, I'm not sure. The utility is going out, so Mai maybe might want to go this. And they're getting spray onto Tink. Doesn't actually get to find the kill. Is Skep here?
Wow.
Oh, doesn't get caught as well. The timing's just awkward for them. Plan goes down. Skep may able to pick up the kill. Plan gets cancelled. It's absolute chaos, and podbots in a 3 versus 1 do close out the round, and that's what you want to see from podbots. You know, that style that they want to come into fruition, it's finally coming online, and it might be a comeback angle, but I don't want to say it too soon. Caster Curse is a real thing, ladies and gentlemen, and I am very not wanting to have it, because I want this series to be an absolute banger, and right now, you know, Half Nutty Head Tabbers, they're showing their stuff, and they're playing aggressive, and it's lovely to see.
I gotta say, I love the confidence from Mai in that position. Did I think it was the best choice? Not necessarily, but hey, it somehow worked out. Managed to bait out the opponents, and you did die, which is what you wanted because you wanted to get more credits in the bank. Not this round, but the round after. 5 Deagle Zone. The Head Tappers have put them to great success previously. But
I mean, if they live up to their name of Head Tappers, this could be a very clean round for them, but Deagles are hard to hit headshots with.
I hope we'll see.
I mean, their head got tapped, I'm sorry, but Hanno. Galil in hand takes down Leaf. 4 Deagles left remaining on the block for Half Natty Head Tappers. And you got to feel as if podbots are going to close out another round. Obviously, the economy in their favor, and, you know, with rifles that they're comfortable on, especially on Vertigo, I feel as if they're going to find any angle they can as Frosty takes down Tom. And the sprays come through the Deagle. It finds no one, and Frosty cleans up that round very cleanly. And obviously, you know, with the economy not in their favor, it kind of works out well for podbots. But, you know, they've still got a lot of rounds to close up. This is the time to shine for the likes of podbots. You've just won 2 back-to-back rounds, and utility usement is, you know, coming online a bit quicker than probably Half Nutty Head Tappers would have liked. And Hanno here, getting on the aggressive through the smoke. And here it is up onto this ramp. Behavior. 3 members love to hunt down members from there. Legan kind of stuck in the corner. I don't know if you've noticed, Waxen, but it kind of does look like Half Nutty Head Tappers. They look a bit shaken. As we're seeing, the Head Tappers slow down their pace of the game. It kind of doesn't look like podbots are phased though. I'm not really understanding of what's going on as Leaf finds one onto Skep. And now it's absolute chaos. A lot of members on ramp just trying to fire through. Utility does come out. Flashes do come through. And you kind of got to look on Ting right now to find the utility just to slow on the push of the Half Natty Head Tappers. They're not still be able to make on the side, but Ting finds one. Going through onto the headshot. Doesn't find one onto Tom G. And now you got to look at it. And that's a lovely round closeout from the Half Natty Head Tappers. And it brings them back into a position where maybe they could clean out in another 2 rounds. We'll just have to see, but I wouldn't count Podbots just out just yet. And all 10 members in the grand finals, you've kind of got to think, how do these players feel? Because they've got a lot of CS to play, especially if it's going to overpass. The 11-5 is the scoreline right now. Half Natty head tappers. Still completely unfazed on the T side. They've got rifles in hand. Podbots, you know, they've got the AWP, but I don't know if that's what they want to work with right now. Hano loves to play on this AWP, but they've not really found much success with it. As we're seeing a lot of the members just trying to close and circle around onto this site where Frosty's lurking and hiding and finds one onto Tom G. What else can they find? The smokes do come through. It's something that Waxon commented on as My finds one straight through smoke. Hano finding success onto Zero. And Utility uses his clean from Podbots just to kind of clean out on site. Half Natty head tappers slow down the pace yet again. It's something you don't really want to see from them because they love aggressive pushes on Vertigo. Podbot's probably going to get taken by storm as Kazam finds one onto Mai. And now it's all down to Leaf and Legan in a 2 versus 4. What can they find? They see maybe Frosty jiggling there, or suspected at least, and 2 flashes in hand for Leaf. Just Fire's trying to bait out any opposition. Legan, Leaf does find one onto Frosty. Legan then re-peeking straight down. Utility just come through. Very nice flash. Skep finds one and a lovely flick onto Leaf. Skep closing it around. The other half is now 11-6. A lot of these members, I kind of feel as if I'm a bit gobsmacked right now. I do apologize. Waxon is having some connectivity issues, but he will be back shortly. He's back. Lovely for you to join us again.
Thank you.
You are indeed.
Just the best round, I believe.
You missed the best round from Skep. So seeing Ting take down Mai with a lovely burn. It's kind of flames everywhere, all onto ramp. And obviously, welcome back, Waxon. It's absolute chaos, and you know, Podbot's sort of closing the lead as you suspected.
We are in half, and already Mai get taken out. Taking over the side, but Skep, very beautiful spray down. 1, 2, 3, and not the 4th, but Leaf alone in the world of hurt.
Yeah, and it's kind of been on Leaf these past couple of rounds that you've missed. They've kind of stepped up to the plate and tried to carry this team, you know, forward to match point, and they've not been able to do it as Podbots. Playing a lot more, like, coordinated. Obviously, the utility usage that you're talking about is coming through for Podbots, and Hano loving the AWP right now, finding a couple of really crucial kills. Yeah, it's kind of what we suspected for Podbots to kind of wake up, you know, and maybe a bit too late in terms of what they wanted, but they've come up to play, and it's maybe on the half Natty head tappers to kind of be taken a bit by surprise. You know, they've only got to win 2 more rounds to play like this grand finals, but Podbots are the challengers waiting for them.
7 already. This is already looking much, much better for their side. They stopped at 7 on Mirage. Can they make it better on Vertigo? Eco for the head tapper, so it should be at least 8 unless we see a bit of a mistake coming in from the defenders.
Yeah, and I feel like mistakes is where it's all placed. It's almost like a game of chess. They're waiting. Each team are playing slow, like high pressure building, that they're just waiting for mistakes to build. And half Natty head tappers, they're gonna want to look for mistakes, especially when they're on an eco like this.
They're still trying to get the bomb down. This is your aim if you're the head tappers right now. Nice smoke will separate the bomb site from the left angle, but now we need at least one more Skep playing up high ground, and it's not going to be him, it's going to be Ting actually with the first spray down M4A1 headshot. Ligan gets taken out, but they're jumping onto site, they're trying to plant it, and I think Mai might just have it. Yes, Mai has it, will lose his life through the process, and now Ting gets their hat trick. Ting jumping in for more. It is only eco kills, but the confidence is what matters when you get 4th on the round for Ting, and almost an ace. Leaf. Oh, it's the ace in the end for Ting. Despite being versus an eco, Ting will start feeling himself.
Yeah, Ting with the ace then. It's nice to see the confidence come back for Podbots. You kind of got to feel as if they've woken up, I want to say. I know they've been playing for quite a while and practicing, but it feels like they've finally come alive and playing the kind of Counter-Strike they want to play. And it's nice to see, especially when you're coming into a map like Vertigo, where you don't expect teams to necessarily have answers. And it feels like Podbots on this CT side have had the answers, because right now they're closing the half. There's only 3 rounds. It's incredible that they've been able to climb this high.
Truly incredible, I have to agree, but this time it will be the first in this entire grand final when we have ops on both sides. Hano going back to it. We've seen him try to use it on the T side, but it's going to be Mai for the head tappers trying to put the AWP, the big green, into work. We see a Tom GX using the mollies, trying to clear close corners. Nobody's playing behind the wood. But look at Leaf in mid, very patient behind that smoke. Nobody's waiting for him close.
Yeah, and it's another slow playstyle maneuver that maybe half natty head tappers, they don't want to abide by it, because Podbots have kind of increased the pressure and they've kind of forced the game to slow down a lot. But Zero trying to lead the charge as Ting has had a stellar of a performance on this CT side. Kind of quiet in the game of Mirage, but see what they can do. They find one onto Leaf, and now you're in a 5 versus 4 already. Do you believe in Podbots, Waxin?
Absolutely, I believe in a comeback. I want to see map 3, and now let's get to overpass, I say, as Hana gets 1. 4 versus 3. Frosty stays alive, plays around the corner very nicely, still alive for the team, and gets a headshot, not the second, but it's Tom GX. 1v2, Hano down to have Tom, though, does get sprayed down. Oh! The spray of the century to convert the 12th!
That was disgusting. I'm sorry, but that spray transfer should not be legal. To claim your team up to match point in a way of that fashion, I just feel gross now.
No, Podbots did everything right. Tom played that perfectly. Frosty stayed alive, but in the end, it will be the individual skill coming in from Tom. Rather quiet game, only 11 kills, but those 3 were, well, those might have been the kills of the tournament.
Yeah, maybe. And another frag grenade from Kazam kind of puts 3 members down so low already. The peaks come through. My lovely headshot. They want to close up this game right now. And Frosty, what can you do to stop this? Finds one onto Tom. Goes for another repick, dancing around the smoke. 3 members just trying to push through. Fama spray comes through. Mai gets another. It's all on Frosty on this close corner. Just find one straight onto Suro. It's just such weird fighting on top of this box through mid. And it's absolute chaos, but everyone leaves from it as Lee finds a disgusting angle, and this might be the grand finals over. It's all on Frosty in a 1 versus 3.
Frosty has to get an ace. Meanwhile, Leaf has hit 30 kills, and if Frosty gets the 3rd, it will only be 30 for Leaf. Frosty, 2 to go for an ace, and for Podbots to stay into this one.
It's got to be like an MVP moment right now. You're in a 1 versus 2. You do have a healthier health bar and armor. You got 1 smoke and a flash to play with, and what can they actually do? Podbots, you got to be praying for Frosty to come up with a miracle.
Jumping in, taps the spike. Can isolate the duels. Knows that they're not zapping, but not the peak from Mai, and that is it. It's gonna be the head tappers tapping their way to the 1st position, gold medal in the 2024. BUEC NSC CS2 tournament.
That's impressive from head tappers. They created the tempo they wanted to create. They got the kills they need to do. And that clutch from Tom, oh my god. We'll be talking about that for a while. The fact that they were able to clutch out around to 10 their team overall to the victory. It's kind of respectful from both sides, because you got to look at the later Podbots. They didn't play. They started to warm up and come into the the shell that they kind of created throughout this whole entire tournament. But to fall short at the last hurdle in the grand finals, you've still got to commend them for the effort they've put in.
Impressive from both sides, and honestly, I love that Podbots put in on a performance on their CT side. They really made it entertaining, but in the end, the deficit was just. It was just too much to overcome at that point, and sadly, they couldn't do so. I also have to talk about the individuals.
Yeah, I mean,
I really got to talk about the individuals. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
In honesty, Sloth, can we say it wasn't Leaf, the MVP of the grand finals, dropping 30 on Vertigo?
I don't know, 'cause you leave as a standing player, you know, they, second fragged in Mirage, they then dropped 30 kills in Vertigo. You kind of got to crown them at least kill leader. MVP? Yeah, I mean, an MVP moment for me was that Tom clutch, which was unbelievable. But yeah, I believe Leaf deserves it. The fact that they've come in, you know, standing in for a player and come and, you know, played some of the best CS I've seen. It's lovely to see the fact that they're able to create a team coerced around a stand-in. I mean, you know,
Well,
it's a good thing for the grand finals to end this way, I'd say.
Yeah, and I think we're lucky enough, and we have the lovely Affinity having an interview on stage right now.
Thank you very much, Waxon. Thank you very much, Mighty Sloth. What a series there as well. Going into this, it could have gone either way. Now, going into this matchup, you guys have played each other quite a lot over the years as well. NSE, outside in UKIC. How did this compare to your recent games against them?
For some reason, it was actually maybe a little bit easier than we were expecting, to be honest. We know Popbots have been playing the the open LAN at the Insomnia event, so we know that they've got some great performances. They they went like 13-11 against like a K10 mix, which is like one of the best UK teams, and they did some other really good performances. So we were a little bit nervous. That's why we instantly banned Ancient. We sort of knew, you know, what their strong maps were. We did play these exact same maps in a UKIC match, so we did kind of know like what maps were going to come up. Obviously, we were without one of our star players, Gizme. So you know, it's just trying to play our game and make sure we're confident. Because if we're scared, we're going to lose.
So of course, you didn't have the one and only Gizme with you. Now, what is he off doing, and how did that impact you guys?
I don't know. I hear he's playing at a little event called like IEM. I don't know what that is.
Is it IEM Chengdu?
IEM Chengdu.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not heard of it.
So he's off cracking, doing something. You know, we're reducing his prize money adequately as a result. I think it's only deserved. But yeah, no, obviously he's one of our star players, and obviously having him and also Leaf really help. So obviously they're like professional players, so they can sort of guide us, throw nades, do some calls, do some strats together. So yeah, basically that.
Now, you had pretty good showing on that map, on both of them really, maybe slipping a little bit towards the end. Were there any funny moments in comms? Anything that happened that you guys had a nice little giggle about?
I'm not really too sure, to be honest. I mean, I will say the clutch at the end from Tom at 1v2, that quick spray transfer, we were so happy. We were so hyped about that. That was huge because obviously the game was starting to slip away from us. We did get a couple like more rounds than we expected on that CT side. When we played them last time on Vertigo, we went like 5-0 down. And it was a really hard struggle to sort of get back into the game. But we really breached that CT side, and that sort of gave us a lot of confidence, and it was quite fun.
Now, the map veto was a little interesting, and I heard a little bit of talks behind the scene that maybe you guys didn't quite pick and ban how they expected you to.
Really?
What happened there?
Not quite sure. I mean, we knew coming into it, Ancient is one of our best maps. However, we sort of knew that because they played really well against that K10 mix, like I said, we were like, okay, let's just get that out of there. We have a pretty similar map pool, I think. So playing like Inferno, Nuke, things like that, not really going to come up. So we were like kind of like a little bit risky, but we were kind of confident floating them. And then Mirage is sort of like our home map. We're really confident on that T side, sort of just pushing in through the smokes, things like that. And then as for Vertigo, we don't really usually play that map. Not really one of our favorite maps. We would have preferred like an Anubis Overpass to come out a bit earlier. But obviously it's what Popbots are confident on, and that's what they're confident on. But we just sort of know that Vertigo is going to be picked. If we banned Ancient, we pretty much knew that was pretty much their only map. And once that was done, then yeah.
Anyway, final question for you. Any shout outs, anyone you want to say hi to whilst you got the mic?
Shout out to the boys, you know, Matty, Tom, Logan, Leaf, thanks for coming. And obviously, gives me Dodge LAN. That's what I'm saying.
You did. You always rated Leaf better, though. That was what I was told. Always
better.
rated Leaf better. Anyway, thank you very much. I'm going to let you celebrate. We will be back very, very shortly to conclude our season, Rainbow Six Siege. Before you go, I will let you have that. There will be one waiting backstage for each of your teammates as well. But we're going to go to a short break. We will be back very soon for the Rainbow Six Siege finals.
I'm Becky, I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE. We are here at Insomnia this weekend running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals. That's 8 weeks of competitive play leading up to this moment, and it's just great to get all the teams here in person playing their finals live here at Insomnia.
I'm Kenny, I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. It's just so cool to see how much things evolve and how amazing everyone has gotten at playing the games we know and love.
I think just seeing people come together, getting Monster, trying out Pringles, getting really stuck in everything we have to offer here, it's great to see it, honestly. So on the main stage, we're super lucky to have the Intel NUCs, which have Intel graphics cards in there. They're so small and compact. This morning we had our Valorant Women and Non-Binary Finals, and it's awesome to get women and non-binary members of our community up on the main stage.
When the players get loud, it's just amazing. And the fact that they get to come and show up in the finals, it's just so much fun.
That's the longest series I've ever played in, to be honest with you. We just knew we had the mental fortitude to keep going when we went into the final overtime. I'm just so happy with all the boys, man. I'm really happy.
Big thank you to all of our partners, Intel, who is our main headline sponsor, and then also Monster Energy, Pringles, Special Effect, and also BUEC.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mass to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Let's go!
Monster Black.
Monster Blade! Let's go! Nice.
Monster Black.
Monster Black. That right there, Monster plays of the week.
Okay. Monster Energy is doing a Monster Site giveaway.
NSC stay-at-home series
supported by Monster Energy.
Today we're at Durham University, where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel support events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they've no noise and they all run very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts. Training harder, pushing further, hitting back. Hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us. To the blood. To the sweat. And the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC Strawweight Champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Here today we have multiple tournaments running. We're going to have 430 gamers and up to 600 spectators. Almost 1,000 devices using the internet and the whole network. Before we had the Draytech solution in, we were having issues with reliability. We know that when we deploy the Draytech solution, we're going to get what's on the tin. It works. Our customers are actually experiencing almost 3 times the speed that they've had in the last event that they came. Every gamer knows who Draytech is. It's the very backbone of this epic LAN event. So I would recommend Draytech. Overall, just a really good company, really good product.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mesh to help them stay in the game.
What's the Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Let's go!
Monster Blade.
Monster Blade.
Nice.
Monster Blade.
Monster Blade.
That right there, monster plays of the week.
Okay.
Monster Energy is doing a monster site giveaway.
NSC Stay at Home series.
Supported by Monster Energy.
Here today we have multiple tournaments running. We're going to have 430 gamers and up to 600 spectators.
Almost 1,000 devices using the internet and the whole network. Before we had the Draytech solution in, we were having issues with reliability. We know that when we deploy the Draytech solution, we're going to get what's on the tin. It works. Our customers are actually experiencing almost 3 times the speed that they've had in the last event that they came.
Every gamer knows who Draytech is. It's the very backbone of this epic LAN event.
So I would recommend Draytech. Overall, just a really good company, really good product.
Hello and welcome back, wonderful people. Now, we just came off the back of what was a pretty quick CS2 final. A quick 2-0, blink and you miss it. Now, we move forward on to our final event of the entire day, of the entire tournament as well. The R6 Rainbow Six Siege finals of the British University Esports Championships with Intel. Now, these two teams have got a little bit of history with each other as well. Both of them have played each other multiple times over this tournament. Now, in Division 1, the later stage of the tournament, one team took the victory. Earlier in the group stages, we saw the other take the victory. It's back and forth a little bit here in the arena today. So, of course, it's X-Terrific representing the University of Exeter. They are multiple-time finalists as well. They were in the Winter 2022 finals where they came second place. They then upped it Spring 2022. They took home the trophy. They are back a third time on the stage, ready and waiting to perform for you guys. Now, on the other side, UWE Gatekeepers, University of West England. Now, they are also no stranger to the high stakes end of the competition. They actually took the last split, and they only dropped a single map in the entire tournament. Now, it's been a little bit more turbulent from them, a little bit of a fall from grace given their journey to get here, but they are still in top form, and they are looking to make it go back-to-back titles here. Now, we do have to quickly thank our sponsors, of course, Monster Energy, Pringles, Scan, Unidays, Iyama, and Draytech. Without them, of course, this would not be possible. But we do have some amazing casters waiting for you guys as well, because Rainbow Six Siege is a chaotic one. Now, casters, welcome to the stage. How are you doing?
Oh, well, I'm certainly having a wonderful day. I don't know who these wonderful casters are, but I think I'll probably be able to fill in that spot just about all right.
Yeah, doing good. Daylight savings might have knackered me a bit, but still round to go, hoping that the teams are just as refreshed as I am, because I do want this to be a very good series. You said that CS2 series was maybe a little bit too quick, so let's hope we have an absolute banger on our hands here.
Now, both of these teams, as I've said, have played each other during this tournament. What can we expect to see maybe different this time? What do you want to see one of these teams set themselves apart?
Well, I mean, from what we know, I'm not actually sure entirely what maps these teams did play on, but maybe some of the more exotic maps that you don't tend to see, something like a skyscraper, something, maybe even a border might be a little bit exciting. I'm not usually an advocate for border, but, you know, just something to throw a little bit of a spice in there.
Yeah, the big thing that stands out here is ultimately it was Exeter that won that best of 3 series, which is going to be much more similar to this because they are both multi-map series. So it does suggest to me that Exeter have a bit more of that grit, a bit more of that willingness to fight these long battles. But that's also a great opportunity for gatekeepers to really show that they have improved and that they can really, they do have the stamina to withstand such a long series, because if this goes to all 3, it could very easily favor the prior winners of Exeter.
Now, there's a little fun fact, a little bit of a trivia that we were given about this team. It's on the side of X-Terrific. Now, every time that these two teams have played and Ben has top fragged, they have lost. So that's A, something to keep an eye out on. B, do you think maybe we can see this streak broken?
Well, potentially. Obviously, it seems to me that's probably only superstition, and I mean, there's only a very limited sample size for that. But, you know, sometimes these things, they do just happen again and again.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Ben's that first entry. He does kind of need to be putting up those stats. So I kind of agree with Cameron here. It should be a trend that is broken. It's basically superstition. But at the same time, it might also be an opportunity for other players to really stand up. We've seen a lot of great impact plays throughout various players that aren't in that first entry role. So there's definitely the opportunity for other of these players to go absolutely huge here.
Now, what are you guys personally hoping to see? What would you enjoy seeing on the server today? Map-wise?
3 maps.
Character-wise? What are you going with?
Yeah, just a three mapper, something that's close, something that's exciting. Obviously, the CS2 series, the maps themselves did end up being quite close, but it was a fairly swift 2-0. So something where these teams, they really get into the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, I'd probably like to see a mix of styles of maps. So maybe thinking something like that Nighthaven or that Sky or even Consulate, just something really out there, as well as something like the Oregon. So we can see how well-rounded these teams are if they have both grasped their fundamentals and have good strategies for these far-off picks.
Absolutely. Now, without further ado, for the final time in the I-72 British University Esports Championships with Intel Finals, for the last time, casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Affinity. Here it is, Joe, the BUEC with Intel Finals, and it's obviously, we're rounding out the day, we're rounding out the weekend, and I think we've set it up pretty well here. Exeter versus University of West England. These teams, we mentioned their history, but these teams in previous tournaments also have some history, don't they, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. We're sort of spinning this narrative of going back to back for gatekeepers. They weren't in those other two splits rather, but went to 23. They just come out swinging first place. Only a single map dropped in that whole tournament. And for Exeter, it's more a case of can they keep this consistent good placing, but on top of that, go above and beyond, not just be in these finals or these semi-finals, get that trophy consistently, because that is what they really need to prove here, that they can't only just hang with the big dogs, but that they are the big dogs. They are winning these tournaments here.
Yeah, for sure. We can see that Spring 22, Winter 22, first and second. Winter 23 was a little bit more of a poorer performance, but still fourth place. If you think about how many universities, how many teams are going to be partaken in these championships, fourth place is still absolutely nothing to scoff at, but it was the gatekeepers that came out with that time around. And this season, it's been very close between, and obviously, we mentioned about the difference between a best of 3 and a best of 1, but both of these teams have won 2 maps in their various head-to-heads, so there is very much I don't even know who will really win this one, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a really interesting situation we've got here. Usually in leagues, we'll tend to see a team either go undefeated or drop one map, and in those finals, one team will at least have that historical advantage. But here, yeah, it's 1-1 in series, 2-2 in maps as well, because that best of 3 went 2-1. So it's definitely an interesting case we've got on our hands here as we look at these players. Ben and Replay are going to be the ones to look at here. Being in that first entry role, naturally, they are the playmakers, even if they aren't getting multi kills. They're the ones that should be getting in the building, getting space for their team, setting up their team for victory, and hopefully, for their sake, going nuclear in the server. But at the same time, that might not happen. We've seen flex players equally pick up that weight, so it can very easily swing the way of other players. But yeah, entries are the ones to be really keeping an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. And then obviously, I mean, the supports can also do some incredible jobs. Looking there at then Solo and James as well, because often if your supports are also hitting those shots, you can tend to start building momentum fairly easily. If say your entry is the opening death, you have that backline that is still able to step up.
Yeah, I know players categorize themselves as supports, but really within the past year, we've seen a real like blurring of the lines in those roles. Support players will pick up active roles from time to time. So, yeah, it's almost a thing of the past. These set roles, so every player here has that potential.
Absolutely. So let's see. We had a lot of talk about maps. Let's see where this will be ending up. Then Cafe Dostoevsky, Chalet, and Clubhouse. So nothing too out there, but we should be able to get a good gauge of the fundamentals here, particularly looking at that third map, Clubhouse. If you do not have your fundamentals nailed on that map, then you're practically doomed from the start. But starting with Exeter's pick on Cafe Dostoevsky, and obviously the gatekeepers are going to choose to start on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Cafe is an incredibly tedious map to attack. I wouldn't go as far to say as it's difficult when you're looking at other maps in the pool like Nighthaven, like Consulate, but it takes a very long time just to start your clears on Cafe. When you're looking at that map, rappelling onto the roof is a crucial part of it, and already that wastes around 40 seconds of the round. So it's just not a great start for the attack just by default. So it's really going to test the pace of the attacking side here. So obviously that being Exeter, they need to be pretty swift in those first 6 rounds if they want to be putting up numbers, because the better they do on their first half, on their attack, the easier that second half is. They should see the fact they're starting on attack as a blessing here, that they get some time to really kind of warm up and not throw those crucial defensive rounds like what might have happened if they started on the defense. And it's Mr. P there, right in front of our players.
No way.
My gosh, Cameron, he's been a bit of a celebrity this event. I'm very glad we've got to see him so early on. Hello, where's Swansea? Not a clue.
Wow, that is unfortunate. Mr. P really throwing the shade there. I was wondering when we'd get the appearance, and he's already causing mayhem in the crowd right now. I mean, hey, we look back to years, to seasons past. Swansea were just an incredibly dominant side, but yeah, they're not here right now. It's Exeter and it's University of West England.
Indeed, it is, and it's a chance for University of West England to really sort of solidify themselves as that up and comer and that new dominant force. Really, that if they can come out of seemingly nowhere in these splits and get back-to-back first place, while Swansea, the legendary heroes, have sort of disappeared, that's exactly what they need here. The script writers have done them a massive favor, to be honest. Here, if they can just win those back-to-back splits.
Yeah, absolutely. I could see Chamberlain and Grace there in the crowd as well, just being miscreants as per. So, you know, there's a lot of familiar faces out and about. But yeah, as you say, the storylines coming into this event are just it's Exeter sort of reclaiming their crown, reclaiming their position at the top, or it's West England just being like showing everyone they are the team this year.
Indeed, it is. Just looking back at those maps, Cafe as well, another really quite interesting thing there is it's one of the older maps in the pool. So there is a lot of opportunity for counterplay there. So this is really also going to test how well these teams have really prepared for each other. If they've got strategies and they've got strategies to counter said strategies, it's all going to be this big kind of game of labbing out what their opponents like to do. As we see Ezra just loving life right there. Oh, love the crowd here. Absolutely fantastic energy. But yeah, it's really on these teams to have looked into what their opponents want to do in these maps and see how well they can counter it. And then, as I said, the opposing side perhaps need to anticipate certain counters and throw a couple curveballs there.
Oh, for sure. Well, I believe we just have a couple of technical difficulties to be sorted out. Obviously, we said the map selection, it's not the most exciting, but there's still plenty of opportunity here for some funky bans, Joe, in terms of our operator veto. Just because in terms of all of these, and we've got some.
Now, hang on.
Hang on a minute. I didn't
Now,
realize
that's
Mr.
not
P.
a player.
That's not a player. That's Mr. P.
That's he can't even hit. He can't fit the headphones on.
Oh, that's not. That's against the rules.
Surely not. No, he's trying his best.
What if they break? What?
That would be horrible.
Yeah, I think
Mr. P, you've got to go. You've got to go.
Yeah, I can't believe this. He's just an absolute. He's just caused an absolute chaos already. Well, who knows? By the end of the series, he's probably caused half of the venue to fall down. That's probably where we're building to.
An absolute troublemaker, that Mr. P. We've got to keep him a very close eye on him throughout this series. Who knows where he'll pop up and with what inflammatory messages he'll have on that sign next. You know, already calling out Swansea. You just can't trust him.
Unbelievable. It would be crazy if we knew people at Swansea University as well. That would be crazy.
It'd be crazy. But yeah, about those bans, really, a thing I've seen cropping up recently is that new operator Deimos being banned. Personally, not that much of a fan of it, but with a map like Cafe that can often rely on a solo player roaming just to waste time, I could see where Deimos would maybe fit in there. But I still don't really rate the ban. I think there's a lot more powerful operators you can ban, thinking like the Ying, like the Dekaibi, even the Monty nowadays with that new shield rework coming into play. But a Deimos ban, a funky ban, as you said, it might indeed come up if a team really values just the ability to have one player just on a solo roam, a solo lurk, wasting a bit of time, because Cafe is a map that really does rely on heavily on the clock, especially for those defensive win conditions.
Yeah, for sure. And another thing as well with that is the possibility, I don't know, maybe to see something like a ram or a buck, or I mean, some of the audience were saying to ban Sledge. I mean, Cafe, there could potentially be some form of argument to it, thinking about if you're defending on the kitchen, thinking about if you're defending on reading room and fireplace. I mean, the vertical play is pretty important there. If you can take away one of those operators that can really open things up, like there is a potential angle in that, but who knows? Oh dear. Sledge clearly did not like being called out about the bans and is now attacking Mr. P.
Yeah, Darnie's not a fan of the Pringles man there at all, but they have momentarily put aside their differences to have a nice third opportunity, and he's trying desperately to get that hammer, but I don't think he's worthy, personally. I don't think he's worthy to have that caber at all, Sledge.
No.
Not,
oh goodness. Oh no.
Oh no. Poor Mr. P. Poor Mr. P there. But
you know what? I take it back.
Sledge ban. Yeah, in terms of a Sledge ban, the only sort of issue I'd have with that line of reasoning is we're in year 9 now. There's so many other alternatives for Sledge that it almost doesn't seem like a worthy ban, right? You've got that Buck who's been around for quite a while. You've got Ram as well, one of our newer attackers who really excels at that linear soft breach, especially very effective on Cafe. So again, with how valuable these bans are with every new operator being added, it does seem like the smarter option is banning one of those extremely powerful, extremely influential operators on the attack and on the defense as well, of course. Not even mention the defense, but defensive meta still very much in play. Operators like Fenrir, like Solus, like Azami. The big issue with them, of course, is there's 3 very, very strong operators there and only 2 bans. So one of them always slips into play no matter what. And if you want to have a more targeted ban, you have to deal with at least 2 of them as well.
Oh, for sure. There's obviously possibility for like a Valkyrie to be banned out on Cafe as well. There's so many spaces where you can hide those black eye cameras, and if she does make it through the ban phase, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see her coming out in a couple of rounds, as I believe we should have everyone gearing up into the lobby fairly soon. So we're very, very close to getting into our best of 3 series here, and obviously starting off on Cafe Dostoyevsky. Let's go to the specifics then, as we actually jump into things here. Exeter on the attack, and University of West England on the defense. These bans do start to come through. We've been talking about this for so long, Joe. I feel like there's an opportunity that they just go for something completely ridiculous just to prove us wrong.
Could indeed happen, but again, just to temper expectations, we did see quite a mundane ban phase coming out, right?
Yeah.
Cafe Chalet Clubhouse and a Ying ban, very, very standard. The ability to blind basically everyone in a room, incredibly strong there. So no wonder Ying is being banned out. One of the few attackers that can really single-handedly break a bunker site here. So yeah, very, very common ban for the attack. And the second attacker ban, you know, we're hoping for something a bit out there, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be a Monty. A standard ban for Cafe with how important it can be to just get a lot of intel for free, using that Monty as a great big bulletproof shield. So no surprise really there.
No, this is, again, very standard, very bread and butter, but yeah, we kind of expect that. We were maybe hoping, tempting fate a little bit with our sort of pre-game discussions, but with Fenrir going out as well, see those dread mines are very, very strong, and you can see they're saying Solus as well. Potential for this army to be banned out, but yeah, I'm not expecting anything too crazy.
Ooh.
Actually, we're getting a mirror ban. So one of those sort of falls into the same category as Valkyrie, where they're strong, but they're not quite in that big 3. Sort of in a big 5, if you will, with Mira and Valkyrie, which means we get Valkyrie, we get Solace, and we get Azami. But instead, we're only going to see the Valk coming through from the Gatekeepers. That's Solo. And don't get Decade.
Yeah, just imagining though, telling a player sort of 3 years ago that Mira is a very out there man. It shows the strength of these newer defenders. But yeah, we're not actually seeing them yet. It's quite a nostalgic lineup being brought here from the Gatekeepers so far. Wamai and Jaeger both being brought at one time. Very, very strong combination. Nowadays, you tend to just see more of that Wamai on his own. Smoke as well, another operator that has kind of fallen out of meta with the removal of that deployable shield. So it's quite a strange lineup here by the defense. It's looking to be a bakery extension, so that's going to be a key point of contest there. But at the same time, with quite a lot of utility invested there, there is equally the opportunity for Exeter to just go elsewhere. White seems to be relatively free, aside from a player maybe in VIPs. They've got that wall soft, so it looks like Exeter might just go all the way for this white push.
Yeah, they certainly seem to be approaching the building fairly rapidly, but instead, again, this getting up onto the roof takes so long. There's always a possibility of spawn peaks to come in, of some very early plays being made by the defense, but we don't see that quite coming through this time around. Instead, everyone is doing their due diligence, getting these drones out in terms of the attack, and the defense holding their positions for now. There might be an opportunity for them to go and explore a little bit later, but for now, it's really just waiting for some sort of action on the attack so they can then react to push pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, we're really seeing the strength of defenders of just Cafe as a map here is already almost a minute burned with no action whatsoever, no gunfights, not even many drones destroyed from the defense here, but still the attack just taking a very long time, clearing every angle, making sure there's no possibility for them to be flanked or caught off guard by some player in the corner. So finally they can start attacking the site with almost just over half the round remaining as we see those ram drones going off. That's a lot of soft destruction above the site, but unfortunately it still doesn't help Noob there. He dies very sadly for the attack there that they're caught off guard so early. The power of the TCSG through those long angles, it doesn't matter if the angle's difficult, only one shot required at the head, but Ben does respond. That's replay taken down, and we saw Ben, if he top frags here, it might not go so well for Exeter, but he's trying to prove that trend wrong.
Oh, will absolutely be trying to prove that wrong, as we can hear some of these hard breaches being opened up as well, allowing more opportunities for X-Terrific to allow themselves into the bomb site, to allow themselves to finally get that execution across. Feint has been spotted down here as well from the drone, and I believe Ben is going to be trying to get this, but Rooney goes for the swing and is taken down. Feint does have the crossover. 3 versus 3 now, but a lot of work done by Ben to get Exeter into this position. Now James is on the site, and I don't know if UWE are aware of this. Solo goes down. Taj now starting to plant that diffuser, and this has allowed Exeter. They've been able to get into the site. This is almost a heist that's been able to come off. Now Feint coming round the backside. He can't land shots either. James with one jammer now trying to retake, but the vertical angles are there too from Exeter. They take their first round on the board here on the Attacker Cafe.
It was a fantastic setup from the attack there, and a very sort of relaxed push as well. They rely on Ben getting those picks, and eventually once that out-of-sight pressure is really dealt with, they can just cruise on in, get that plant down, get a smoke to deter any defenders from getting in, and allow for that vertical work to just cut off this site. It was really a typical attack onto that kitchen, but fantastic from Exeter. Great work from Ben there as well, despite the initial time investment in that roam clear. Just showing that at the end of the day, it's better to measure twice and cut once here on the attack, especially for a map like Cafe, where there are, again, so many opportunities, so many areas for the defenders to just lurk and wait and strike. So fantastic from Exeter to get away with such a good round early on. 1 round on the attack here. 2 more, I think, would be what they are aiming for here. A 3-3 split would be brilliant already. Just starting off on a high here really makes it a lot easier going forward and takes a lot of pressure off these players. That first attacking round can really set the pace a lot of the time in seeds, especially for these more defender-favored maps.
Oh, for sure. It certainly gives you confidence in why Exeter chose this map to play on. They seem to know their stuff here. They seem very, very well drilled, especially in terms of getting that roam clear done. Yeah, sure, they took their time. A little bit of a run out there from Jamor, but nothing to come of it. And Exeter, again, keeping themselves safe. Just making sure that they can execute that checklist.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing that Solace this time. I'm not quite sure if they're on the roam or on the site. They are indeed on this roam, so they can help to bleed out that drone count here and potentially get a couple picks using the intel that that gadget provides. Replay avoids going down those white stairs, instead really wants to play his life up here and potentially waste even more time. Good idea for a map like Cafe, where time can be such a crucial win condition, but a bit of team damage going the way of the attack is also going to help things for gatekeepers here. So Replay just needs to play very, very carefully here. He doesn't even need to get a hit. If he just continues to bleed down that clock, he's doing more than enough as he eventually goes down those white stairs. Still sticking a bit above the site, but not quite on that second floor.
Yeah, now just rotating away. It's a scan from the Jackal of Ben comes through. He's getting out of there. There is another player upstairs. That's Jamor. Finds the first. Taj, though, with a bit of a response. So still 4 versus 4. Replay going down. And now Jamor is kind of stuck in library. And JKB is able to make sure that it locks off. Make sure that it doesn't get away from them. As we sit into a 4 versus 3. And things calm down once again.
Yeah, crucial thing there though, that wall is electrified by the Kayad, so it's causing a bit more time wastage here. They do have the fact to deal with that, but again, every second counts in these attacks here, especially when it's on kitchen, so still, Exeter just bleeding a bit more time. James seems to know that there's a player somewhere here, doesn't quite have the exact position, and gets caught out by Feint. Feint now retaking this VIP dining area, can apply a lot of pressure onto the white stairs, with Rooney getting another pick. All signs seem to point towards Gatekeepers as winning this round.
JKB is still above, but isn't able to find any angles and won't really be able to assist Taj in this position. They say that he does find a kill onto Rooney, but now Taj goes down elsewhere. So it's 1 versus 2 for JKB in this situation. I don't think he really knows where it's being came from. He gets a pre-fire onto Feint. Now it's just a 1 versus 1. Up against Solo. 20 seconds, plenty of time, and Diffuser in hands as well. Is he going to be able to possibly try and stick this plant? There might be a bit of an elbow showing that could just be enough for Solo to be able to find this kill with the TCSG, but no, the plant gets stuck, and now shots wing right. He tries to escape him, but Solo does not allow that to happen. The air jab does catch, but still plenty of time. And that's now tied us up 1 round apiece.
Yeah, it looked to be a very good clutch coming from JKB there, but Solo just too sharp with the aim. The TCSG, it doesn't fire a lot of bullets, but one is all you really need in that situation. Good response from the defense there. I'm a big fan of that switch towards more of a roam game, wasting time and getting those picks. It was just an even better trade there. So very good response from Gatekeepers in total, keeping it 1-1, nice and close here. And if they did start to let things run away for Exeter, that could have been a very big, well, a disaster for Gatekeepers so early on here. But luckily, they stemmed that bleeding. They've managed to put up a very competent defense on that ground floor. And now they can head up to the 3rd floor. A bit more of a divisive site here, Cameron. Obviously, top floor sites tend to favor the defense in a lot of maps, but Cafe is a bit different. Having that skylight, having a lot of windows as well, it can allow for a lot of quite easy cutoffs for the attack here. So I'm intrigued to see how Exeter respond to this decision, because usually we would see teams instead go towards these middle floor sites, like Reading Room, like Dining, but instead up to this top floor. It's a bit interesting, but there's certainly potential here, as Cigar can be a very difficult position to clear, especially with Azami on the board.
Yeah, that's the real worry with the Azami even slipping through. Cigar is going to be incredibly difficult, and it should set up the Gatekeepers to be able to get their 2nd round on the board. Also, there from Replay, a bit of an unorthodox use of the Black Eye camera. Obviously, now they deactivate after 10 seconds being outside. He just chucked one out that white window, trying to get a little bit of information on where this attack will be coming from. Oh my word, Rooney! Here's that breach charge going down and absolutely destroys Noob through that hatch. It will still get open, but that's time wasted, utility wasted, and also player advantage now for the defender.
It's just fantastic game sense there from Rooney as well, knowing that they're going to get the other breach. On top of losing a body there, losing that Ash is critical, because this is a very Azami-centered defense around Cigar, and that range soft breach is usually a great counter for these barriers, but you don't have any of that anymore, Cameron. It's all gone here, so you're going to have to be either whittling down that health or trying to peek around them, or potentially wasting an H charge. That can be so very bad, but Rooney somehow dies there, takes quite a bad peek onto that window, and almost lets a player slip by their Jammer. Luckily, manages to deter that Nomad from getting to Newbark, but still, they lost Cigar here. Cameron, I'm not quite sure how this has really happened. One pick suddenly spiraling out of control here as Gatekeepers concede a lot of ground.
Yeah, obviously there's a change to Azami as well, which means she's not quite as strong as she used to be. She can now shoot out those key barriers, and it has allowed Exeter to be able to establish a bit more of that control. Jamal's still sticking around in this position though. To some success, so Ben elsewhere just takes down Solo. So again, Exeter have the advantage right now. Ben takes a lot of heat, and Jamal looking to try and find anything. Replay from down below, Jamal as well. Suddenly things start to shift in the other direction. The Gatekeepers absolutely with a tidal wave of kills here in the end round get their 2nd on the board. It looked a little bit shaky, but still they're able to come out on top.
Yeah, it absolutely did. There were just a couple crucial kills coming from Exeter there that looked to almost have that round as a done deal. Once they'd completely cleared out Cigar, they had aggression pushing towards that bar area. It looked like they just win a couple gunfights and they can win the round, but the thing about gunfights, oftentimes they can go the other way, and Exeter found out the hard way. The Gatekeepers just completely shutting them down once they came to collide. A great response from them, despite, again, being very shaky, then really conceding lots of area so early on, lots of map control gone. But despite that, they just swing back in, get those picks, very good to them, and they finally head down to this 1st floor site, a site that a lot of people would have maybe expected them to go to in that previous round, but them instead just taking that sort of statistically more difficult to defend site out of the way. Great job from them getting a point there, because usually that would be where you maybe concede one of your 2 defensive points for the first 3 rounds, but still, Gatekeepers putting up a good start here, and oddly enough, they go for this reading room, a variation of the dining site. And usually see teams go towards mining because it can be a lot easier to hold that, but still, once again, Gatekeepers sort of straying from the trend here. And again, Replay using one of those cameras very early on, looking to prep a spawn peak.
Yeah, although he was spotted on drone as well as Rooney's actually been taken down. I imagine that was for attempting something similar. Replay still going for this. Seemingly not learning the lesson, but is able to get away unscathed. And still, a poor start for the Gatekeepers as they find themselves in a disadvantage early.
Yeah, they've still got Jammer on that Solace above though, so they can still waste time. He's got Feint as well, and Solo, all providing support, all providing more pressure onto the attack as these drones do go out. And Jammer even gets a pick. Fantastic. Great from him, but at the same time, he still needs to hold that position. Only a minute has been burned so far, and with this being a first floor site, the attack can afford to lose a bit more time on this roam clear. Taj nearly gets one, but Solo just get better with the aim. Taj still alive, still up, can still shoot, but deterred for now. That chip damage can go a long way in some of these rounds, so instead turning his attention to that top right position where Jamor is waiting.
There's some yellow pings as well, so should be getting the information that they want. Although Noob is also aware of Solo's position, with Jamor taking some damage. He's sort of having to fall back a little bit. The grenade comes through. It's actually going to be able to take him out, but there's a swing from Solo to trade. JKB is also low, and he's taken down. 3 versus 2 now. The Gatekeepers, yet again, after a bit of a poor start, are able to just sweep through the rest of the map. It's a 1 versus 3 for Barge. Does find the first onto Solo. He still has a minute, but I mean, with 2 players facing up against you, especially with how well Replay and Feint have been performing, it certainly does not look likely.
Indeed it doesn't. The team play from Gatekeepers really giving them an upper hand in this defense here. Rastaj still just trying to find a pick, hoping that one of the defenders sort of gives away their position, goes for an overzealous swing, but instead they're playing very disciplined here. One in that closet, another by 90. They can swing off each other's feet if need be, but still, Tharsh just doesn't seem to have a clue. Flashing down White Surge to try and get a position and can't even get one. Feint takes him out. Fantastic team play from Gatekeepers there. That defensive hold above really proving to be a bit of a nightmare, as every time the attack thinks it's clear, another defender swings, another piece of utility is sprung into action. That Nitro Cell, stopping the advance onto Cocktail, everything brilliant there from the defense.
After that first round, which was a little bit shaky from the Gatekeepers, they have certainly turned it around here in a row. Now heading back down to this ground floor bomb site into the kitchen, where they do have a 50% record so far, but even still, the last time they won it was pretty convincing. It was an almost clutch coming through from JKB, which Solo was able to shut down. So, you know, you would possibly even back them here to maybe go 4-1, maybe even 5-1 by the end of the half.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, indeed they could be, but at the same time, this is that first site that extra 1 on the attack. They can still pull out a similar game plan here. They can just deal with that roam. They can learn from the mistakes of round 2. They can still give themselves a foothold here in this matchup, because if not, 4-1 can be a very daunting scoreline to look at for the attackers. Replay is still going for these Storm Peaks cameras. Doesn't have the Valkyrie camera this time, so at the very least, no utility wasted there, but gives away his spot. That's a massive bit of intel the attack has there now. Knowing that Replay is on that second floor could very much dictate the way they choose to push him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a sense of surely it will work eventually, right? I have to feel like that's what we're really seeing here, because they haven't really been getting anything from this apart from wasting a little bit of time, but it hasn't really phased this extra attack so far. Their issues haven't been down to time so far in this game, even when these sort of first 30 seconds have been wasted after those spawn peaks. So I'm not entirely sure of what the play entirely is, and with X control of this top floor. Jammer's still getting harassed by these drones with this Jackal
Bomb
scan
located by
as
attacker.
well. Again, it's another similar thing that Exeter, they're really trying to isolate this Jaeger inside of the library.
Yeah, Noob taken very low there by a C4, but still clings onto life, can still use those drones if need be to get more of that soft breach, but isn't aware of these players round reading. Actually takes down Jammer, replay close by, but JKB could be hot on his tail, just holding that cross angle. They seem to be aware of the Solace playing here, but again, they don't know that exact spot. Luckily, replay only gets one, meaning it's still a 4v3, and they still have that crucial soft breach above. But again, every life lost can be crucial on these defenses here, especially with Solo once again on that TCSD playing around kitchen. He has been a menace so far in these spots. Can he really turn things around for Gatekeepers here?
Yeah, having that trade infrastructure in place, crucial to stopping what could have easily been a very out of control moment from replay instead, though. Focusing more on this ground floor now, Tharch finds another. That's Rooney going down. Now 2 versus 4 for the defense here in a very tricky situation, but still possible to claim things out. James, again, not aware of this position from Feint inside of reception. We've seen it happen a couple of times now where these players on VIP aren't quite looking towards that spot. Fortunately, though, they're able to get a revive up here, but Noob still falling to the Wamai. So with that health advantage now, as well, with James being very, very low, suddenly the Gatekeepers, they don't necessarily seem too far out of it, and with this time continuing to tick down, it's very, very dangerous. Feint now, last one left alive with Solo going down into red time, but the diffuser's being stuck, and James has the cover on the flank. Next, so they do have that round. 2 rounds to 3, they've brought it back to within 1.
Again, it looked a bit shaky for Exeter there. There was definitely the starting of a bit of a comeback from the defense in that round itself, but the man advantage is just too difficult to handle there. That 2v1, and especially once the Wamai's position is known, it's basically unwinnable there for the defense, but still, they definitely tried their hardest. We're still seeing a couple of the flaws in Exeter's attacks here, mainly that late round drone work. It seems like clearing the roam itself is exceptionally easy for them, but once it gets down towards site and they have to really balance droning and gunfights, things are getting a lot more difficult for them.
So it's been a little bit of a tricky situation here in these first few rounds. It feels like, especially getting toward in the mid round, it could swing either way. I don't think that's an unfair statement, that these teams have been very, very close matched, and it's been sort of transitioning from that mid round to the end round where differences have really been made. Because even when you have like an unanswered opening pick somewhere else on the map, a little bit later on, you'll get a 2v1 that goes away with one team, and then it's like a 3 versus 3, 4 versus 4, whatever. And it stays and it remains that similar sort of story up until the end round, where suddenly a team gets kills and it's a 3 versus 1 sort of thing. So especially now then going into the second half, which we will after this round, maybe, we say it's a bit defense-sided. If it's been even on this side, there's a chance maybe that Exeter then could run away with things in the second half. Obviously, though, that is just extrapolating data. This could just be an incredibly close series.
Yeah, and the thing to keep in mind for Exeter is if they can just iron out the last bit of those rounds, they could easily snap up a 3-3 split here, and that will be really quite good for them. That means they only have to win 3 defenses to get to overtime, and a simple traditional 4-2 split for them would mean a regulation win in map 1. So if they can just win this final round here on their attack, keep that droning work effective in that late round, then they are looking at a drastically different match than what we saw sort of 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, for sure. Well, there's certainly some crowd support for Exeter. Bleed green, we can see over there. But I don't know what to call. If you were to try and predict, Joe,
yeah,
which site we now go to, which one would you say it is?
You'd probably want them to go first floor, but they did seem to be very high on that third floor site. And again, kitchen as well could be a repeat. They challenged that twice, lost the first time, won the second time. So we could realistically see any three of the sites they've played previously. I know that's a bit of a cop-out answer, but it's the truth. They've seemed very flexible with their site choices here and have been willing to reattempt any of the lost maps. So yeah, it could definitely go to any one of these three. Personally, I'd like it to go to that first floor. That defensive framework on that room on the floor above was fantastic when they were defending reading dining. So I would like them to go there, but the truth is, I don't know where they're going.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult then to read into how this round will play out, but I think the assumption that we can have is that it will be a close round. I correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we've had a flawless round yet in this match, and to be honest, I don't really foresee one really coming. And it's not even just that we haven't seen many flawless rounds. We haven't really been seeing many massive multi kills either, like any 4Ks, aces, that sort of thing from these players. Because again, the trade infrastructure from both of these teams has been fairly strong.
Yeah, it's really been, I would say, probably the strongest point for the defense in these rounds. They've been very good at making up for that briefly lost man count by swinging, or again, excellent usage of utility like the nitro cells, just covering their teammates' back. So it's definitely been a very strong point for both these teams. At the end of the day, as long as the defense gets that first pick on the roam, they can just keep trading and they will eventually win. The numbers game will just be too much for the attacking side. But vice versa, we've seen gatekeepers throw away their lives a bit too early in some of these defensive rounds, and then that definitely sets up the attack to just play that trade game, keep close to each other, get those picks. It's worked very well in those kitchen attacks, so they can just apply that to one of these other sites. Again, a 3-3 split could definitely be on the horizon here.
For sure, and with that time sort of advantage as well for the defense, some of the rounds where we've seen maybe the time start to get away from Exeter, especially thinking about round 5, they actually did end up winning it even, sorry. So even in that sort of sense, it's you would think that being low on time would have a favor for the defense, but a lot of the rounds they've won, they've been able to shut down the attack fairly quickly. It's when they've given Exeter that time to really set themselves up is when we've been seeing that problem. So as we can see, this top floor site again, Cigar, massive point of contest, and Jamor again with the Azami setting themselves up.
Yeah, a couple of odd change-ups from both sides here. We're seeing Ben on the entry roll on the Yana, another one of those operators that have
JKB
recently fallen out of favor. And yeah, JKB, it looks like one of those spawn peaks has finally yielded something for the defense. It's not a kill, but it's still damage here. So looking good for gatekeepers so far. They're also bringing that Aruni here. So laser gates can be good for burning utility, and I'm assuming Replay is going to be running that DMR, so that will give them the ability to engage in some long-range gunfights. But still, I'm not a big fan of that Yana pick from Ben there. Just an operator that has really been nerfed continuously there, and there's just better options for the entry, like that Ash, even something like Finker. So a bit perplexed by that in such a crucial attacking round.
For sure. Well, Ben isn't top fragging, so I guess Exeter can at least be a little bit reassured there if we're going by the superstitions of history. But it's a little bit of a shaky situation there for Exeter, like you mentioned, with this Yana coming on through the proximity alarm as well. Going to give him some of the game up, and Rooney was spotted pressuring up through those red stairs, has now retreated back to Cigar, at least for the moment. So now these drones are coming on through, will be able to spot that out. But the defense are really just watching and waiting, with Rooney did try and play ahead of it and took a lot of damage. And this RC Rotero as well. Jamor? Oh dear. That's... Oh no.
Yeah,
Let's
really
move
not
on.
the way you want that Azami to be dying there. Cigar now free to take the attack as long as they keep an eye on that bathroom position. Rooney's low, so any peek, if they respond with a single bullet, will take him down. His position known by the drone, and instead he's going to just get aggressive, play close on this wall, go for these quick swings, try and at least get one here. But eventually he thinks better of it, runs away, and Ben catches him on that retreat. Exeter doing wonderfully in round 6 here, getting a lot of map control, a 5 versus 3, now technically 5v2 with Solos down. Replay tries to go for the res, I think, and is taken down instead. 5v1 here as Exeter look to make it 3-3.
Yeah, Feint left all alone. He's just trying to swing round, and well, I maybe jinxed it into existence there. A flawless round coming in from Exeter, just as I said. You know, we haven't. I don't really think we'll see a flawless round. But no, we do get one. It was very, very well worked on the attack. Some questionable moments on the defense as well that maybe did contribute to that as well. But heading into the second half, X-Terrific 3, UWE Gatekeepers 3.
Yeah, and it's going to be an immediate defense on this third floor. Again, not the typical first pick site there, thanks to how easy it is for the attack to actually get into it compared to the other sites. There's a lot less prep work that is required before you start getting in gunfights on a third floor defense. So a bit surprised that both teams seem to favor it so much. We are going to be seeing that Finker, though, from Gatekeepers, assuming that Jammo doesn't pick off it. An operator that I really want to see more teams playing because it is so strong now. You have the ability to heal through that chip as always, but on top of that, LMGs have seemingly had their recoil unnerfed. Grenades aren't as big a deal anymore either, so all signs point towards Finker being a very good operator, particularly when dealing with something like the Azami, where you need a lot of that firepower. In fact, 2 LMGs being brought by Gatekeepers, they can be such good tools to deal with those keeper barriers, as they do have a large health pool, but they are still vulnerable to gunfire at the end of the day.
Yeah, really bringing along that Capital as well. A lot of also good utility just by himself, not even that weapon, especially if you're trying to clear positions like Pixel. Where we see JKB sort of playing around here. Those firebolts can be very, very useful to try and clear that off. James nearly getting a pre-fire through the garage wall, but instead a lot of damage dealt to him back the other way. Is able to escape from that situation, however, so still a 5 versus 5, but health advantage in the hands of the Gatekeepers heading into this, or heading after this first minute of the round.
Yeah, these hatches now getting opened up, so it's a bit more of a slow approach for the Gatekeepers here on their third floor attack, but instead they're focusing much more on these repels instead of getting in the building. JKB in a very precarious spot, as just as I said, these LMGs being so good at dealing with those cube barriers. That's 2 now that Rooney is shredded down just with that continuous gunfire, and you can see the pressure it's putting on JKB. You can see from the way he's moving, it's much more defensive there. He's going for an eventual peek, prone behind the couch. But that's where the other utility from Capital comes in, the firebolts, forcing to move away, but he doesn't guess correctly. JKB, a fantastic double kill. Both LMGs taken down as it become a 5 versus 2. Exeter running away with this round.
Unbelievable there from JKB, and James getting in on the action as well means it's just Solo and Fate here from the Gatekeepers, and Solo is able to finally end that reign of terror inside of Cigar. But now Fate coming in, he's found Noob as well, but can't quite land the shot. The wallbang doesn't land either, allowing him to just slip the net there. Could prove massive heading into the rest of this round. Fate now heading in towards this white stairs area, looking towards Timber. Nothing for it. Just maybe looking for a player to come on through as well. Watching this flank, Solo, they just don't really have the information on the positions that are being played by Exeter. They've done a good job at shutting down the drones that are left, and well, there's only 2 players and 2 drones that are able to be moved as well. Now Feint trying to sneak up, but he stepped into the goo mine. That's a sound cue. That's information for the defense, and that's even more time to be wasted. And now the flank starts to come up red. I don't know if Solo's aware of this. He is watching for this flank to come through. I believe that's James now sneaking his way through. Feint's found another. The vault is heard, and it's caught. It's a 2 versus 2 now, but the time continuing to tick. Solo, is he going to check bar back storage? No. Diffuser now dropped, and Feint doesn't know where Noob is either. Shuts down the final 2 players, in Exeter hold on thanks to a very strong position held by Noob. And what a shot that was as well.
Yeah, great from the Legion there as well, just playing things perfectly in that late round, not over-peaking, realizing that eventually the attacker gonna have to stop corner checking, just go for some kind of execute, and he cleans him up, easy as that. But still, it looked to be going very, very good for the gatekeepers on that attack. They expertly dealt with that setup, in my opinion, in Cigar, but it was, again, just those crucial gunfights that went the other way. Fantastic there from the Azami. And gatekeepers, they've got to be really kicking themselves for that, because if they just win a couple of those early gunfights, suddenly you're looking at a drastically different series of events. You've forced that Azami out of position, so you should be getting the pick, but still, it just gets away from them, and it's allowed for Exeter to take the lead in the series for the first time since that very first round, and also gets them 3 rounds in a row here. Gatekeepers previously held that record, but now Exeter once again firmly in control of this series as they're heading towards this kitchen defense, which should, in theory, be even easier than that third floor one.
But can count out just a little bit of shenanigans when you're watching Rainbow Six Siege, so the gatekeepers will certainly be wanting to cause some chaos in this round to give themselves the best chance. It will start with a very long angle. JKB and Rooney exchanging some shots, but no kills found, and in the end it's just a little bit of gunfire and just a little bit of ammunition that goes to waste. And okay, Banshee's finally dealt with, and so is Ben on that Malusi. Feint finds the opener.
Yeah, Ben not quite been having as impactful a match as he maybe would have wanted, but James is more than picking up the slack. JKB too. They have gotten this breach open quite early though from Bakery this time, comparing it to those gatekeepers defenses where there was a much heavy utility investment, and it seems to be paying off. JKB downed as well. Replay already very close to sight, knows where the other player here is as well. Just has to be a bit wary of any vertical, but Jamor takes down one. Replay confirms that killed the remaining players. Drop down to sight. They're boxed in here, Cameron. Execute could easily happen. Just pop down those Bs, hide behind that bulletproof cover. Easy as that. Gatekeepers, they just need to make that call.
Yeah, Taj now in a very difficult position. James had found one, but that's all he'll get as Feint swings on round, finds that final kill. What an attack to come through from the gatekeepers. So fast-paced, so measured in the aggression as well. Really, really well done. They tie us up 4 rounds to 4.
Well, it's that value of Bakery, right? We saw gatekeepers really put a lot of attention towards in their defenses, an extension being used with lots of Wamai magnets and Jaeger ADSs. So it only makes sense that going onto their attack, when they see that position basically clear to take, they know immediately that that's their win condition. They get that wall open, they push in, win those gunfights. Easy as that. Fantastic on-the-spot knowledge and decision-making shown from gatekeepers there, and they actually keep this series tied, dead even, when really there was potential for Exeter to go 2 rounds up. Still though, gatekeepers are not out of this yet by any means. Despite that really horrid series of rounds they've had here, they stopped that win streak just like Exeter did, and now they're hoping that they can continue this attacking momentum onto this first floor site. It will be dining and reading once again, so they will likely have to approach from above, but at the same time, there is also potential for them to go for another fast push. So much of this defensive utility is focused on that upstairs. And if gatekeepers want to get a bit cheeky, they could just run up white, run up red, run up somewhere, and catch Exeter off guard.
Oh, Replay's taken a lot of damage. I believe that was from Ben's peek out of the jar. There were some other peeks coming on through from Exeter, looking at these extremities, looking at those entryways into the map. There was a player on the downstairs over by reception as well, but they've fallen back, no damage being dealt. And here's Replay, like you mentioned, Joe, very quickly up these stairs, but James is actually the one who finds a kill from that longer angle, taking out Solo. That's your Nomad flank watch now gone. As Noob aggressors downstairs, potentially could have spotted the player on Repel. Replay is so far up, and I don't know if Ben's aware of it. Absolutely not now. Direct access to the bomb site here for the attack, should they wish to use it. Replay is directly adjacent now to the site, and it's only been a minute into this round.
Yeah, the problem though for Replay is there was no drone in front of him, so he had no real opportunity to capitalize on that surprise. Now, eventually, the site is getting droned out, but his position's already known. They're now holding him, so yeah, he got that great response, but still, he can't do much else with it. He might even have to rotate, because the longer he stays there, the more time the Exeter get to really focus on that position, cover his exits. Still, though, he does manage to get towards Pillar. There's potential for a reading push here or a pinch above onto Tharj as a player. Does drop down Pillar, has no clue Replay's there. A bit of a whiff, but still gets that pick, and now he can apply pressure towards reading. Replay, just the playmaker here for Gatekeepers as more damage is dealt towards those roamers. Gatekeepers slowly just taking over this site as Tharj is down as well.
Yeah, that's Feint with that kill. Now 2 versus 4. Noob looking to re-explore this northern side of the map. Could potentially find some form of cutoff or angle. James watching this doorway now. Himself choosing to get further up. Noob has been taken down. James with 1 kill. That's all it'll be. And the Gatekeepers have the lead yet again here in this first map of the series of the best of 3 finals here. Cafe Dostoevsky, remember, Exeter's map pick and Gatekeepers, well, they're doing a sterling job here on the attack so far.
Yeah, 1 round away from that coveted map point position for Gatekeepers as well, as they're just looking to be almost an unstoppable force on attack when it comes to these fast pushes. So obviously, the natural response for Exeter here would be to invest a bit closer to site. Bring more of those trap operators, bring something to give the positions away of these attackers, because fast pushes can be very good when not expected, but if you read into them, it's almost like free kills for the defense. So Gatekeepers might have to switch things up here as Exeter will go back towards that 3rd floor, but the issue here, Cameron, is the 3rd floor is one of those sites that you can get to most quickly for the attack as well. It's only a single floor below that roof where almost every single attacking push starts. So Exeter might really have made the wrong play here, going somewhere that's so easily accessible for the attack. Still, though, they do have a good record here, winning that first round, I believe. So things should be going all right for them. They should tie up this series, but if they lose this and Gatekeepers get to that map point with another round buffer, things could start getting a bit dicey.
They absolutely could. Now, one positive to take for Exeter here as well is that the Ying has been banned away, so if we're looking at fast pushes here on the top floor, you normally see some form of Ying execute, maybe dropping down through the skylight, through those hatches over on New Balcony and Red Stairs, and just really converging in that way. But it's not actually going to be the case here. Obviously, Ying banned out. This attack much more standard in terms of just other utility that they have, looking at flank watches, that sort of thing. The drones are going through just to try and spot out these positions from defense. And Ben, oh, well, he's nearly caught Replay on an incredible reverse angle. But unfortunately not to be. And with Replay's gun still up, and he's heard the phone going off of Noob now, and he's actually been able to 180 him. That's the power the Dockerby can have. Thankfully traded by James, but what an opening pick for Replay to find, taking out Noob.
Yeah, and that's overall a pretty positive trade for Gatekeepers there. Noob still had more goo needles to put out there, and it should have been a free kill for him as well. Replay was already so low. Ben is trying to make sure that this trade is thoroughly in their advantage, but can't quite land the shots on Rooney. Still holding position in Cocktail here. But yeah, Exeter's defense maybe not as rock solid as they anticipated, even with that early chip damage on Replay. Fantastic just gunfight from him, winning that in train. Jamo now is forced to get a bit more aggressive, realizing that perhaps a single 1-for-1 isn't enough, needs to get more map control. They've got plenty of time as well to drone things out here, so no rush as of yet, as Feint is rotating even towards that white window, thinking maybe someone could be caught off guard there, but he's not going to find much at all. That flank's position can't be seen there, but Feint does get someone elsewhere on the site window. Jamal pushing as well. It seems like Gatekeepers just want to go for it.
They absolutely are, and they are winning these gunfights as well. Ben's been taken down now, 2 versus 4. Just James and Taj left to try and prevent this map point situation. That's a lovely kill from Taj, but he's now taken down himself. James left against these 3 players. Solo gets off the plant. I don't know if they're aware of this position from the Malusi. Well, they certainly will be now. Those shots run wide, and Rooney's there to shut things down, shut things off. And the Gatekeepers, they take map point on Exeter's map pick. Suddenly, it starts to get a little bit more real, a little bit more possible, as they're just 1 round away from taking their opponent's pick.
Yeah, and just sheer confidence, sheer aggression being shown from Gatekeepers there, even if they aren't in the most advantaged situation, they still just go for it. A brilliant example is that final kill. Solo has Diffuser in hand, has the potential to go for a plant, but gets intel that the player's in Cigar and just goes for the swing. Sure, he could have died. He could have left Diffuser cold, could have really opened up for a 1vx for Exeter, but he's just too confident and he knows that he can win that gunfight, and that's exactly what happens. He almost wills into existence there. Gatekeepers are just on fire currently, playing like a very strong team here and only one round away from taking this map. As you said, his opponent's map pick, we thought that Exeter really had things covered on their attacks, but it just wasn't enough. Gatekeepers fighting back against what was a 3-3 half here, looking to potentially win 4 of their attacks on Cafe. And once again, Exeter go to this 3rd floor, Cameron.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if I like it. We've got James on the vigil as well. So Exeter are really grasping at straws right now. Just try and find anything. You do sort of have the attacking counterpart as well. Replay on the Nook for the Gatekeepers. But that's a little bit more reasonable than you'd say the Vigil is. So it does feel like it's a little bit of a last-ditch effort here from Exeter. Obviously, they've only won one of their defenses, and it has come up here on the top floor. So I don't necessarily fully blame them for trying up here again, but I mean, as we've seen, the Gatekeepers do tend to be doing pretty well, but Thudge is able to take down Replay early. And if the Gatekeepers aren't able to find a response, find an answer, trade that opening pick, Exeter could be in a pretty good spot to take us to 12.
Yeah, it looked like Replay just got a little bit too confident. And speaking of confident, James just swinging wide out that pillar door, taking down the player who looked to be getting onto that white window. But Replay just goes for a very solo push, using that Nook ability up white and is caught completely off guard by Tharj there. I didn't think there was a drone, as there didn't seem to be much of a gunfight, and as for the rest of these Gatekeepers attacking us, it looks to be a direct drop here. They want to make the most of this control they have towards Cigar Shop. They've realized there's only a single player in Cigar Lounge, so they just want to push them out. Not quite sure of the exact position and distracted by a Banshee here. Jamal's playing a very risky game here with solo covering. Damage gone to that Azami barricade, but Ben and James just clean things up. It's a 1v5 for Feint, and it looked as though Gatekeepers might take in 7-4, but Exeter proving that they want to take this to overtime.
Well, at least it's not going to be a flawless round there. Feint finding a kill onto Tharj, and hey, the clutch is still on. Has 70 seconds left to play in this round, but without the diffuser, it's going to be very difficult to find anything. And Exeter, I mean, they're really just going to be trying to play these crossfires. Feint nearly getting lucky, but in the end, now that there should be these crossfires established for Exeter, this round seems pretty unlikely, and well, Gatekeepers might just use this as a little bit of an opportunity to just chat, talk things through, and just give themselves a sort of impromptu timeout while we wait for this round to end.
Yeah, just chilling here, really. They can afford to lose this round. They've still got that one other chance to take it in regulation, and it seems as though potentially a little bit of tensions rising here just in this brief pause. I'm sure the defense aren't too happy about this. They'd rather just get things done, get onto that final attempt so they can bring it to 6-6, but still, Gatekeepers aren't giving them that satisfaction. Instead, talking things out because they want to get things done in 12 rounds. Going to overtime, potentially giving Exeter that second wind in those final 3 rounds is not something they want to deal with. So they're just playing things slow, making sure they can really get a decisive final round in this map.
There's still possibility for it, but also overtime looming potentially in this one. And hey, we said we wanted a close series, and so far these teams are delivering, Joe.
Indeed they are. As we head on to round 12, it will be instead that second floor site, Fireplace and Reading. Capcan being brought by the defense here. Ben looking to get some chip damage, maybe even a pick outside of sight. I mean, it could work. We've not seen this operator all match. If Gatekeepers aren't properly droning things, then there could easily be 1 or 2 of those EDDs on the door that they don't expect, and suddenly, bam, Feint, or maybe even Replay, those 2 very high-impact players getting taken down without even a gunfight. Things could drastically switch towards Exeter if a pick like that goes ahead. But at the same time, drone work has been good from both teams, especially in that early round. So Ben might, in fact, simply be just wasting an operator pick here, a pick that could be used on something else like that Solace, something strong. Instead, going for a bit of an unconventional play and hoping that it works, gambling it all here in round 12.
Yeah, and the Vigil coming through once again. I don't really know how much impact this operator pick had in the previous round. Obviously, Exeter did win, but again, in terms of the gadgetry, there's potential there that maybe it doesn't work out, but maybe it does, because James has found the opening there onto Solo, and he's actually been able to get a second, gets away from Red Stairs entirely. Feint also going down, and that's a massive pick as James just keeps finding kills, tearing apart this attack from the Gatekeepers. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, question mark thrown in chat as well from Exeter, just rubbing salt in the wound. This defense really seemingly uncrackable just thanks to James running wild on that Vigil. A very selfish operator, but if you've got the gun skill, you've got the movement, easy for him. 19 kills for James here as only 2 of those attackers remain. It's looking like overtime is an absolute certainty here, Cameron, unless this miracle of a comeback goes ahead for Gatekeepers. They've got good utility, I'll give them that. The firebolts and smoke bolts are definitely playmakers. Flashbangs as well can be particularly useful, but Rooney's alone facing this army here, has to guess. Does guess right, but doesn't land the shots. Eventually takes on JKB. It's a 4v2. It won't be flawless at the very least. Rooney so low on health. Suddenly, we're looking at a future where potentially that Capcan does have an impact. Rooney, 1 EDD away from death here, so maybe the operator wasn't as much of a waste as we first thought.
Oh no, I don't even want to. Ben already put a question mark in the chat when James got a 3K. I can't imagine what will be typed when, or if even that those EDDs do get a kill. Obviously, I'm not going to say when, because that's still rather unlikely, especially as we've seen for the most part, Gatekeepers have been able to do some fairly diligent drone work. It's just if this time continues to go down and the stress continues to build, whether they remember the positions of those EDDs. Rooney's found a second. Suddenly, it's a 3 versus 2, and he might be aware of the position of Ben. No, instead, Ben takes that swing now. Jamal, only one left, and takes that drop. I don't know if he's been heard getting through this rotate, but well, the shots do come through. Pre-fires. Inoob, he's called out, but Taj, close range shotgun. And we do go to overtime here, Joe, on Cafe Dostoyevsky.
Yeah, Exeter pull through. 2 rounds behind, but now tying things up. 3 rounds remain. And I believe, seeing as Exeter picked this map, they should be starting here on the defense. They do get the chance to choose their defending overtime side, and indeed, they will get that coveted first defense in overtime. 2 defensive rounds them now. So even if they mess up that attacking round, still they go back to that favored side as James bringing that dock, just going all in on this fragger roll, it seems, fully just giving his life to it, going towards the dock. Another, I would still say, selfish operator. Sure, you can heal other members of the team, but at the same time, you can also just heal yourself and go off on your own. Do your own thing is what a lot of dock players tend to do, and you can't really blame him. Over a 2.0 KD. If he goes 20, that would be huge here. He's got 3 more rounds to get kills. Again, they're bringing JKB on this army as well. It's a defense that is so difficult to crack here. Luckily for Gatekeepers, they're probably not going to get caught off guard by a random Vigil 3K on the ground floor. So there is at least something. They might actually get to test the site this time. But at the same time, James is going for a spawn peek in that front door. My god, he might just get it.
He very much might, although it doesn't look like anyone's actually spawned over here. So they have been able to avoid that fate, just rather by luck or by judgment. It is still a 5 versus 5 here after this opener. No spawn peak for James. Now the standard cafe checklist starts to come into play. Get up onto the roof, start opening up these hatches, work your way down. That's how this map works. It's how this map rolls. And yeah, again, it's all the very standard stuff.
Yeah, Rooney still playing a close eye towards that white stairs, and you can't blame him. We can see there, thanks to that observer HUD, that Noob is playing on that position, waiting for him to get on that rappel. So Rooney's going to play very, very carefully, but The longer he stalls there, the longer he covers a flank that might not even happen, the less time he gets to go and challenge that Azami. Luckily, JKB taken down immediately by Replay, actually using the spear on Thinker. It's now up to James to hold a much more anchored position, holding quite a passive angle towards this piano window, and instead, well, Feint moves away, doesn't go for the swing, and instead thinks better of it. Rooney, though, still potentially causing mischief here, using the LMG, spraying through soft walls, and James just cuts his head off. 20 kills for the man here on the dock, still alive and healthy, waiting to potentially save this round as Noob gets another. Gatekeepers just not quite able to win this attack here unless they can go absolutely huge. Once again, 3 versus 4 here. Replay, very good player here, had a great match, but still so many positions to watch. No grenades either. It just doesn't look good for Gatekeepers on this attack.
It really doesn't. However, Feint has possibly just given them a lifeline. Taking down James, that is the really impactful player here on this Exeter lineup. 20 and 10, that is a 2 KD after these 13 rounds, which is absolutely ridiculous stuff to come on through. I really like Replay's kill onto JKB as well, just sending the nade in, forcing that rotation away, then catching him on the retreat. But now they still need to push on through Cigar, and Replay's actually landed that shot onto Noob, and Ben, though, is able to shut him down, cuts that Rain to just 2 kills, and Taj now going for the flank. They aren't aware of this, and that's Jamal going down. Now Feint, 1 versus 2 situation. Exeter still in the driver's seat. Feint has flashed himself, now jumping over. 20 seconds left. He takes a drop, takes a swing, but Ben is there, and Ben is better. Exeter go up to map point.
And it's another close round, though. That's the thing. The attacks certainly have the potential to win in these rounds, but it's the late round gunfights again and again and again going the way of the defense here in this latter half of the match. Exeter, they're now on to map point here. The first time they've been on map point after coming back from Gatekeepers' 2-round advantage. If they can lock this out on the attack, great from them. But at the same time, if not, they have that safety net of the next defensive round. So it's not the be-all, end-all here for the Gatekeepers. It certainly is. Only 1 attempt for defense here. After this, they are going to have to run the attack. And I know the best sort of thing here for a team is to not focus too far in the future, just focus in the present. But you've got to think that might be lingering in the back of their minds, the fact that even if they win this defense against an Exeter side that has been so good in these past 3 rounds, they have to go back on that attack, back on that less favored site onto Cafe here. So this is really going to have to be a statement round for them. If they prove that their gun skill is the better side, that they are still very, very strong, very capable of winning, they can still take this in an 8-7 map. But the same time, even if they win this off the back of something like a 1 versus 1, you're going to have your doubts in that final round.
That being said, we have had 2 3-3 halves here. So it's not like starting on the attack is the be-all, end-all, game over, hammer blow for Gatekeepers like we might have expected. We've seen a lot of weaknesses from Exeter on the defense. We've seen a lot of weaknesses from Exeter on the attack as well. So by no means is the end of this tale already written. In fact, even after this game, we still have potentially 2 more maps to go before we decide a winner here of the British University Esports Championships with Intel, the Rainbow Six Siege tournament. That is its final event of the weekend. For those of you at home and are unaware, we've had an action-packed time, and still this series is going to offer us so much more. Heading into this round again, standard stuff. They're on the roof. They're getting this information, starting to gather map control. And Ben, watching the flank, has taken down Rooney. Brilliant start for Exeter as they look like they might just want to close this out here and now. Pressuring onto these key barriers as well. Jamal now finding this advantage. He's getting the owners to go aggressive, but I think he's been spotted by that Rotero drone. He just has to pull back.
Yeah, unsure if he actually was, but still just plays it safe. Feint, though, knows he has to make a play, does get one, but is eventually down there. Jamal back in this cigar position, wants to push yet again, but stops himself from it. Still valuing his life there, but also realizing that he really needs to even out this man count. With Replay below, though, there is certainly the potential for potentially even a multi-kill here, just to help out Gatekeepers and winning this round. Jamo definitely hears that drop though, so can relay that information to the rest of his team as he does get one. That's Noob dead, Tharj now in a much less secure position than he might have first thought. But Jamo wisely just moves away. They've got that even man count now. He's got an impact from below that he can potentially use below as well if need be, using vault cameras that might be on site. Overall, this is actually a surprisingly strong setup for the defense here. Nitro and Impact can easily deny some plants here as this execute has to come through in the next 20 seconds.
Demore has been spotted on a drone, but there's information coming the other way thanks to the Valkyrie cameras from replay, and he's able to find a kill off the back of it as well. JKB going down. James nearly with a brilliant flick there onto Jamal, but he still pushes round. Jamal not expecting it, now into a 2 versus 2, but still that time is a factor. 25 seconds left, Solo and replay to hold on, and Tharj just gaining some more information using those drones. James now swinging in, taking some damage, and there's a swing from Solo. It's now all down to James, the power player, but he can't get it done. Solo with 2 kills in the end round. We're going all the way to 15 rounds, Joe, to separate these two sides.
But once again, Gatekeepers, they're going to have to win on this attack, and we've said, sure, it's been 3-3 halves from both sides, but these defenses, particularly when you're going against primary and secondary sites, can be so much more difficult. Exeter, definitely favored here, but Gatekeepers are by no means out of it yet. They've shown they can have these explosive executes. They've shown the mechanical ability of some of these players. And as we get what might be a pause here, that might be exactly what Exeter need just to cool off, even if they aren't communicating, just settling down, realizing that that last round, sure, it didn't go well, but they still have this golden opportunity of the defense if they can just calm things down, stop the momentum that Gatekeepers might have built from that previous round win, and just focus on this one final round.
Yeah, obviously there is an opportunity that the nerves do start to build for, honestly, either of these sides. It's going to be a real test of the mental resilience and the strength as to which of these teams is able to calm themselves more in this little technical break that we have.
Yeah, it's really not the spot you'd want to break for Gatekeepers, I don't think. Sure, they have time to potentially think about how they attack that one site, but really, you just want to get into that match, I think, in that position. You just want to keep things going, keep the ball rolling after you won that previous round. So instead, you're forced to stop. Your potential for a comeback has been forced to wait here as Exeter just laughing on this defense, knowing that it's in with arm's reach. They've got quite an annoying lineup as well, Cameron. The Capcom being brought again, as is the Frost and the Legion. So many different things to drone out, so many things to worry about. And James, being given that C1 with an ACOG can potentially cause even more damage to the Gatekeepers here. And in the back of your mind, you're going to have to be consistently worrying about Ben's Capcan traps. Because if you die to one of them, I'm sure you're not going to hear the end of it in all chat.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, though, from the Gatekeepers, assuming they keep this lineup, it also could be quite annoying for the defense to deal with. You have Gridlock, you have Capital, and with the absence of any form of Jaeger or Wamai from the defense, that utility is going to be incredibly strong. So, you know, it isn't all over, and with the absence of an Azami as well that you might use, this range soft breach can be used in other places to really open up lines of sight, angles, things like that. The defense do need to be wary of that possibility.
Indeed they do. Again, quite a slow push from the attack, but Rooney still wanting to ensure that there is no potential for a run out on that pillar door. The attackers are going to start rappelling onto the building, just trying to get on the roof, drone things out. Again, it's the map design of Cafe really biting them here. They've already wasted 40 seconds, but Rooney gets a fantastic pick. James, the star of the match, taken out incredibly early. Gatekeepers have that man advantage, but we've seen this time and time again. The attack come in with an early pick, and eventually the defense trade, and from there on out, the defense infrastructure is just too difficult to overcome. Can Exeter hold on here and win this map?
JKB is also taken some damage, but it's nothing crazy. But as those firebolts now do come through as well. It's going to be very, very difficult. Rooney continuing to apply some pressure with these windows. Replay, though, taken down as a run-out. JKB. Rooney's found Inoob as well. Chaos in these last 20 seconds, but it's the gatekeepers that come out on top. Jamor finding another kill, and JKB goes down. Exeter, they look like they're in the driver's seat, but now it is just Ben left all alone against 4 players from the University of West England gatekeepers, as they now start to bear down on this defensive bomb site. And they just take a little moment to steady themselves, to catch their breath, to make sure they have all of the information. There's plenty of drones now remaining. Pre-fires coming through, and Ben's position has been spotted. He isn't surviving for long. And the gatekeepers, it took them a while. It took them even succeeding overtime. But in the end, they do lock out this map and snatch it away from the grasp of Exeterific. I mean, what a performance we just had there from both of these teams. But in the end, gatekeepers get it done. Their opponent's map pick, and then Chalet on the horizon, Joe.
Yeah, winning your opponent's map pick, always good thing for the mental, always a good sign for the series as well. Shows that you can adapt, shows that you can really play around what's coming after you. So fantastic from gatekeepers winning that out. But at the same time, Exeter did play that incredibly close. They have nothing to really worry about there. Obviously, they're a map down, but they're heading on to an equally doable map, right? Sure, it's not their pick, but at the same time, it's Chalet. It's incredibly labbed out, incredibly well known, to the point where map picks don't really decide much. And on top of that, they're going to be starting on that defense. So overall, things should not be too dire for them. Of course, if it goes all the way to overtime, they actually will be starting on. They won't be starting on defense unless teams choose to throw a bit of a curveball. But overtime is where things might get tricky on that second map. But still, it's really quite neutral ground. So they can still hold their heads up high. They've had some fantastic individual performances there. So they don't need to be too concerned about that.
Yeah, they absolutely don't. And it's the same sort of thing looking towards Clubhouse as well. Incredibly neutral ground. That map especially more about the fundamentals. But obviously that's all for the future. We have an interview with Affinity standing by. Over to you.
Now, it's not very often I get to be joined by such a special guest as Sledge themselves, but underneath the mask, would you like to introduce yourself for those who may not know you?
I'm Andarn. I'm the Cannon Sledge for Rainbow Six Siege, and I'm just enjoying my time here at Birmingham Insomnia.
So you've been enjoying it, you had a little bit of a wander around, you've been here all 3 days, haven't you?
I have, yes. I was at Sledge on Friday and Smoke Elite on Saturday. I'm back in the Old Faithful today, so.
Absolutely wonderful. I'm assuming I've seen you get stopped for a lot of photos already. Has it been a busy weekend for you?
It really has. You know, everyone always wants to come have a picture of their favourite operator.
Absolutely. Now, the Six Invitational that has just been and gone recently in Brazil, 9,000 people in person, hundreds of thousands of people watching online as well, and you were awarded the Community Commendation. How did that feel? Talk us through that whole thing.
It still doesn't feel real, if I'm honest. I remember feeling absolutely terrified when I was going on the stage, but then just seeing everyone cheering, and the video that got made by Ubisoft for me was fantastic. It really shows how dedicated I am to the cosplay community for Rainbow.
Absolutely. And talking of the cosplay community, you make your own props as well. What has been the favorite thing of yours that you've made? Could be a weapon, could be any part of your cosplay. What has it been? Oh, the old faithful hammer. The sledgehammer, I love it. And how long did it take you to make?
This was a total of 3 days.
3 days?
Yeah, 3 days printing, and then about another 2 days just to make it look good.
Oh God, that's a lot. Now, how do you decide who to cosplay as? And talk me through the decision making when you go on a new endeavor.
Well, Sledge was my main attacker. He's Scottish, I'm Scottish. It really just fell into place for that. I really choose the characters that I play in the game. It wouldn't make much sense to me to pick a character that I don't know much about, that I don't play. But you know, I play Sledge on main, I play Smoke on defense. It just made sense.
Absolutely. And what's it like going to events like this? Because you've been recognized by quite a few people. Does it ever get more normal, or how does that feel?
not normal, no. It is so strange to have people come up to you and go, oh my god, I'm such a fan of yours. I'm like, but I'm just me, you know. It's great just to share this hobby with people, to go around as part of the game, bring it to life for them, and just share in the creativity that's around this place. I mean, there are so many fantastic cosplayers here.
Now, can you talk us about the belt as well? Tell us a bit about what's going on there.
Well, we have Lord Fluffers himself. You can forget Tachanka, there is only one Lord of Siege, and his name is Fluffers. He is a replica recon drone that I've made myself. He is my pride and joy.
I was asking as well, it doesn't show necessarily great on camera, but it lights up
No.
as well. It's got little spinny bits. It's absolutely incredible. Now, what would you say to anyone out there that's considering maybe toying with the idea of getting into cosplay, isn't sure how to take the first step or if they want to? What would you say?
So, cosplay is such a great hobby to be part of. Everyone has that creative potential within them. A lot of them don't realise it. I've spoken to so many cosplayers who have gone, should I do it for this event? Should I? I don't know if I could. And then a year down the line, I see them in costume. It's all about taking that first step. You have that creative potential, and you know there are so many great people out there who will share advice and resources and are just there to help you in your creative journey.
Absolutely. And then any parting words for us, everyone at home, maybe not quite the same as the Six Invitational, a little bit of a smaller audience, maybe just as dedicated, of course, Brazilian fans, a little crazy, but anything you want to say to the world with the microphone in your hand.
Buff Sledge.
Buff Sledge, you heard it here first. Thank you very much, everyone. We will be coming back very shortly with map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mass to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Let's go!
Monster Black.
Monster Blade! Let's go! Nice.
Monster Black.
Monster Black. That right there, Monster plays of the week.
Okay.
Monster Energy is doing a monster site giveaway.
NSC Stay at Home series
Supported by Monster Energy.
Here today we have multiple tournaments running. We're going to have 430 gamers and up to 600 spectators. Almost 1,000 devices using the internet and the whole network. Before we had the Draytech solution in, we were having issues with reliability. We know that when we deploy the Draytech solution, we're going to get what's on the tin. It works. Our customers are actually experiencing almost 3 times the speed that they've had in the last event that they came.
Every gamer knows who Draytech is. It's the very backbone of this epic LAN event.
So I would recommend Draytech. Overall, just a really good company, really good product.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm still Pastor, still joined by Pooball here for the second map of the British University Esports Championships with Intel Finals here in the Birmingham NEC. Well, I guess some of you are in the NEC. We're at our homes. But, Joe, map number 1, absolute barn burner, 8-7.
Yeah, indeed it was. We saw real prowess shown on both sides from both teams there. Looking particularly at James, had a massive map. Unfortunately, didn't end up winning it though. So there's still there's potential certainly for Exeter to continue on this series to get to a map 3. And I wouldn't even say it's that crushing of a defeat for either team. It's not as much as it may have seemed as it like it in some rounds. It wasn't that much of a thrown map, really. Granted, one team being gatekeepers was up 6-4, and they did end up winning the whole thing. But still, Exeter played it close throughout. So losing like that, they shouldn't be too disappointed. And they've shown again individually they still have fantastic players, fantastic gun skill. So heading on to Chalet, another quite neutral map that there are definitely strats for, but it's not exactly strat heavy. There's definitely potential for Exeter to come out on top here.
Absolutely. Into the French Alps we go. The Gatekeepers map pick, Exeter, they chose quite sensibly to start us out on the defense. And their first ban is going to be a Montaigne yet again. They do not want to see this big shieldy boy.
Yeah, it can be quite a source of frustration, the Montagne, as well as just being a big bulletproof drone. Ying being banned as well, just direct bans from that last map, no surprises there. Very commonly banned attackers for the utility they bring, for the playmaking potential they bring. The defense is where we might see a bit of a difference here, as first off, it'll be Fenrir again, so actually still following the trend of the same operators banned on Cafe, but that final one, last map, was Mirror Camera, and I'm thinking maybe we might see something like a Solace, like an Azami being banned out here.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see a mirror ban twice in a row, although it's not completely out of the question. But yeah, there we go, Azami being taken out then, because yeah, if we did get a mirror ban again, I mean, I'd kind of understand it. But mirror's a lot more situational, I think, on this map than Cafe Dostoevsky.
Yeah, an operator like Azami can fortify so many positions in so many different sites here that it's no surprise that she's getting banned. Unfortunately, though, for the attack, that does mean that Solace slips the net yet again. A very impactful operator that, just as I say that, isn't actually being brought this round. Instead, we're going to be seeing a bit more of those unconventional operators. Again, looking at that dock, this time it's Ben on the operator and James on the Malusi. The Boyer as well, still very strong, but often swapped out in favor of other operators. So no Solace this time, but still plenty of operators bringing plenty of utility here. Those 4 Goyo canisters can stall so much time with the fire that they create. The Legion mines as well are a fantastic source for intel, and the dock healing is always nice.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it on Cafe Dostoevsky. Doc can be quite a selfish operator. You can sort of go for aggressive plays, heal yourself up, eating. But it can also be used for team utility as well. Certainly seems like Ben is needing somewhat that aggressive mentality, going for the spawn peak straight away, but no one is going to fall for this. It's one of the oldest tricks in the book, that spawn peak from mezzanine. So, yeah, not going to catch anyone off guard, and Ben is going to be wise to just hightail it out of there rather than sticking around and potentially opens himself up to some angles through windows.
Yeah, not overstaying his welcome at all. He maybe didn't have the greatest start to last map, but he did pick up in that second half. So realistically, he should be continuing that pace. James, though, was the real star of the show previously, so he's definitely a player to look out for here, especially on the defense where he can really be let loose compared to the attack where he's traditionally more on that hard support role. Jamal, though, already in this basement, going through big garage, just firing blind shots to try and deter one of the defenders, but it could have the opposite effect, revealing his position, luring one of them to try and potentially get a pick. So Replay does have to stay close here. Instead, just going up those trophy stairs from looks of thing, it might be a free position getting onto Solarium. JKB holding from sight, but he's not aware of the Grim here. This could be an easy opener for the attack, but Goyo Canister stops that push dead in its tracks. Instead, Noob takes down that bug.
Yeah, absolutely. Noob was just sort of lurking about downstairs, and he's able to find one. Ben, though, traded out as well. What a kill from Feint as well, as it looked like Ben was about to find the angle onto that kill. Instead, into a 4 versus 3. More pressure building onto Solarium. Replay starts to swing, gets in the way of Rooney's crosshair, was holding the angle, and James is good for a kill, but dropping back, Feint is able to trade things out yet again. 3 versus 2, still this one-player advantage for the defensive side of Exoterific. And potentially they can start to push further in. That's the gatekeepers on this attack. But that cross angle from JKB, just so strong, takes down 2 as they just line up so nicely for him. Look at that. How nice, how kind of them.
Yeah, it seemed like that drone work, again, another issue bleeding over from that first map. The drone work just wasn't quite there when it came to the end of the map. And sure, that was a 2 versus 4, 2 versus 3 then. There's not much opportunity to drone things, but at the same time, still, it seemed like even in those higher man count scenarios, there just wasn't adequate intel towards the site, and it led to players getting caught off guard. A bit of a commotion on Solarium as well. Players crossing over where they weren't covered allowed for James to get a pretty free pick as well. So overall, a lot to work on for gatekeepers there. Exeter starting off this map strong, exactly what they need to do after that 8-7 defeat on Cafe here. Just wanting to set the pace quickly, as we're seeing an Ella on this defense, likely just being brought just for that combination of a shield and that bit of intel as well with the Grishmot mines. Another shield being brought by Ben as well. So this is a very heavily fortified defense around Library. And that, of course, does provide the opportunity for gatekeepers to just ignore it. Granted, the vertical here is a big issue if you do choose to ignore it, so a fast push would have to be very, very fast. But we've seen already in last map, gatekeepers particularly are definitely up to going for these unconventional fast executes towards the site.
Yeah, they absolutely are, especially when Exeter weren't really expecting it. So, you know, they have to keep on their toes. But, you know, who knows what will happen in this one. You never know what to expect when it comes to the gatekeepers. And yet again, there's some early pressure coming in through basement, and I thought Noob might have just let things slip away from him there, but no, had the trigger discipline to just hold his nerve, and now James pressuring upstairs. Perfect free fire, taking down Rooney and Noob. That patience paying dividends for him in the basement, taking out Solo as well, who was on his drone. 2 players down, 2 fairly impactful operators off the board in the Ace and Jackal. 5 versus 3 for Exeter.
Incredible start for Exeter there, just choosing their peaks wisely. JKB holding onto this library window as well. It seems very unlikely that gatekeepers are going to get a real foothold here, but the flashes do deter that Wamai, and it looks as though, yeah, Replay doesn't have taken down Ben, but James quickly, just swiftly gets that trade. Jamal, though, has still managed to get in library, so there is some attacking presence upstairs, but facing a cross angle that James simply moves away from. The threat of that Ella is more than enough for him, it seems, as instead chooses to barricade that window. A very strange maneuver, but Jamal takes it as an opportunity to strike. Can he get this pick? James has been phenomenal so far, but not good enough to win this. Suddenly, 2 versus 3 Cameron. It's surprisingly winnable for the gatekeepers.
It absolutely is. They brought it back to within 1 in terms of this player count situation. Jamal still pressuring from long range. Oh my word! Good night, Taj taken down here from Fireplace. Jamal just absolutely demolishing as he finds another Noob. Now the only player left standing as Jamal has just been such a menace. Noob now trying to flank, but can he outflank the flankers? It's all rotations upon rotations. And they've slipped the net. Noob now rotating back round. He's been spotted. Jamal, 4 kills in that round. What a way to get a first attack on the board for the gatekeepers. Oh my goodness.
Just the mix of everything from Jamor in that late round. The gun skill, the game awareness, the ability to just calm down as well when it was in that 2v1, getting his teammate to just drone around secure angles. It was perfectly played, and it was a round that was, I'm sure you'll agree, very clearly thrown by Exeter there. It's unfortunate, and they had a very good setup and a very good start, but at the end of the day, if you just lose those gunfights at the very end of the round, it doesn't matter how great a start you had, you're still going to end up losing. So Exeter just take it on the chin. They reattempt. They brought basically the exact same lineup here, except they've got a 3rd shield being brought here now, and Cameron, I know this utility is strong, but 3 seems a bit like overkill for me, especially just given what site we're at. I'm not really sure where else you can put a shield here and safely hold it, but still, they're bringing 3 of them. I am perplexed at this decision. Usually, we see these 2, Ben's on top of Mezzanine, and another one on top of Library Stairs. Now, where is James going to place that final shield?
Well, remains to be seen. He's going for the spawn peak yet again. Oh, nearly gets it. Solo now still low. So, you know, at least have something HP advantage, everything like that. But again, still a gun that can be fired, and with only 1 shot needed to kill people in Siege. It's the guns are important. Ben, though, does remove a player. That's Replay going down. Brilliant little pre-fire there. Out poking from behind the shield onto the roof, and good start now for Ecstasy yet again.
Just so many fantastic shots in this series so far. I'm sure we're going to see many, many more. Still confused at James, though. He's got that shield in pocket. He's all the way on the other side of the map. It might have literally just been a mistaken bit of utility there. I'm not sure if JKB intended to bring the shield and instead James is just keeping that one in pocket. Either way, though, Gatekeeper's not looking too good on this round. They've conceded that opening pick. They've still got to push towards Library, where most of this utility is focused. The smoke bolts from Capitao are going to do little against JKB when he uses those Warden glasses, so it's going to be difficult here. And what Gatekeepers really need is a pick to even things out, get the ball rolling. But with James still at large and Noob also quite far away from sight, things are going to be a bit difficult. They might get caught off guard here by how widely spread this defense is.
Well, they've certainly spotted Ben here in this position, and brilliant shot there from Rooney. Spotted him on the drone, takes him down into a 4 versus 4, but plenty of time has been wasted. Only 80 seconds left in this round as still the exploration of the top floor continues for Solos. The flashbangs now go in, more utility to be taken down. JKB not going to be able to survive that one. Jamal, well, he looks a little bit dicey, but still alive standing. The Frostmat did not eventually stand in his way as Solo finds another. James and Tharge now, these only 2 players remaining for the side of Exeter. It's a very, very precarious position now for the defense in a 2 versus 4.
And again, Gatekeepers just take this as a sign to slow down, drone things out, just make sure you've got all your angles set up. The Nitro doesn't hit the vertical. It would have been a guaranteed kill, but it doesn't quite stick. Thrown a bit too short, even with that new change where you can see where your gadget's being thrown, just a bit too quick from Tharge there, and he does eat a handful of damage as well. James caught completely off guard. They know where Tharge is. Solo holding the cross and Jamor finishing things off. Gatekeepers yet again undergo a complete metamorphosis mid-round, springing into life there and getting a second attacking round win.
They absolutely did. Mr. Pre, what kind of shenanigans is he up to this time? Looks like he's just chilling, just being nice, just for once.
Liking the finger guns though.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a cool guy, that Mr. P. He's a cool guy.
Very cool guy. Yeah. Still, Gatekeepers.
So
oh, don't give us the close. No, Mr. P, no. But yeah,
I'm sorry, I
Gatekeepers.
take it back. You're really nice.
2-1 up. He just that stare, that lifeless stare. Gatekeepers 2-1 up on Chalet there, getting back that round lead. So already for Exeter, things are looking a bit rough, right? We said Chalet is even ground. We said that starting on the defense should give Exeter a pretty good advantage here. And so far, that hasn't been the case. Gatekeepers really fixing those late round problems we saw from the attack in Cafe, and instead turning things around not once but twice now. Fantastic. First, albeit it was from a heroic play from Jamal, but that second round, the entire team sprung to life there by that halfway point. Really good from them, and they can just keep the ball rolling from here on out. They've got a bit of momentum in their sails, so even these sort of players aren't doing as well like Replay. They've got the confidence, just go for these repels, go for these pre-fires. Rooney as well, just holding out long angles, gets a bit of intel, I believe, on a player there, so doing quite a good job here, but he might get caught off guard from a very quick peek if he doesn't move.
Yeah, he's spotted on that default camera again, and Despite seeing that player rotate across, it was James still was nearly pre-fired as they have now just sort of passed each other. One going up high, the other going back low, switching over. But now he's coming up yet again. James still watching this angle, actually watching up towards Mezzanine. Brilliant little pick there onto replay. An unorthodox angle, but it works out for them. Now he's dipping back, continuing to apply pressure even more so on this southern side. He gets away. Exeter 5 versus 4 and an unanswered opening pick yet again.
Yeah, but now both these roamers trying to get back to site, they could easily get caught off guard if they're not careful. James appears to be ascending those library stairs, and that's a very highly contested position by the attacker. I'd be surprised if one of them doesn't get taken down. That's Noob. James as well, Rooney with a complete spray through the wall. Yet again, Gatekeepers managed to turn things around mid-round, and now they have that man advantage. They have a breach going up as well. Really good setup for that final execute with Ben getting taken down low. Large getting down, could be revived by that stim pistol, but it looks like Ben is up and out of there. JKB at the very least trades, and Dodge does indeed get revived. Ben heals that chip damage. Gatekeepers look like they had a round win ahead of them, but suddenly things have got a lot more interesting.
That's the power of the Doc. That's what he enables his defensive side to do. They can now start to take up these more aggressive positions yet again. Now they have their HP back up and taking the swing. Taj with one. Now there is a player into the site. That's Solo, but now he's taken down. Faint, the last player standing with 3 left to find. Gumine is going to seal the end of it, and there is the weapon, the gun, to shut it down. Exeter, second round on the board. They tie us up yet again.
Yeah, it seemed like Gatekeepers even just didn't quite have the read on that Doc and really should have pushed aggressively, confirmed that kill. One of the few times really in Siege where you should go out of your way to confirm a down like that, but ultimately just not quite finishing their food there, and it costed them big time. Dodge getting an additional 2 kills after being revived led to Gatekeepers' really fantastic setup in that round, just washing away Exeter. Really coming back there into that round, getting a fantastic win, stopping the momentum, getting the wind out of Gatekeepers' sails, and now really focusing on winning this defensive half. They've still got a long way to go. Only 4 rounds played so far. If Gatekeepers win the next 2, things are not looking great. Even if Gatekeepers win 1, Exeter might be a little bit shaky heading onto that attacking half. So they need to be winning these rounds here as they head down to that basement, which honestly, Cameron, it might not be as strong a side as you might think. There's so much vertical you can get, particularly in that wine cellar. Luckily, for Exeter, they don't appear to, Gatekeepers even don't appear to be bringing any soft breach, so there's definitely potential for Exeter to win here. I don't think Gatekeepers have quite played around the site properly, but still, these players are very, very good.
Yeah, that's the thing I was going to say. I mean, a lot of the time you'd see a Ram if you're attacking onto the basement, obviously assuming she's not been banned away. Or a Buck or Sledge or something, you know, they're breaking Andon's heart out here with with none of that hammer available. But instead, choosing to go maybe with a bit more of the gun weaponry route. Obviously, AK-12's coming through, Jammer on the Grim as well. Certainly not a bad weapon he's bringing along. So, all is not lost, and maybe they just don't want to go forward first, instead opting for a horizontal take. But replay's been taken down there by James, who's continuing to just completely destroy and decimate. My magnet there is going to stop this EMP from coming through just a little bit longer. A tide possible for a trick to come on through, and I believe might have been able to get this. No, not quite in time. So the breach does open up access to the site now for the Gatekeepers.
Yeah, I think it does get those ace charges, but I'm not actually quite sure. Still, Ben just continuing to get these picks. Another for him. It doesn't matter if the site is breached, if there's no attackers alive to actually take it. 5 versus 2 now as Faint tries his best, holding an incredibly long angle, but with Jamor nowhere to be found. If Faint is killed here, it's not likely they're going to trade at all. Jamor still focused on defender above. Noob plays that well, ultimately dies, but does waste time here, and that's all you really need to do in a 5 versus 2. Faint repositions now, goes towards that thermite breach instead. wants to open up the angle a bit more too, just trying to find anything, cautiously peeking here, going for a swing onto the Wildman. He does get it. Suddenly, it is doable. He can maybe think about sticking a plant here if Jamal can cover.
Changing max.
Tries to go for the pre-fire onto the player inside of Connector, but there's C4s coming through. Jamal, what a shot on towards blue. And now Plant is safe, successful, but Jamal's been down. Fate trying to go for the kills, tries to finish. And that's an example of where you don't want to try to finish a down player. Gets too greedy, pays the ultimate price for his hubris. And Exeter get another round.
Yeah, really just two opposite sides of the coin there, as you pointed out. Unfortunate for Gatekeepers, because it looked yet again like they were going to undergo a fantastic transformation in the second half of that round, end up winning it. Unfortunately, doesn't happen, but still, they've gotten those two attacking rounds. One more here, and they are pretty solid for that defensive half swap. But unfortunately, this is Kitchen Dining, a potentially very strong side effects to invest heavily above, and from the looks of things, they are. Solace is definitely going to be on that roam. Alibi as well. Yet again, another operator that, thanks to gadget changes and gun changes, has kind of fallen out of meta, but that intel is very valuable from those holograms, so Noob will probably be deploying a lot of them above just to stall out the attack. So Gatekeepers, they are going to have to essentially attack two sites here, attack above and then below on top of it, so things can get a little bit dicey, and Exeter are looking to snap up a 4-2 if they're allowed to win this defensive site.
Yeah, it would be very, very good for them to get us 4-2. Obviously, 3-3, it's not the end of the world, especially on a map like Chalet, but, you know, every round counts, every round is nice to have, because ultimately, it's rounds that win you games, not just, oh, well, they tried, because, you know, you actually have to be able to get those rounds across the finish line. It's 1st to 7. That's all that these players are going to care about inside of this one. And also, it's a bit of momentum as well in terms of that mental game. If you're able to put on a bit of a string of rounds here in a row, I think it would be. I think it's already a couple in a row, and they could extend that to 3 as well.
Yeah, James realizes he's in hot territory and just ups and outs there. Doesn't need to waste his life. He's been a phenomenal player throughout this series. Doesn't need to die early there, especially on an operator like Kayad that's a little bit less suited to dueling. Luckily, though, he's got such a mountain of support around here, a mountain of utility. Same really can't be said for Ben, though. Taken down incredibly early by Rooney on Thermite, I guess was maybe going for a very crucial opening pick on the Thermite, but misses the gunfight. Unfortunately, though, Exeter now a man down, with Rooney just reaching directly onto the site. That might cause a bit of stress for the defense. Sure, Tharge is above, but there's no preset holes vertically, so he would have to turn his attention away from a gunfight to challenge onto a plant. There is definitely potential for these attackers to just go straight onto the site here and catch Tharge completely off guard.
Spotted on Jones as well, so in a very precarious position. And there you go. There's a kill from Rooney through that door. James still trying to lock things down here on the upstairs, but now he has also been spotted, position noted by the attack. He's falling away. Ainu trying to clear out these magnets, the track stingers, and he's taken down everyone falling. It's all on James in the 1 versus 5. Potential for a flawless round to come on through here for the Gatekeepers to claim that 3-3 half. It would be the third 3-3 half of this series, and yeah, it very much looks like that would be the case. Now the diffuser's planted, James, there's absolutely nothing he can do. That C4 isn't even going to find a kill onto replay, and it will be flawless. The Gatekeepers do lock it out without succeeding a pick. All tied up, and I'm getting a bit of deja vu here, Poobal.
Yeah, it really indeed. What a great way for Gatekeepers to go into that second half as well, as we see a wonderful sign there from Chamberine. Love the fan signs here, especially from Mr. P, just throwing shade to Rand. Oh, speak him into existence, and here he comes. That was horrifying. But yeah, he's still running amok there. But Gatekeepers, what a great way to go into the second half. All on the back of a flawless round as Mr. P thinks he's in the action, gets those finger guns up yet again. Going on to this defense now, where they should be favored. If they can just keep the ball rolling, this might be a 2-0 series here. But Exeter at the same time have looked pretty strong so far. Of course, there have been a couple throws, a couple of late round shenanigans that haven't gone the best for them, but still, they've got James, they've got Ben, two very capable fraggers here on this attack, so you shouldn't be counting gatekeepers out of it yet.
10 seconds
Absolutely shouldn't. It's, again, a very difficult
5 seconds
situation to figure out who's going to win. It's almost an impossible task, really, to try and predict the outcome of these games, of these maps even, here in the grand final. And reminder that if Exeter do win this map, then Clubhouse is going to be on the cards, but if the Gatekeepers win this map, then they have done it. They've won the championships again for the second split in a row. Ben, though, doesn't want that to happen. He's taken down Jamal. A little bit of a hindrance for the Gatekeepers inside of this round. Now they have conceded that opening pick, and it's gone untraded for now, Poobal.
Yeah, even more alarming, not only is it the Legion, so he's not used all that utility, but also that's the only player roaming around Kitchen, I believe. Rooney looks like he's going to have to try and retake that ground, because if they lose Kitchen, a wine cellar plant is surprisingly easy to get if you just open up a couple of those walls, get your cross angles established, and it looks to be exactly what Exeter want to do. Will they expect Rooney to go for the rotate from the death of JKB? I don't think that's the case. Ben dies as well. Suddenly, what looked to be a surefire execute for Exeter has just collapsed at the seams as 2 kills go the way of the Gatekeepers.
Yeah, Tharj, though, I was going to say nearly has an angle, but it's Solo who instead reverses it. What a shot that is, taking the advantage even further. And despite that early setback, it's been all Gatekeepers all the way here in round number 7. Noob now, the final player remaining for this Exeter side in this round. There's 4 to try and find on the other side of it. Now making his way down these West Main stairs. What do you know about the inside of Boiler? It looks like he's watching for it, but only really just looking at the angle. Out goes P4. So much damage, but not quite the kill for Replay. Got a little bit too aggressive, but now low HP for this Gridlock, trying to push on through. And I assume there's going to crossfire that will be held. There's Rooney with the TCSG, shutting it down. The Gatekeepers take the lead yet again.
And it's another one of those late round transformations from the Gatekeepers. They've been incredible at it this map. Once again, down 1 man, but the rotates come through, the support is where it's needed most, and they retake that ground, they get Dining Room Kitchen back under control, they attack from the breach as well, and they cause chaos for Exeter that Gatekeepers ultimately thrive in on this defense. They're going up to this second floor now, so there's again potential for roams, potential for a bit of disruption. Replay on that Solace can play from below, the Valkyrie cameras can potentially assist him. Jamal just needs to focus on not dying so early, because the more of those goo needles he can place down, the more time is wasted, the more intel that Gatekeepers get on the attack, the more chances they have of winning the round, as Replay descends directly to the basement, doesn't even think about hunting many drones around the site, instead just wants to set himself up for where he will be playing there. Maybe even try and, as ludicrous as it sounds, Replay might want to be spotted here just to take away a bit of attention, as he's just clearing all positions with any potential drones. A bit of a pre-fire through the game's window to keep the attack on their toes, and instead, actually, he goes all the way upstairs, not the position I'd expect the Solos to play here, but he's going for a spawn pick.
Of course he is. I feel like this has been a very spawn heavy game. Oh, nearly the pre-fire, though. Not quite landing it. Unfortunate for Replay, but still comes away with his life, so nothing really lost there. And still aggressing further now on this downstairs window instead, looking for drones, looking for any information that could be coming the way of the attackers. And you spotted that one player that's on the drone, but as this jump starts to come through, it's actually James who finds the first. Rooney going down elsewhere on the map, but still pressure downstairs. Replay has been spotted. Okay, they know of this vertical position. If they still just aimlessly jump through this window, I will be not only surprised, but rather annoyed at them.
Yeah, Jamal evens things out. Once again, drone fed into the open arms of Replay. He's completely decimating the intel game here and still not really being directly challenged. It's informed the decisions of Tharj. He's no longer playing around that double window as of yet. Thinks better of it than vaulting in. But still, replay's not been dealt with. They know there's a Solace below, and already we're seeing attention being put towards that ground floor, towards that basement, and that's attention away from the site, away from where the defenders actually need to play. So replay's doing a fantastic job here on the roam without even firing a single bullet at a real person here. Great from him. Eventually, Exeter have got library though. They can start to deal with this wall. EMP goes out, so they should have a breach from where they can form in and execute. But look at Noob. Instead of pushing towards the site, instead of trying to find a crack in the armor, he's instead on flank watch because they know replay is below. This operator is still just causing such chaos for the attack.
Yeah, just sitting inside the kitchen right now. They don't know where he is, and that's where all of those wasted drones earlier could come in handy. You can even just chuck a drone on that flank watch and go elsewhere. But while replay is in this kitchen, you cannot go for a plant on the bomb site because he can just see where the diffuser is. Got an impact from down below, will very easily take you down. It's a massive win condition to try for the attack. Try and clear replay, but nothing's being done about it. And now there's shots coming through from elsewhere. Feint still wasting time with those toxic save canisters as well. This is an incredibly difficult round for Exeter to win. Out goes the final one. JKB taking damage. Tharj now planting Jamot with a kill, and replay has spotted it. It's the other side of that kitchen wall, however, and Tharj is actually able to get that diffuser planted. Now, potential win condition for Exeter. Now in still play a disadvantage, but they can hold these angles, hold these positions. Tharj and Solo probably going to be this next gunfight, and Tharj wins it out. So 1 versus 2 now for Tharj as replay takes down James elsewhere, and Tharj not looking in the right position. Replay did eventually end up being that dagger in the back, the needle in the haystack that ended up stabbing them while searching, and Gatekeepers, they extend their lead. And Exeter now maybe some cracks starting to show, some flaws starting to bubble to the surface as the Gatekeepers, well, they look very much in control here on the second half of Chalet.
I've got to say, replay needed to get that double kill at the end, right? Because the whole win condition, you could tell, and even the way they're talking now, it seems like maybe he's getting a bit of a telling off. You can tell the whole round was playing around the denial of the diffuser there with the grenades. And replay in his time of need sees it. We get his POV. He sees the case going down, and he rotates upstairs. It's a completely illogical decision there, but luckily he's so talented. He gets the double kill anyway, saving the round from what could have been a disastrous throw from Gatekeepers. But still, they win the round, and now 2 rounds up. 5-3, again, only 1 round away from that coveted map point, but this time it's a bonus. It's a match point as well. So they won Cafe. They need 2 rounds here to take the series. And Exeter, they must be panicking now. They thought that this would be neutral ground, that they would be able to get a good start on their defense and just keep things going, and that's not the case. Gatekeepers had a bit of a slow start here, but they've really picked up the pace. Fantastic from them, but there's still an opportunity for Exeter to clutch this up. They just need a couple of very good rounds.
Yeah, they don't even need overtime to do it just yet. Still potential for that regulation win. But the script writers certainly seem to be favouring the Gatekeepers right now. Oh, Noob nearly taking down Rooney with that shotgun, just peppering shots in through that mudroom window. Nearly punishing them for that aggression. Instead of replay, gets taken down. Tharj, though, oh, tricky situation. And maybe a little bit of panic there, just pressing some keys on the keyboard, going upside down, going all over the shop, but still able to survive. Next to settle into that 5 versus 4, where, well, we've seen them get this advantage early yet again, does not necessarily mean that they've been able to win out these rounds.
It's a beautiful little reverse angle on that double window as well. A player just repelling upside down, holding the pixel angle that can be so treacherous when attacking onto library. Now, Exeter really got basically full control of this northeastern side. They're pushing towards library from double angles this time, forcing these players to play a little more defensive. Rooney now thoroughly behind his shield, but Noob's been taken down. Feint gets that. Not sure if it's a backstab. Tharj is definitely concerned with a flank. B's got onto that fortified shield position, but it doesn't matter. There's a whole pillar in front of him. What are the attack going to do with this information? Is still, Jamor is just holding down the fort here, continuing to pepper a couple shots. James almost gets his head taken out, but Jamor chooses not to shoot. Very wise in this Frost to just keep pressure up without exposing themselves.
Yeah, sometimes just a little bit risky, but Instead, it's still working out. Rooney now still alive, uses the last of those Toxic Babe canisters to try and fortify this Library Stairs position. Ben's also gone down in a Frost Mat. That allows Jamor to swing, but he's not able to land the shots, whiffs it, and gets taken down. JKB as well elsewhere, finding picks. 2 versus 4 now. It's all fallen apart for the Gatekeepers in this situation. Just Feint and Solo left to try and hold on. I don't know if Feint is going to be able to spot this position outside. Could go for a run out if he so chooses, but instead decides it's too risky. Falls away, falls back. Now, sitting in this situation, time starting to become a winning factor again for the defense. Visage is in, getting this diffuser planted. Solo with a kill, but I don't know if they're aware that this plant's going down. But the angle is there. No communication from Exeter. They just allow Solo to swing. 2 kills. Now he's being pressured, but the diffuser's still down, and Feint has the vertical position heading into red time. Then they have the diffuser, but Feint's not aware of this. He's rotated away, takes a drop, and this could be to his detriment. Misses some crucial shots, but still there's no time. James just planting in time, and JKB's able to land it. Catastrophic round from both sides. A comedy of errors, but Exeter get across the line. What on earth was that?
I'm sure that's a round that both teams want to forget. I'll say that for sure. A lot of mistakes, as you said, from both sides. The plant really going in an entirely illogical spot. You should know that the mirror is playing behind that one window. So why not just plant around bar? There's no way the defense can have control around Fireplace, control around bar anymore. Plant there. It's so safe, and yet they go for that traditional default half-wall plant. Not the right idea at all from Exeter, but still, just the sheer man advantage pays dividends in the end. Unfortunate from Gatekeepers, because that would have been yet another comeback. But it stopped in its tracks. Exeter 5-4, or 4-5 even, still 1 round behind, but again, overtime is not yet a certainty if they want to win. They can still win 3 in a row, but this Gatekeeper side still looking strong on the defense as they head down to the basement. More stall being brought with both the Tuberam and the Goyo canisters here to stop both their gadgets and their manpower flooding into sight. Solace as well. Jamor has been great on all of these operators, just hovering around the map, causing trouble. This is going to be a very long attack for Exeter.
It's going to have to be measured. It's going to have to be not quite perfect, but really any mistake they make will be a massive detriment to them. Even if it's just something that wastes a little bit of time. Every second counts here in this round, thanks to the amount of stall that we have coming through from the Gatekeepers. It looks like they're making fairly good pace so far, but Ben gets his head clean removed there by Rooney. Nice little one tap onto the window. Definitely expected that angle to be coming through. Very well done. And now Gatekeepers in the advantage yet again, but we keep on mentioning that the opening pick does not always necessarily correspond to round win, especially in this series. So many times we've seen the team that wins or gets that opening pick actually losing the round. Replay, what a shot that is. And the ice canister from the Tuberal of Feint just in time. And he's swinging more. Shotgun up close. Finally, the crossfire comes through. But Feint finds another pick. Gatekeepers demolishing Exeter on the basement. Series point.
It's that late map confidence we saw in Cafe kicking in yet again. Replay had no right to swing that, but he just does. He knows he's better. He knows he's winning. He's confident his team can pick up the pieces. Even if he fails, and fail he does not. Getting 2 picks there. Fantastic play from him. And match point for Gatekeepers on this defense. 2 chances here before we head into overtime. I'm sure they're thrilled here. Master bedroom defense once again. Replay on the Solace. Big question though, Cameron. Will the attack pay more attention, put more resources into clearing him? Or will they ignore him entirely? Because last time they approached the site, they kind of did both. They couldn't really think what they wanted to do. So they ended up having an entry player just watching flank while they allowed Replay to sit there. But they didn't actually hit site much either. It was a very slow round. They were almost like they were stuck in the mud when they approached the site itself. This time, I'd like to see a clear, concise push towards either replay or the site itself. You can't really afford to get stuck doing both. You need to make a decision, a tough decision, I'll give them that,
5 seconds to go.
but a decision nonetheless.
Oh, it's time to find out this time. He's opening up those holes in the front, in the top of the wall. That's what prevented him from denying a plant early on last time. Couldn't find a way to get through that wall over to the other side. Again, this time around, not quite going to be the same for them. So, at least that is a positive there for Gatekeepers. They're learning from that previous defense replay specifically. Obviously, they did end up winning it anyway, but it's still good to innovate because you're trying to stay ahead of the curve here when it comes to these adaptations. And a little bit of an unfortunate moment there from Ben on the Grim, just not quite getting the angle to fire those Vs on through. Rooney has still been spotted out on this drone anyway. I think he's aware that the player has jumped in through the small window inside of Library, but pressure from elsewhere. Big window in Library, big window on Mezzanine. Rooney surely is a dead man walking.
Noob still dies first though, so it will eventually just have to be a trade, and Jamor still causing chaos. Takes down another! He's been so incredible this map, still holding on to Library, using hand impacts in hand. He can do so much here, and rightly just chooses to move away. So much utility in one man's pockets. He just retreats. Right choice from him. Still got plenty of players above here, causing chaos, causing a muck. Replay as well, still below, still waiting like a trapdoor spider, just detecting any gadgets that come above him as James is taken down too. This is a disastrous potential final round for Exeter.
I believe that was probably a frost mat there that James is stuck in. Yep, indeed it was. So he's going to be in a little bit of a more precarious position than if he's just been down normally. But the breach does get opened up. Replay still below. Could be that death nail. Could be that final nail in the coffin, if you will, for this side. But still plenty of guns up above as well as Jamot comes back to rejoin his team here on the bomb site. Replay left to his own devices down below, but Feint takes a swing onto JKB, lands it, can't quite finish the downed player, unmoving. Now up close with the shotgun, Taj at least finds one, that's Jamor down, but Feint somehow lands that kill long range. Solo's down, but Taj, he's found another. It's now just on to Replay in a 1 versus 1 with Taj. Potential for Solo to be picked up. Diffuser not yet in the hands of Thaj. 15 seconds. And I don't think he knows the site is empty. He's pushing for kills here. And there goes the Nitro Cell. Impact grenade from down below. Thaj now trying to reclaim this diffuser. Is there going to be enough time? This door's not open for him. There's absolutely no time left. What a disastrous way for Exeter to lose this map. GG's in the chat. Thaj is sticking it, but I don't know. Are they aware? Do they know this position? Thaj has been able to stick the plant, but can't land the kills. The Gatekeepers retain their position top of the pile. Your champions of the British University Esports Championships with Intel. It's the University of West England.
Yep, West England just, well, fittingly enough, gatekeeping Exeter from solidifying themselves as that top team, picking up their second stage in a row, coming out of seemingly nowhere here. Fantastic team here of West England, but still, Exeter, they should hold their heads high. They got to a final. They put up some fantastic rounds. They had some fantastic stats, but that team play, that coordination, that defensive stronghold that West England would pull out time and time again on so many different sites, it was just no way they could defeat that.
Yeah, a stunning victory there for UWE. And like you mentioned, the team play really coming alive. We do have to give some props again to James, who had an incredible series, particularly on Cafe Dostoevsky. 20 plus kills in the end of that one, but unfortunately wasn't able to close it out. And in the end, it's a well-fought series for both of these sides, and it's the Gatekeepers that come out on top.
Yeah, incredible series from honestly what we sort of pinned to begin with as kind of boring maps, right? Cafe Chalet, you've seen a lot of them, but the explosive style these teams play, particularly that Chalet match, the way gatekeepers continually just transform in that mid round. They'll take a loss early on and they will decide, right, time to make some plays. They'll go in, get picked, get ground, set themselves up beautifully on those attacks. And the exact same thing happened on their defenses as well. It was this fantastic mindset they brought through. Wonderful to watch them. At the same time, wonderful to watch Exeter as well. These were two very, very good, very, very strong teams. It was a privilege to cast them.
It was an absolute privilege to be able to watch these teams do what they do best, which is play entertaining Siege. You mentioned it, Joe. When we saw that map, Vito, when we saw even the operator bans, we were like, this could potentially be a boring game. But it wasn't. The plays that were pulled out from both of these sides, yes, sometimes it was a little bit infuriating to watch from the perspective of one of the teams, but just some incredible stuff being pulled out of absolutely nowhere. And University of West England, they had that greater mid-round adaptation. They had just some incredible plays, and even in disadvantaged situations, not even in a round, but over the course of a map, Exeter, often they took the lead with Storm. But that mental resilience to push back through is just, it's why they're winners.
Yeah,
Champion
obviously.
mentality.
You've got to give huge props to some of these players as well. James had a phenomenal first map, but Jamor in that second map, if it wasn't for that 2 versus 4 that he led head on, we would be at it would be 6-6 now, right? So
Yeah,
we
like
would
that.
still not have finished yet, and there would have, of course, been potential for Exeter to really have that little bit of life left in them, get over the line, get to map 3, and who knows how the series would have gone there. But instead, just phenomenal plays from him, great grit, determination shown throughout, and West England just keep the ball rolling, winning their second split in a row.
Oh, for sure. We've had an absolutely wonderful time as well casting this event for you. That is it. Everything wrapped up from us to here. Thank you all very much for watching, but don't go anywhere just yet because Affinity is standing by. Over to you. Have a good evening.
Another incredible series, another incredibly quick series as well. How are you both feeling coming off the back of that victory?
Feeling pretty good. I came in expected to win. We won. Results delivered. Yeah.
Now, being reigning champions, how does that feel? Because this is back-to-back for you now, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, our team expected as a high standard that we expected to win. So obviously we lost to them before 2 weeks ago, and then we were really disappointed of ourselves because there's a lot of improvement to make, like composure. There's a lot of rounds that we could have taken, but then sometimes a silly mistake could cost you a round, and then that's how you lose the game potentially.
So what do you think was different this time that put you guys so far ahead? Because both of the series that you've done so far have been very back and forth, very close. What made this one different?
We know how they play. They kind of just swing everything, and then if they win the gunfight, then at the end of the day, Siege is a game where you kill the other person to win the match. So once we get a pick, we just kind of chill out. I just tell everyone to freeze, just not to push it, drone it, use your drones, because that's the most important thing in the game. Once we got the intel where they are, we push together, and then we take them off one by one.
Awesome. Now I'm going to ask you a question. Are you coming back to defend it? Make it a 3-time championship?
I mean, we're debating if we want to play next year, especially me. I'm not too sure, but if I do decide to play, then we will win both the events.
Absolutely. Now, is there anyone in your team, anyone at home or a university that you want to highlight, give a shout out to? Both of you, whilst you got the mics.
JJ told me to tell Nixon to win a LAN, so I am going to say that here. But
fighting words.
I don't know who's watching, but anyone that knows me that I'm watching, sorry for trolling at ELO. I troll a lot of ELO guys, but yeah.
Might troll ELO, but of course, you want to LAN.
At the end of the day, we're one-time LAN winners.
Final question for you guys. How's LAN been? What's it like being here, playing on a stage?
I think, I thought it's going to be a lot of pressure, but then after the first few rounds, I just kind of lock in, just focus on the screen, ignore everyone else. It doesn't matter what is happening behind the screen, At the end of the day, it's what's happening in the game. So once I realized I just have to focus in the game, you win. Like, it's simple as, you win, so.
Literally just had to get used to the audio. I could not hear a single thing. So we were just running around literally mindless, but apart from that, it's been good.
That's right. Anyway, I'm going to let you guys go celebrate with your team. Thank you very much for joining me. Congratulations. Now, that is going to be it for this entire weekend. Of course, we started Friday off with Valorant Women's Non-Binary and Rocket League. Saturday, League of Legends and Overwatch 2. And of course today, Counter-Strike 2 and Rainbow Six Siege both going pretty clean sweeps here as well. It has been an incredible weekend, but there are a couple of thank yous that we have to do before we go anywhere. So first of all, this has been National Student Esports, British University Esports Championships with Intel, sponsored by Monster Energy, Pringles, Scan, Unidays, Iyama, and Draytech. Without them, this would not have been possible. We would not have had such an incredible weekend, both here at I-72 and with you guys at home as well. We know that you've been watching. We see that you've been enjoying it. Thank you very much for being here. Of course, thank you to everyone at NSC for helping putting this on and running these tournaments. I know it means a lot to a lot of university students. Anyone at home watching that hasn't participated in NSC, give it a go. It's so much fun. I've competed. I'm here as well hosting. It's been so much fun. I just say go for it. They've also told me to mention that there's a possibility that we might be back in a couple of months' time as well for a summer series as well. You're used to winter, you're used to spring. Summer is on its way and it is not far around the corner. But that is about all there is to say from here. So thank you everyone that has attended, everyone who has watched, everyone who has worked on this event, to all of the incredible players as well for giving us such an amazing weekend. I have been Affinity, it has been a pleasure, and have a wonderful afternoon.
I'm Becky, I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE. We are here at Insomnia this weekend running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals. That's 8 weeks of competitive play leading up to this moment, and it's just great to get all the teams here in person playing their finals live here at Insomnia.
I'm Kenny, I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. It's just so cool to see how much things evolve and how amazing everyone has gotten at playing the games we know and love.
I think just seeing people come together, getting Monster, trying out Pringles, getting really stuck in everything we have to offer here, it's great to see it, honestly. So on the main stage, we're super lucky to have the Intel NUCs, which have Intel graphics cards in there. They're so small and compact. This morning we had our Valorant Women and Non-Binary finals, and it's awesome to get women and non-binary members of our community up on the main stage.
When the players get loud, it's just amazing. And the fact that they get to come and show up in the finals, it's just so much fun.
That's the longest series I've ever played in, to be honest with you. We just knew we had the mental fortitude to keep going when we went into the final overtime. I'm just so happy with all the boys, man. I'm really happy.
Big thank you to all of our partners, Intel, who is our main headline sponsor, and then also Monster Energy, Pringles, Special Effect, and also BUEC.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mesh to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Let's go! Monster Black. Monster Blade. Let's go! Nice. Monster Blade.
Monster Blade.
That right there, Monster Plays of the Week.
Okay.
Monster Energy is doing a monster site giveaway.
NSC stay-at-home series
supported by Monster Energy.
Today we're at Durham University where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel support events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they no noise, and they all run very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so yeah, really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts. Training harder, pushing further, hitting back. Hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us. To the blood. To the sweat. And the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Here today we have multiple tournaments running.
We're going to have 430 gamers and up to 600 spectators.
Almost 1,000 devices using the internet and the whole network. Before we had the DRATEC solution in, we were having issues with reliability. We know that when we deploy the DRATEC solution, we're going to get what's on the tin. It works. Our customers are actually experiencing almost 3 times the speed that they've had in the last event that they came.
Every gamer knows who DRATEC is. It's the very backbone of this epic LAN event.
So I would recommend DRATEC. Overall, just a really good company, really good products.